Jain, Secretary WRC, to escort our dignitaries, CA Shailesh Haribhakti and CA CS Nanda sir, to the dais, please. Saurabh, please join. A very good morning to all. Before we start, may I request everybody to kindly rise for the ICA motto. Thank you. Sitting on the dais, CA Shailesh Haribhakti sir, past Chairman WRC, CA Charanjit Singh Nanda sir, Central Council Member and Chairman, Internal Audit Standards Board, CA Murtuza Kachwala, Chairman WRC of ICI, and CA Shweta Jain. Of the dais, my fellow regional council members, our honored faculty speakers for today's program, and all the delegates of this conference. On behalf of the Internal Audit Standards Board of ICI and the Western India Regional Council of ICI, I, CA Rahul Parikh, extend a very warm welcome to all the delegates present here, physically as well as virtually, to this National Conference on Internal Audit, which is organized by the Internal Audit Standards Board of ICI and hosted by WRC of ICI. Today's Internal Audit Conference is a one-of-a-kind program where we have a very unique opportunity to have a gathering of the top internal audit professionals of India. It's a moment for us to hear the stalwarts of this internal audit profession. And it is based on the theme, Internal Auditor, the New Age Value Creator for Businesses. And today we will get a peek into the next evolution of internal audit. Internal audit has always been considered to be a function to evaluate an organization's internal controls, corporate practices, processes, methods. But the manner in which internal audit is now conducted and was conducted, and the overall internal audit approach has now seen a steep change, and the change is only likely to be quicker in the coming times, and we need to keep abreast to that. So the evolution of internal audit function requires now an internal auditor to be a value creator, and it has to be a function which is it's attuned to the challenges of risk, technologies, innovation, and disruptions in an organization. The topics for today's conference have been very carefully curated to provide us all an in-depth and practical exposure to internal audit methodologies, best practices, expectations of stakeholders, and key areas of IA focus. The conference has 4 panel discussions, which are likely to generate very interesting discussions on a host of issues, and also give us, the delegates, an opportunity to view the same issue from different angles. We have more than 470 plus delegates present physically and virtually, and the response to the conference has been overwhelming for us. It also underscores the importance of internal audit as a professional opportunity for chartered accountants. It has encouraged me as the chairman of Internal Audit Committee of WRC to launch more such initiatives during this year. So I again welcome all of you to this National Conference on Internal Audit and wish you a happy learning for the next 2 days. I now request CA Murtuza Kachwala to welcome our dignitaries on the dais, CA Shailesh Haribhakti and CS Nanda with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you. I would now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly formally inaugurate the conference by lighting of the inaugural lamp. Yeah. I request the speakers for today and our regional council members present here kindly join, please. So we also have the coordinators and the internal audit study committee members. Please join. Please come. I think it is indeed a happy moment because it's a long time after we have a physical conference and a very good response. And as Shailesh sir said, yes, after 2 years, we are probably lighting the inaugural lamp. So I think congratulations to the entire team and all the delegates present here. We are finally coming out of the, the COVID restrictions, basically. So I'll now request Chairman WIRC CA Murtuza Kachwala to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you, Rahul. Good morning to all. Good morning. Thank you. Let me first thank Chairman of Internal Audit Standards Board, CA Charanjot Nandaji. Sir, extremely grateful. Thank you very much for allowing us to host this national conference. And sir, looking at when we started only physical registration, and in the 20 days when we had about 70, 80, we were really worried whether we'll be able to have those 400 people. And today we have, sir, 500 plus. So really, congratulations to everyone. And 160 plus physical registration. I'm sure like there is some truck breakdown on the Western Express Highway, hence people are delayed in Mumbai, but we'll have a hall full almost looking at the physical registration. Let me thank CS Shailesh Haribhakti. Sir, extremely grateful, sir, for giving your time to the institute and to the profession. Last week only we heard from you and he was here addressing the CIE roundtable and he spoke so well on the ESG subject. For first 10 minutes, I thought like I did not hear anything of what he's saying. So, sir, really learned a lot of stuff. And again, today, eagerly waiting to listen to you, sir. Let me thank and congratulate Chairman of the Internal Audit Committee, Rahul Parikh, Vice Chairman Saurav Ajmera. Excellent work being done in the Internal Audit Committee, guys. They need a round of applause. But along with them, let me also congratulate the Internal Audit Study Group. Last year it was run by Bhavin and Purvi. Now Purvi is taking over and we'll have one more co-convener. So everyone in the Internal Audit Study Group and everyone in the Internal Audit Committee, whoever has joined, let me thank and congratulate everyone for this program. Guys, a loud round of applause for all of you here. And you will see them during the 2 days. They will keep on coming up either for a vote of thanks or introduction or something or giving a memento. So all of them will be there on the dais. Let me also recognize and thank Shweta Jain, Secretary WIRC, my council colleague Sheikh Sanjay Nikam and Rudesh Pankhania, and all the speakers and panelists who kindly agreed to join us in these 2 days. Rajiv, thank you for traveling all the way from Bangalore. Satish Shanai has been like a solid rock and in the CA roundtable and other things. Pankaj, thank you. Prabhakar ji, Nilesh, Amit, and thanks to each and everyone who has joined us here. Thank you. Friends, like I think the whole day will be not enough for me if I keep on speaking, but looking at the way in which our profession is going, I think there is enough and more opportunities. When we look at people saying that GST audit is not there, tax audit limits are going up, revenues are coming down. I think this is one area, non-attached function, I would say, where there is enough and more work and we can keep on learning and keep on doing a lot more. And it is not only about internal audit. And I'm sure we got one full session, 3 hours on how to add value, okay, to the profession, because ultimately they're looking at how do you add value, and it can be a simple thing, okay, like a non-compliance of TF or filing of some returns or something, or one recommendation on the new labor code or something where an organization can go and get registered and get some money back from the government. And I think the management is so happy, the board and audit committee takes note of it and they really don't stop thanking us. So because at times maybe the management also with this ever-changing requirements are not able to read or maybe they miss out something. So I think there are smallest or small thing also which gets appreciated. And of course, I think we can do a lot of value add in internal audit. But I think what is becoming important is, do we understand the particular industry well? Do we understand the processes in the industry well? And do we know what are the risks and what can be the controls? This is one. But now with the changing technology, I think everywhere people are saying using RPA, what can I automate? And organizations, we got big guys here sitting who adopted technology big time, the RPA. But then see, maybe 2 years or 5 years from now, the accounting will not be done by accountants. Even the tally will have a feature where you scan the invoice and automatic accounting entry will be done using an OCR or RPA or whatever. But we are not even, I'm not even talking about the accounting. Any process which we pick up, if we can go and understand the process, how it is happening, what can be done in a better way, what technology can be adopted there, and if it brings, definitely it will bring a lot of efficiency and effectiveness in the way organization can work in that particular process or activity. I think that is where we're going to add real value. And that is the type of consulting mindset which people are looking at. So from a simple writing of policy procedure, or an SOP, or we can call a business process re-engineering or business process improvement, whatever different names we can give, writing processes from SMEs also, and large family-driven organizations now in Middle East are talking about putting a governance framework in place, putting about a compliance framework in place, and they're talking about making a risk control matrix or a risk register or an enterprise risk management framework. And then the whistleblowing and the fraud risk assessment. And of course, every board in this country also today says every quarter in the board meeting, they want a report from CEO and CFO on the compliance, that all compliances have been met. The CEO, CFO does not have time. So they come to firm like us. We can go prepare a list of all the regulations which are applicable, see whether they are complied or not, and give a report to the board. And if we keep on doing for multiple companies, I think it can be a huge source of revenue. And same is the case with related party transaction. So there is so much I can keep going on and on. So I think in this 2 days, we will try to create a program in a manner where through various speakers and panelists, we'll try to bring about various opportunities, whether we need to do investigation or not, what is the future, what are the tools and techniques, how do we add value? So multiple different type of things. And I would only say a big thank you to all the panelists, speakers, faculty for coming here and agreeing to share their insights with all of us, almost 30 of them. So we should take benefit of the time, and you can write to us for anything at wrc@ici.in. Last thing, anyone wants to contribute in any way. You want to write a publication in internal audit risk compliance governance. You want to be a speaker, panelist, moderator. You want to be a coordinator. Please write to us at wrc@ici. We need good people. We want to create a data analytics software. We want to create an audit management tool. We want to create a repository of checklists and RCMs. There is enough and more work here. We need volunteers who can come and help us. So I think, thank you for joining physically. Of course, thank you to each and everyone joining virtually. I can see 174 people logged in already, and happy learning to each and everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Murtuza bhai. You know, Murtuza, being a man of internal audit himself, he has given us a lot of work in the internal audit committee. He is very ambitious programs, but as he said, yes, all help and all contribution from everybody is welcome. Please feel free to contact me or Murtuza bhai at any point of time. For, there is a lot of work to do, and we have charted out an ambitious program, and we hope to complete it by the year end. Our next speaker, CA Charanjit Singh Nanda sir, is a Central Council member and the chairman of the Internal Audit Standards Board. As such, his list of achievements, his introduction is very long, and the time available is short. So I'll try to, be very brief, sir, with your permission. Nandaji is, as I said, a Central Council member. He has been a Central Council member for a long period from 2004 to 2016 and has headed several committees of ICI, including Internal Audit Standards Board, Committee for Members of Industry, etc., and has also been a member of various standing and non-standing committees of ICI. He's been a member of the Quality Review Board set up by the Government of India. So, and by personal experience, I know he's a prolific orator and a man with a tremendous memory. So with these few words, I introduce to you CA Charanjit Singh Nanda sir. On behalf of WRC, I take this opportunity to thank Nanda sir. And sir, you are welcome. Thank you.
So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman of WIRC, Murtuza Kachwala, a man who's himself an introvert. Personal, CA Shailesh Haribhakti, the man who has always moved us by his continuous lectures and has brought out certain things which are very pertinent to the cause of this profession. The secretary, Mr. Rahul Parekh, Madam Shweta, Mr. Ajmera, and all distinguished faculties who are here and all participants have come here to go home more enlightened. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that being an internal audit man, Murtuza was very keen to have lot of conferences on internal audit, and I gave him a free hand. I said, please go ahead. people who are master of the subject can create value and worth for the entire profession. And that is how this conference is seeing the light of the day. There were issues. The most important issue was, would people come? But there is a saying, leave things on God and move ahead. We went ahead and we got a tremendous response on this. And we have not only people have joined here physically, but there are more than 300 people who have joined virtually also. So I want to tell you that Internal Audit Standard Board is very clear, near to my heart. I joined the council in 2004 and the then President CA, Sunil Goyal, made me the founder chairman of Internal Audit Standard Committee. And I have been in council so many years, I have been at least 8 to 10 times the chairman of this board, Internal Audit Standard Board. I want to tell you that the board does a lot of things. To say a few, we have a flagship course on concurrent audit. We are contemplating to start a course on internal audit, a very well advanced internal audit course where you go through all the branches of internal audit, may it be risk management, may it be ARM, may it be this entire system, entire process flow. I am the chairman of Internal Audit Standard Board and DAB. So we are putting them on different committees. So forensics, information system audits on another committee, and internal audit is in this committee. We write generic guides. So anyone amongst you who wants to write a generic guide, who wants to create structures, we set up internal audit standards. You'll be happy to know both the committees, both the boards, Internal Audit Standard Board is writing close to 46 standards. And we are the first in the world to write forensic standards. We have on board 23 forensic standards, and we are very keen to make both the standards mandatory by next year with the involvement of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So I want to tell you that board is doing a number of things in a very exciting way. Every Saturday we have a program. And every fortnightly we have a program on standards. We have been doing this consistently for 4 years. Last year the theme was internal technology as an enabler of internal audit. And this time the theme is internal audit insights to international virtues. So we are very keen to ensure that we give the best to the membership at large. So I'll start my PPT. Why the role of internal audit is changing? Very simple. Yes, it is because of innovation. New ideas are being innovated. I'm going to US this July for a IAI conference. The theme normally of all conferences across the globe is innovation. People with new thought processes, people with great views come and change the entire ecosystem of the discipline or the subject which you are talking about. Automation. You're all aware that automation has become a great enabler today. Automation has joined the entire way the profession has to move. And I want to tell you, I don't say so because I'm the chairman of DAB, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board. I say so because I believe it. And DAB has taken an initiative to ensure that by the year end, we'll have a capsule for all chartered accountants who are not technology savvy to bring them at a platform so that they can effectively and essentially undertake courses like information system audit, courses like forensic FAFD, which we call in the normal parlance. So we are very keen to bring members to these levels and members who have done FAFD and ISA to take them to the advanced level. So technology is something, automation is something which will change the entire landscape of thinking and professional avenues according to chartered accountants. Globalization, you are aware that globalization is something that has changed our entire thought process. Across the world, you find and listen of new risk. Risk is something that is now defining our roles and perspectives. A gentleman gave a call and said, Mr. Nanda, can you tell me any business where there is no risk? I said, I'm a chartered accountant of 31 years. I'm trying to determine an area where there's no risk, but I'm not able to do so. And let me tell you, if there is no risk, there is no opportunity. There is no risk, there is no reward. If there is no risk, there is no indulgence and involvement of a professional to create value out of it. So risk has to be calculated and mitigated as per the systems which you can think on those lines. And therefore, the role of internal audit is ever changing. You can see on a day basis, it is changing. Changing role of internal audit in last 6 decades. The journey of evolution of internal audit is very interesting. And it is very pertinent to note that how it started. I'll just give an example. The internal audit earlier, people will remember who qualified in 55 to 60. It was a statutory audit, the external audit. And then people thought of internal audit, which seemed to be at a very nascent stage. People did not acknowledge the role played by internal auditors. And therefore, at that time, internal auditors were meted a stepmotherly treatment. But then, when they came to testing of non-financial information, transaction in terms of compliances, correctness, and when you have to take a corrective note with the laid down procedures, internal audit started its great inception. And today, internal audit is a full-time profession. I don't want to say great on this profession because it's a couplet which says, तारीफ की चाहत तो नाकाम लोगों की फितरत है. तारीफ की चाहत तो नाकाम लोगों की फितरत है. काबिल लोगों के तो दुश्मन भी कायल होते हैं. We are a profession which has grown overbound. We are a profession that is respected worldwide. And today I say on this dais that internationally, the biggest sunrise area is internal audit. The biggest, I'm saying, the first I'm saying. The reason being that statutory audit is on the verge of a downfall. Internationally, only select clients go for statutory audit, but internal audit, forensic systems, they have been on a great rise, and that would be the future for all of us. Now, what is the legal perspective in India? You're aware that Section 138 of Companies Act mandates internal audit. There is a requirement of internal audit in CARO 2020. Clause 49 of the listing agreement with respect to audit committee's review of the adequacy of internal audit. Again, an area where all listed companies now are getting internal audit done in a different perspective. And let me tell you, when there are forensic issues, when there are issues of non-compliance, it's the internal audit who's also called on board with the statutory audit. Requirement of internal audit for stockbrokers, clearing members, and you are aware that Institute of Insurers are very keen to bring in chartered accountants as internal auditors because they understand that not only quarterly compliances, but other than that, also process validation is very, very important. Validation of internal control. There are so many host of areas where insurers want chartered accountants to be. The role of internal auditors. I've made a very simple PPT to put across 2 or 3 points. The first, internal audit, if it needs to grow and mature, it is on the stage of maturity, but I want to tell you, it is on an ever-moving road. A person who sits stagnant for a year or so will become out of this profession. So it has to be in tune with the profession. The most important thing is to understand that for internal auditors, they need to develop and create a mindset where they help the organizations navigate the rapidly changing business landscapes. Murtaza very keenly spoke about disruptive technologies. Yes, there are people who have created value, who have created empires out of deteriorating businesses. You get a level playing field where you create value by understanding the entire system. And that is very important. Internal audit has to create credibility, not only with the leaders, but with all constituents of this industry, made with audit committees, the boards. The role of internal audit has to be acknowledged at all levels. And they need to very much focus on critical risks and align value proposition with stockholder expectations, ensure that the expectations of the board are properly percolated and a documentary evidence be created to that effect. It also needs to leverage technology very efficiently and promote quality improvement and innovation. Now, you are aware what is the role of internal audit in terms of problem solving. Very, very important, small issue. Internal audit is one of the few activities that does not need a well-mandated report. Internal audit is essentially a management function. Value add is the only driving force in it. And therefore, when it comes to internal audit, you can do problem solving, and internal audit essentially becomes a catalyst of change. Worldwide, when you see internal audit, there are different facets where people are asked to comment, where auditors are asked to comment. The reason being that wherever the pain point is there, they intend the internal auditor to focus. And in addition to being problem focused, properly structured internal auditing is also opportunity focused. What is in vogue at that time, what is contemporary and needs a call. Providing out of box creative thinking. Yes, everything has a new solution, and internal auditor is well poised, well created to give the solutions to that effect. Why chartered accountants are best internal auditors? People may say that I am biased because I'm a chartered accountant, but I want to tell you that your institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. When the most important document to the democracy, the Constitution, was not adopted. The Constitution to this great country was adopted on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when the democratic setup was not in place. The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the role which Internal Audit plays is well gelled, in sync with being a chartered accountant. I know people of different professions are always welcome. Section 138 mandate people coming from different areas, but there are certain plus points of chartered accountants. I will again share a couplet with you which says, आसमां पे किसी के ठिकाने नहीं होते, आसमां पे किसी के ठिकाने नहीं होते, जो जमी के नहीं होते वो कहीं के नहीं होते. If you don't understand accounting, you don't understand finance at the very stemming level, you can never become an internal audit par excellence. So the independence, integrity, transparency, accountability, skill, competence, and ability which chartered accountant possess in abundance is the greatest call of the hour. A CS flair to grasp the intricacies of an entity. Understand, there is an internal standard also which says understanding of client's business. So knowing the business and effectively servicing is very, very important, which normally chartered accountant possesses in greater abundance. The ability to deal with numbers and skills acquired during the course of their articleship or during the course of their initial years ultimately gives them an analytical mind where they are able to effectively come and give their best to the clients and who need this desperately. So ladies and gentlemen, today's program is a great program. A peek into the future of internal audit. Yes, internal audit is ever changing. We have to march, we have to match our thought process with the ever moving scenarios in internal audit. Internal audit doing it the right way. Yes, you need to have guidance from seniors, from people who have done effectively so much work so that you also move into the right rail. Identifying frauds, very, very important. Identification of frauds, mitigation of frauds, and ensuring that no new fraud steps in, but in case a new fraud gets in, you have to immediately mitigate that, which is again a great area. Value creation, the new age mantra for internal audit, which changed the name, but value is something that drives the entire profession. The objective of this program, I would like to just highlight in a few lines, is to highlight the essential aspects of strengthening internal audit's value proportion in today's dynamic times. The institute is very keen under the Internal Audit Standard Board to hold roundtable conferences where clients are made aware of the fact that what chartered accountants as internal auditors can do for you. You are aware that we have a World Congress line on November 19, 2021, and take this opportunity to call you all to attend that. But essentially, we are moving ahead to corporates and telling them what internal audit as a profession can do to them, to assist internal audit in expanding their compliance from compliance and controls-based assurance regime to focusing on becoming a value-driven strategic player. Value-driven strategic player for the organization is the right keyword. To discuss better practices covering the whole area of building and managing an effective internal audit practice or internal audit function. And last, to discuss expectations of audit committees. Very, very important. There's always an expectation gap, so we have to sit down and merge that gap. The gap between the audit committee from internal audit in areas of organizational performance, risk management, internal control system, and governance. And more importantly, we have to differentiate the ways where we have to determine the appetite is of the management. You have to effectively guide them to understand how the risk has to be undertaken. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand one thing, that internal audit is essentially our baby and we have to raise it. And more importantly, to say goodbye to you. The most important aspect of a man's mind is when he understands things and he is able to assimilate them in the right direction. I am in the habit of saying couplets, so I'll say goodbye with the last couplet. This couplet is from Shahid Bhagat Singh. You're aware that Shahid Bhagat Singh was hanged. The International Treaty of Prison says that a person can only be hanged when the sun is going up. Unfortunately, when Shahid Bhagat Singh was hanged, the sun was not going up, it was not stagnant, it had already set in. और उनके लिए जल्लाद इम्तियाज अली उनके लिए मौत का फरमान लेकर आए. लेटे हुए थे भगत सिंह. उन्होंने कहा, भगत जी, मुझे अफसोस है बताते हुए कि आपको फांसी देने का समय आ गया. भगत सिंह स्टाउट बॉडी के मालिक थे. ही वाज अ ग्रेट एथलीट, अ ग्रेट रनर. ये सुनते उछले और वो इम्तियाज अली की तरफ भागे. इम्तियाज अली को लगा कि मुझको हर्ट करेंगे. वो आगे भागा, लेकिन इन्होंने पीछे से इम्तियाज अली को पकड़कर गले लगा के कहा, शुक्रिया मेरे भाई. एक जल्लाद के लिए भाई शब्द और शुक्रिया, ये दोनों नितांत अजीब बातें थी. उसने कहा, भाई किस लिए? उसने कहा, आप इतना अच्छा मेरे लिए संदेशा लेके आए हैं. जब से मैंने जन्म लिया है, मैं माँ भारती के चरणों पे कुर्बान होना चाहता था और आज वो मुबारक घड़ी आ गई. और ये कहते कहते ही टुक आउट अ पीस ऑफ कोल. उनको खतो किताबत की इजाजत नहीं थी. एक कोयले के टुकड़े से उन्होंने एक इबारत लिखी जो आज भी उस जेल खाने में लिखी है क्या लिखा उन्होंने? It is again on the mind. कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम. एक 23 साल का नौजवान जेल के दरवाजे पे, उसके माँ बाप, उसके रिश्तेदार, दोस्त, महबूबा सब रो रहे थे बिलक बिलक कर, और वो अपनी रो में क्या लिखा जा रहा था? कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम, इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है, इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है. Ladies and gentlemen, in any profession, if you are clear about your goals, you achieve it. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving him an opportunity. Thank you, Chairman WIRC, for giving him an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nandaji. As usual, as I said, he's a prolific orator. So thank you. I now request CA Saurabh Ajmera, Regional Council Member and Vice Chairman, Internal Audit Committee of WRC of ICI, to introduce our keynote speaker for the inaugural session, CA Shailesh Haribhakti.
Thank you, Rahul bhai. Good morning, one and all. It's indeed great privilege to introduce a well-known and dynamic personality, Shailesh Haribhakti sir. Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti is a 5-decade career chartered and cost accountant and a certified internal auditor, finance planner and Ford examiner. He has been conferred with the Global Competent Board designations by Competent Board Incorporate Canada. He has been awarded Vivekanand Sustainability Award 2022 by Vivekanand Youth Connect Foundation. He is a chairman of Shailesh Bhakti and Associate Chartered Accountant. He is vice chairman of Go Eva Consulting Private Limited. He is non-executive chairman for Blue Stars, IBC FinTech, and many more private limited companies. He is a director in various listed and private limited companies. He also serves as advisory board of bank and private limited companies. He is the past chairman of NPS Trust, constituted by the Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority, past chairman of Western India Regional Council Institute of Chartered Accountant, and a past chairman of Finance Planning and Standard Board. He is a past president of IMC, Indian Merchant Chambers, Rotary Club of Bombay, Institute of Internal Auditor, and Bombay Management Association. He is also the past member of SEBI Committee on Disclosure and Accounting Standard and Takeover Panel, Internal Accounting Standard Board, Standard Advisory Council. So Mr. Haribhakti actively promotes share value creation and a green environment through his own enterprises and his leadership role as chairman of CSR ESG Sustainability Committee of some of the boards that he serves on. So with this, please welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti sir. And may I now request Chairman Murtuja sir and Nanda sir to present a memento to Shailesh Haribhakti sir. Over to you, sir, now.
Thank you, Saurabh. I request Shailesh sir to kindly deliver his keynote address.
Thank you very much, Saurabh, for that very glowing introduction. What it does is, it gives me the segue to the first thought today, that we have to discard the past. We have to stay very much in the present and think only about the future. And to me, that is the essence of internal audit. I was so deeply impressed, sir, by the passion that Nanda Saab brought to the dais here. It's incredible to hear a speech like that. And the ending with Shahid Bhagat Singh's writing was just so heartwarming. Murtuza is one of the finest chairpersons that we can have at WIRC. He is a person of incredible energy, great commitment, and tremendous desire to do something for all of us. So we should give him a very special commendation. What can I say about Rahul? He has mesmerized me with the amazing number of programs and all the things that he has set in motion. Amazing, Rahul. Thank you for being such a dynamic leader. Shweta, I think she's one of the fastest learners that I know. The minute I say something to her, it's already picked up, actioned. So that's the real way in which a secretary of WIRC must function. I'm so happy to see so many people practicing internal audit in this audience and leading the function. And so I want to start with one request. Can I get 5 volunteers from this audience who will write up what I'm saying and have it published as so many of our leaders here have requested? So do I have 5 volunteers who will? Oh, wow, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. So will you all please coordinate and, okay. Thank you so much. Because my, I would say a little inability is that I can't create prepared texts. I speak largely what I can put together right there. So let's start with 3 aphorisms which should drive your thinking about internal audit. So far, we have all dwelt deeply with systems, processes, with things which are internal to an organization. Time has come now to switch out and focus our entire energies on the external world. Organizations are creating data lakes, nay, data oceans, which create for them the very ground on which they exist. You will see in 5 years' time that data will be put on the balance sheet of an entity as an asset. And it is clearly critically important for all of us as internal auditors to craft these data lakes, to organize these data oceans, and to make them available as a source of energy for the organization. From outside, you need to bring things inside. And once we change and flip based on this aphorism, we have so far through our entire history focused on improving internal processes. That's why we are called internal auditors, right? We now need to bring in the outside in and become the connect from the inside out. So that's the first aphorism that I would like you to keep in mind. The second aphorism is that entity-based accounting will be disrupted totally. Today, all of us are creating accounting by the entity that we belong to. Whereas the entire ecosystem is what is enabling us to create any value. And therefore, the whole thrust of accounting will shift to ecosystem-driven accounting, which will be comprehensively blockchained, which can only be addressed, Murtaza, because you talked about RPA, can only be addressed by RPA type processes. by artificial intelligence, by machine learning, by bots, by creating the whole infrastructure of technology that will enable us to look at ecosystem connects. So that's the second aphorism that we will all need to think about as we go into the future. And the third aphorism is that the sole lens of financial capital has become inadequate to define, describe, get your arms around any economic presence, I would like to call it. Not now, I don't want to use the word entity because that kind of completely stops you from thinking about the outside in, inside out paradigm, which is going on all the time. We simply don't realize it and don't bring it in. So we need to think about auditing in the context of 6 lenses instead of 1. Financial capital, of course, we have to continue. Environmental capital. We won't have the ability to sit like this, 200 of us in one room, if we don't make big changes in the way that we are desecrating our environment. It is so critical that internal auditors bring in the lens of environmental stewardship. Extraordinarily important. I've mandated in the last 3 months, in the last internal audit cycle or audit cycle, that I want to get as a board member every quarter 6 capital inputs for me to make my decisions. Environmental capital, human capital, very critical, relationship capital, innovation capital, physical capital. You know, half the assets in the world could get stranded. And we need to look at what are we going to do with these stranded assets? Because if you switch, if you do an energy transition from coal to renewables, what do you do with all those coal-based power plants? What do you do with those ships which are built only to run on fossil fuel? How do you re-engineer the entire set of vehicles of the world? They'll all become stranded assets. And so we need to think of the physical capital and think about it in a way that we can bring value to the table of the board. This is very critical, new way in which we will have to operate as internal auditors. And as Nanda Saab said, we have to meet the expectations of the audit committee. The expectations of the audit committee have changed. The Value Reporting Foundation in New York is going to integrate these 6 capitals with domain-based reporting. And the future of all financial reporting is going to be integrated reporting, because you need to have integrated thinking. Without that, you simply can't exist. Now, having kept in your mind these 3 aphorisms, which will fundamentally shift where you are positioned, you now need to look at the 5 or 6 very catastrophic risks that we face as the human race, as a business community, as an interacting part of a large biodiverse Earth. Let's remember that as we speak, not only the universe, but all of us are still evolving. We have not reached the end of our evolution. And it is important that we realize and understand and operate and act on the fact that we have huge amounts to learn and to evolve. But the biggest risk is the risk of disruption. And this is another aphorism that you may take on board, that every risk has embedded in it an opportunity. And the nature of our world is such that technology has made everything abundant. We don't realize it, but the abundance that exists today is of an order of magnitude that is almost incomprehensible. I don't want to give you 30 examples of that, but you can, when you start thinking about it, that's the case. And therefore you need to start thinking exponentially and not in a linear manner. You know, you can't think in terms of 5%, 10%, 15% growth. The winners of tomorrow are going to be those who think 5x, 10x, 20x, 1000x. Because there's so much disruption. Everything is disrupting. I'll give you just 3 examples. Finance is disrupting like never before. The entire base of finance was, there's an institution, there is intermediation, there are brokers, there are counterparties, and there are people interacting. All of this has gone. Decentralized finance is a reality. We somehow have lost our way and think about it as crypto or as Bitcoin or as Luna, which lost 99% of its value, or we think of that crypto queen who has decimated billions of dollars of people's fortune. But the reality is that we want to build trust. Why would I not build a trust with Nilesh or with Deepjee or with Nanda Sir? I trust them. Why do I need intermediaries, institutions, brokers, and all this cost creating interfaces before I can reach them and interact with them and actually do transactions with them? If you think about DeFi as that interaction, then it's a very different world, right? And so disruption is happening in finance at scale. And it's happening in periods of time which are extremely short. Education is being disrupted comprehensively. It was the most broken part of human existence because we didn't have enough means, enough content, enough access, enough ability to create new content on the fly and change it. Healthcare. We have always practiced sick care. We wait for people to get sick, and then we give them medicine, then we give them hospitalization, then we give them instruments, all of that. That is comprehensively getting disrupted and becoming healthcare. There's a company which will upload your entire genome, your entire gut microbiome, all the markers of your blood, and everything that defines you as an entity or as a human, so that any doctor anywhere in the world who you need to consult can do so with some intelligence. Just think about it. Every time your doctor becomes too old, or you need to switch doctors, or you're in a different town, it's impossible. You don't carry your medical history anywhere. And the little tip diagnostics that they do by looking at your pulse and doing all of this has no meaning. So the entire aspect of healthcare is getting disrupted. And you'll see this getting disrupted in almost every field. We had not stopped talking about manufacturing 3.0. We are already into 4. We're already into 5. I had a presentation day before yesterday on manufacturing 5.0, and we were dazzled. It's a new world, completely new world. The productivity increases can be multiple X times. So disruption is the first big risk and an opportunity, because many more of us can get engaged on the other side of the disruption. So I would request that all of you who have power, change the name of your risk management committees to Risks and Opportunity Committee. I've done that in many cases. And it works. The whole mindset changes. Because opportunity is equally important as risk on the other side. The second big risk is today inflation, which has been caused by a tsunami of money being released on all of us. The human race never had this much currency floating around, this much money made available. In the last 2 years, the United States printed more dollars than they'd ever printed before in history. And the record of many European nations and even of India has not been, India has been much better, let me say. We do need to take credit for that. But the difference between the financial economy and the real economy has become so stark that the common man is experiencing inflation. The big boys are finding that they are now part of $1 trillion, $2 trillion companies, which we had not even comprehended, $1 trillion market cap company. So that's a big risk, also an opportunity. Because how do we make sure that access to all these public services gets available? So these are, I mean, there are 2 or 3 risks there. There was the pandemic made us do various things. We created new healthcare infrastructure, etc. The biggest risk that all of us face every day is the cybersecurity risk. Today, the physical risks and cyber risks have to be seen in parallel. You have to be able to comprehensively comprehend that the cyber risk is the real risk, because all of us are dealing everything digitally. All of us are creating metaverses. All of us are creating an ability to work on UPI or on the ONDC, which, I mean, amazingly, almost every large retailer, including Flipkart, has agreed to join into. So everything will be absolutely digital. And so all the thoughts that we have about physical security have to be migrated to the digital metaverse that we will all be interacting with in a very short period of time. Now, all of these are risks. And there are many more, but I won't dwell on them. You can yourself think of the catastrophic risks that your organizations face. So there's this risk and opportunities framework. Now, how do you deal with it as internal auditors or as auditors? Let's drop the word internal. How do you deal with it? You deal with it by examining the nodes at which handshakes are happening in the digital world. This is a very important sentence to comprehend. Ultimately, what does the digital world do? It does not have Rahul holding my hand and making me shake it with somebody else's hand. I shake my hand directly with Rahul. So I need to be sure that Rahul is safe to shake hands with. And Rahul needs to make sure that I'm safe. So it is at this node that safety has to be, and trust and reliability and counterparty exchange being certain. So it's critical that we start thinking of cybersecurity in this manner. Today, we can't operate our infrastructure without digital IT-enabled processes. Simply not possible. The ransomware happens because people threaten that I'm going to stop your ability to use your own infrastructure, which is digital. That's why everybody gets ready to pay ransom, right? So it's critical that we examine these aspects and make sure that nobody can encroach into our territory. Firewalls, encryption, making sure that even data which is silent, not being used, is encrypted. If somebody steals it and makes misuse of it, it's a terrible crisis. And so it's critical to rethink how you create the safety and security in the cybersecurity space. I've just recommended through CII that we should create a global utility which talks about examples of cyber attacks and how different companies masking their reality actually address them. And that point was very well recognized, because today people feel frightened to even admit that they have been attacked. And actually, there are only two kinds of companies: those who have been hacked and those who do not admit that they've been hacked. That's it. These are only two categories. And so this is such a comprehensive new opportunity for us as internal auditors. And remember that the new context is work from anywhere, not work from home or work from office, but work from anywhere. 2 weeks ago, I met this lady who tells me that I'm a nomad, I'm a digital nomad. So I've decided to work from 10 different geographies every month. And she's effective. All she needs is access to the internet. And she's on. And she's fully effective. So the challenge that has emerged is we need to make it comfortable and possible to deal with and work in this new world of working from anywhere. The second thing that we as internal auditors need to do to make comprehensive change is to not get wedded to our annual plan. You know, most of us create an annual plan of audit, right? And then you take it to your audit committee and the audit committee approves it and then you execute the plan. But साल के बीच में 10 रिस्क नए आ गए, तो उसको आप कैसे संभालोगे? What is the way to keep your entire audit plan dynamic and completely in tune with the new risks that you are capturing? And how do you keep a track of all these new risks? That has become the challenge of auditing. You need to create that multiple windows to the world, which will make you cognizant of risks and opportunities. And it does not happen automatically. And you can't wait for somebody to write about it. It has to be done on the fly. And it has to be done absolutely on the fly. And therefore, dynamic internal audit plans based on the identified risks and opportunities. Completely new paradigm that I'm placing before you, because the subject that was assigned to me is How will you do internal audit tomorrow? Not what you did yesterday. Third thing that you will have to comprehensively change is to make sure that you are able in some way to enhance the execution and reporting of your internal audit findings in a way that there is zero latency. You know, people talk about that 20-page, somebody talked about the 20-page report, which is your, but that is what needs to be disrupted. You need to make sure that your findings are so challenging and so earth-shaking that the organization wants to adopt them right now. Cannot wait for audit report bana, फिर managers ने देखा, फिर ऊपर किसी ने CEO ने हाँ किया, CFO ने हाँ ना बोली, जो भी है, और फिर audit committee में जाता है, और फिर audit committee कुछ बोलती है, और फिर आप implementation चालू करते हैं, बहुत लेट हो जाता है. It is critical that we change our reporting cycles and you remove the latency in the reporting so that the value to the organization comes right now, today. And therefore, very important to use dashboards, use AI, use ML, use bots, use all of this. Standard formats, comprehensible interactions, things that you can actually bring to the table fresh, so that you are seen as a force of newness, of a force for innovation, a force for being in touch with the world as it is emerging. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the challenge before all of us. And that's the challenge which I like very much, sitting on both sides alternatively. It's very interesting for me to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed a big peek into the future. And I'm sure everybody has gained a lot from this. May I now request Shweta Jain ma'am to kindly propose a very well-deserved vote of thanks.
Thank you, thank you, Rahul bhai. Very good morning, everyone. It's really my pleasure, rather, I should say, it's a privilege to propose this very pleasant task as a vote of thanks. Firstly, I would like to thank Chairman Internal Audit Committee, CS Nanda sir, for allowing us to host this conference in our Western region under a very thoughtfully designed theme of the conference, New Age Value Creator for Business. So, sir, let me tell you, we are also in completely lined up with the Central Council team, and we set out our theme this year as a leap, which is a leap towards excellence, achievement, and development, which is a well-perceived program and combination of our 5 goals. And out of this 5 goals, one is how we can equip our chartered accountant to provide a business value-added services or complete a business provider solution. So thank you, sir, for your sharing and sparing your valuable time for us. Especially thanks for your motivating shairis. So moving further, I would like to extend my gratitude to CA Shailesh Haribhakti, sir, for your keynote address. So what we understood from you or some takeaways, I can summarize in some 5 points. So the first I can say is time has come to switch out from traditional, and we have to take pace towards technology, which is an integral part of the internal audit. The second is entity-based accounting will be disrupted totally, and ecosystem-driven accounting needs to be adopted. And the third, auditing needs to be done with the 6 lenses, which you have explained. The fourth is we have to bring the value on the table, then only we'll be able to meet expectations of the board from as an auditor. So, and the fifth, where everything is disrupting in accounting world, finance world, even educational world, we can survive only if we could be able to build that trust. Sir, you can correct me if my understanding is not in line with. So thank you so much for your wonderful deliberation and your time, valuable time sparing with us. Thank you so much. We are concluding our first session here. Quickly, we are starting a second session immediately, just with some dice changes. Thank you.
बंद कर बंद हो जाएगा ये ना वहाँ चल रहा है अभी ये चलना चाहिए ना वहाँ पे आपसे वही तो बता रहा हूँ रुको पहले क्या है ये इसका आउटपुट को बंद करना चाहिए इसको नीचे रख दो इसको नीचे रख दो
Hello. Check. Hello. Hello.
I request my council colleague Sanjay Nikam, Zehra, please escort to our panelist and speaker, CA Rajiv Gupta and Pankaj Kumar sir on the dais. Please sit on the dais. Please settle down. Sanjay Nikam, sir, please. Pankaj sir, please. Yeah. So I welcome all of you on the first technical session, a peek into the future of internal audit. We have with us CA Rajiv Gupta and CA Pankaj Kumar sir. I thank both of you for accepting our invitation and come all the way here for all of us. Thank you so much. So before starting formal sessions, I request to Zehra to please introduce our faculty, CA Rajiv Gupta and Pankaj Kumar, sir.
Good morning, members and participants. As CS Nanda said, and even Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti, that we live in an era of epical changes which demand an evolution of the internal audit profession. If we as auditors will be more reactive to the changes and will change proactively, we will not only survive but also consolidate a competitive advantage. Let's hear more about it from our speaker for today's session. We are pleased to welcome our distinguished speaker, Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Vice President and Head Internal Audit at Flipkart, who will share his expert views on how technology has impacted the business environment, rising risk and challenges for internal audit. Mr. Rajiv Gupta is an author, speaker, and a leader in governance and risk management. He has worked as Senior Vice President Global Audits at DIGO, Head of Internal Controls for India and Southwest Asia at Coca-Cola, and Assurance Manager with PwC India and London. He is a Chartered Accountant, Certified Fraud Examiner, Certified Information System Auditor, Certified in COVID File, and holds a Diploma in Information Systems Audit. He is the author of the Technical Guide on Internal Audit of Beverage Industry, published by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in December 2013. He is also a guest speaker with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ISACA, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, Institute of Internal Auditor, Software Asset Management Strategy, Europe, and National Academy for Direct Taxes. With this, I request the chairman with this, I request Shweta Jain to help me in welcoming Mr. Rajiv Gupta with a moment.
I recognize the presence of our Central Council member, Durgesh Kabra, sir. So please take charge for the session.
Sound okay.
Hello, hi, good morning, everyone. So thank you, Murtaza ji, for for inviting me to join all of you here, and thank you, Nanda ji, thank you, Shailendra ji, for setting the context. I will try my level best, Nanda ji, to match your energy, but I think I need some extra dose of Chamanprash over next few days and weeks to to reach nearby. So what I will do to set the context for today's session, I will be sharing 1-minute video on something called deep fake, and then we will be using that to set the context for remaining 29 minutes or so. Yeah.
I am not Morgan Freeman,
No.
and what you
Can
see
you
is
can't hear
not
the
real.
voice.
Well,
Just check.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
So in this video, in this 1-minute video, the gentleman you saw was not Norman Freeman. It was somebody else. And how this video was actually made, do you want to see that? Yes? Okay. So this is how it was actually made.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
So ladies and gentlemen, with that, welcome to the world of synthetic reality, a world which is getting powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning, a world which is getting powered by the technologies like these deep fakes, which are again getting powered by AI and ML. And everything which I'm going to talk about in next 25-30 minutes, everything is getting powered by what? Data. Nothing in AI, ML, deepfakes, or neural networks, nothing in this space works without data. And that is why you will see whether it's a startup or it's a big business houses in India like Tata's or the Reliance of the world, why everybody is going digital. Because everybody has realized, we used to hear earlier, data is the new oil. This is the reason why data is the new oil. Because without the data, And without bringing the entire data together, you cannot reach Gen Z. And the future belongs to Gen Z. Even today, as of today, there are approximately 25% of our workforce in any company comprises of Generation Z, the ones that many of you are already sitting here. And that is why all the companies, even though they are successful in their standard FMCG or other heavy industries, they are also moving towards digital world. Tata has launched Tata Neo. Reliance is also coming big way. And I see some initial indicators of Adani also coming big way, going to come big way in this field. So everybody has realized that if they have to be successful in future, which is going to be powered by AI and ML, they have to have data together. Now you may say, Rajiv, there are many companies which are already running on SAPs of the world and the Oracles of the world. So they have data. There are many companies which are running on Tally, BZ and other software. So they have data. Why you are saying the companies have to have data together? So the beauty is in all these companies, whether they are running on the ERPs or the standalone applications, the problem with 99% of those organizations is the data is standalone. Even though it is in the ERPs, it is still standalone. What does that mean? It means those companies, they are using it for that vertical. If, for example, a data which relates to procurement, what we standard call P2P, procure to pay process, more often than not, it is only the procurement team which is using that data. If there is data which is lying in FICO, the finance module of SAP, it is more often than not either the controllership is using it or the finance CFO's vertical is using it. Nobody else. But these data-driven organizations, they are the ones who are saying we are not verticals, we are not departments, we are one company. So they are taking a step back and saying, okay, some of my data is lying here, some of my data is lying there, and some of the data is lying on the internet. Can I bring all these three things together? And you see, after this conference today evening, if you just think about it, what I'm saying, you will see all the successful startups today. This is what they are doing, nothing else. They're bringing the entire data together. And there is one more component I will cover in next few minutes. These are the two things any startup or any standard organization which want to foray into the data world or the artificial intelligence world. These are the only two things they are doing. There is nothing else. You can think of any startups or any successful ventures in last 15 to 20 years, which have gone into trillions of dollars of market cap or whatever it is. So with that background, when I share some of these thoughts, and I was actually smiling when Shailesh ji were sharing some of these concepts, and I will be talking a bit more detail like decentralized finance and all those things. Many times, many audit professionals, they say, Rajiv, what you are saying, okay, it may come in the future, and some of us who are more tech savvy may like to go into it. But we love what we are doing, and we are expert in doing what we are doing. But the problem is, even Nokia was expert in what they were doing. Even Ambassador car was one of the best cars. I still love it if I get to sit in two cars. One is Ambassador and another is any new age car. I love Ambassador. But people in general, they wanted to move on. They wanted the changes to happen. So they were top brand at particular point in time, but then they could not. Kodak, for example, they were best at particular point in time in the photography field, but they didn't change as per the time. So with that context, what I strongly feel, we don't have an option. Why we don't have an option? Because if you see every technology, and please, if you understand this concept very well, today we are talking about AI, ML and deepfakes. Tomorrow we may be talking about something else, but you will understand how this cycle works. Any technology is emerging technology only for first 10 or 12 years. After that, it becomes a commodity. So in those first 10 to 12 years, all of you have an option to gain premium. if you adopt any new technology during those 10, 12 years, you have an option to gain premium in terms of, if you are a consultant, so you can get can get higher fees versus others who are not expert in that technology. Or if you are internal auditor or, internal or maybe into finance department or something, then you can gain that premium internally in terms of better, position, better grades, better, incentives and so on. And it actually works. Example, when I cleared my CA, that time MS-DOS was the dying one. Yeah. And something very beautiful was picking up, and it was called Microsoft Office. And it was pleasure to see someone playing like a guitar on Microsoft Excel. And I was like, I used to search which button to press to get a formula and all those things. So that was my Microsoft Excel knowledge when I cleared my CA. And that is when I wanted to join a CA firm, I was asked, okay, you have cleared CA, so one tick mark is there. Do you know Microsoft Office well? I said, no, I have very basic knowledge. So they rejected me. So what I did, I said, oh, no problem. So I went out to a private institute. I had spent 2 months and I learned all these 3 things. So I paid, guys. I paid to learn MS Excel, Word, and how to make PowerPoint presentation. And then my CV became very glorious. Why? Because I knew MS Office also. So I could say, I am a chartered accountant who knows MS Office. And I got the next job, whichever I wanted. So the point is, that time MS Office was emerging technology. So I got a premium. Earlier I got rejected and then I got a premium. But today, if you even think of writing in your CV that I am a chartered accountant and knows how to run, how to make a PowerPoint presentation, somebody will say ki Baba aapne khud nahi banaya CV. Nobody writes what I wrote, when I cleared my CA. Why you're not writing that all of you are expert in Excel? Why you're not writing that your typing speed is X words per minute, which used to be a unique selling proposition when I became a chartered accountant. My uncle said, Rajiv, you firstly do typewriting course. Then only you will be able to run a laptop faster. Fortunately, I didn't, go by my uncle's advice that time, and I went for actually MS Office program. In a year or two, those typewriters died. So the point is, now that time's emerging technology is no longer emerging technology. Now my daughter, who's in class 7, she types in Word faster than me. When I was in class 7, I was just knowing some black screens, maybe MS-DOS or something. So the point is, today is that era. What was for me Microsoft Office that time, for all of you, AI ML is the same thing. But one thing you have to keep in mind, AI and ML came into existence somewhere around 2010 or 12. And we are in 2022. So the global estimates, the experts estimate is the premium for you to adopt AI ML and then go to market as a professional. That premium is available only for next 2 to 3 years max. After that, it will become a commodity, very much like Microsoft Office. So after 2-3 years, maybe around 2025, if you say, I am a CA who also knows AI ML, everybody will say, the hiring company, Baba, that is the bare minimum expectation. Aage batao, iske alawa kya kiya? Today, you will get a premium. And that is a point I want to, drive home, that this cycle works for 10 to 12 years. It is proven, and it's based on research. And here's a quick screenshot from the report published by World Economic Forum. And the report name is the Future of Jobs Report. It is available on Google free of cost. I have given the link at the bottom. Among various charts which I like about this report, I want to draw your attention towards the right-hand side of the screen and the ones which I have marked in red. And then please draw your attention towards the left-hand side where I have marked in green. Can any one of you would like to make a guess why World Economic Forum is saying these jobs, for example, accounting, auditing, even Shailesh ji said, statutory, Nanda ji said, statutory auditors, auditing ki demand is reducing, but the internal auditors demand is increasing. So World Economic Forum's report is, saying something similar. So the demand for standard accounting jobs, standard auditing job will decline. Financial analysts job will decline, but what will increase? Data analysts, big data specialists, digital transformation, project managers, and so on. Any one of you would like to make a guess why they are saying so? Any pattern you are seeing? Or any reason you can guess? Anyone? And this is not an exam, so even if it is wrong, it is wrong. It's okay. Hanji sir. Sorry? Make better decisions. Make better decisions. Sir, utilization of data, but project manager kya data utilize karega? है ना? Project manager हो गया. So आपका point for first 2-3 अच्छा है. For example, the digital transformation specialist, it works. For data analyst, it works. But data to auditor भी utilize करता है. But why they are saying data auditor and accountant's job will decline? And this is for 2025. Yes, sir. Yeah, madam. Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Anything which is standard, anything which is repeatable will go to RPA. It is already going. It will 100% go. Today, I also, actually, I feel sense of accomplishment, in a day if I am working for 10 hours, let me be honest. If I do 2-3 hours of mundane task, I feel kuch to kiya hai. Because the creative task is not visible, please understand. Because ki output dikhta nahi hai. But when you are doing mundane task, for example, clearing my emails, 50 emails cleared in 1 hour, it is useless task, but I enjoy it. Why? Because I feel sense of accomplishment. Done. 50 emails taken care. What will happen, as sir you rightly said? Anything, again, only two criteria. Any task which is standard and which is repeatable, it will go to robots. And now please connect with what Nanda ji said. There's a difference between what a statutory auditor does and what an internal auditor does. In case of statutory audit, you tell me, whose job is more standard? Is it statutory auditor's job or the internal auditor's job? Statutory auditor's job, yeah. Majority vote, I believe, is with that, because they have to follow a template. They have to follow a reporting mechanism, whether it is CARO, whether it is, SOX or whatever. Those mechanisms have to be followed. Those standards have to be followed. And then without much application of brain, much application versus internal audit, you have to do it. Now you may say, Rajiv, nahi, application of brain to hota hai, but uske liye AI hai. RPA is also of two types. One is RPA without brain, which means you just tell him 2 + 2 is 4, which means you tell that software that these are the files to be opened, these are the columns to be picked, and these are columns to be pasted. For example, whether you want to paste in SAP, whether you want to paste in Oracle, or whether you want to paste in Excel. Whatever slides I am, for example, flipping, the way I am flipping, if I tell that software once, the software can repeat it. Anything which you tell him ki every day, Baba, you have to do exactly this manner, RPA without brain can do it. It is already doing it for many companies, but right now only big companies are doing, because second criteria, which is repeatable. Repeatability is more there in case of bigger companies. For example, Flipkarts and the Amazons of the world, we have much more number of invoices to be processed today versus a smaller company. And hence it makes sense, financial sense for companies like us to use bots versus smaller company जिसने दिन में 10 invoice raise करने हैं या 10 purchase order बनाने हैं. For 10 purchase orders, if they buy a bot will be expensive for them as compared to hiring a BCom graduate, maybe not even graduate. Yeah. But for companies like Amazons and the Flipkarts of the world, where thousands and lakhs of POs and the invoices are getting generated and loadouts are happening, there, how many undergraduates we will hire? And there may be lack of standardization because human beings, and hence errors can happen. But bot is a software. It will not make a mistake. But the problem for us as internal auditors is, are we trained to audit a bot? See, today, if I am auditing the invoicing process, I'm picking few samples. When I'm picking few samples, I found some errors. So I know whom to hold responsible. In my report, I can say person responsible, Mr. ABC, and his department manager. But tomorrow, not tomorrow, even today in companies like Flipkart and Amazon, if we find the invoicing error, or we find error in purchase order upload into our ERP, whom we will hold responsible? Because there is no human being who is processing it. There is a software. Can I hold software responsible for it? Whom I will hold responsible? Baba, next time, please don't do this mistake. It's a software. The bug can happen. So that is where the challenge for internal auditors comes in, that the company for which you are auditing, or the companies for which you are providing consulting, if they are moving to any of these technologies, are you equipped to take care of the risks which that new technology is bringing? The biggest problem, let me share with you, in the RPA, even if you are hired today to do an RPA audit for any company, even sitting here, there is a 99% chance you can write one high risk audit issue even today, right now. And that high risk issue is, there is no disaster recovery plan. 99% chance this issue will be there, high risk. What does that mean? There were 10 people who were raising purchase orders earlier. Okay, you removed all of them and you brought in robots. Now robot is doing the purchase order creation. Unfortunately, there was a ransomware attack, or there was some other power cut, or some short circuit happened, and that bot went down. Now bot went down. Who will now do the purchase order creation? Who will now do whatever task for which you had put in that bot? But 10 people to you have already thrown out. Who will do? Nobody thinks about it. At least 99% of the companies don't plan about it. They think कि bot लगा दिया तो ये तो lifetime चलेगा lifetime. But bot ultimately is a software, and that software is running on a hardware. So hardware can fail for sure. Software can fail for sure. But are we making disaster recovery plan? Is there a backup plan? No. So these are the few examples of the type of risk we need to be aware of any emerging technology which your company or your clients are adopting. Some of the mega trends, and Shailesh sir, touched upon it. I will, quickly add to that. Any company or any industry, not industry, any company in this world, whether it is in India or outside, today, if they want to grow exponentially, as Shailesh sir were also sharing, that today we have to talk about the exponential growth. So any company which wants to capture exponential growth, they know they have to take care of two things. Number one, they have to provide convenience to the customer. Any company which can provide you convenience versus your current vendor, that company is going to win. For example, why Ola Uber won versus the standard taxis, those yellow taxis? In every city we were having yellow taxis, they got replaced by Olas and Ubers of the world. Why? Because they provided convenience to us. Why Zomato, Swiggy are growing like anything? Because they provided convenience to us. You will sit, you keep watching your match, and everything you want to eat will be served to you. Yeah. So convenience economy, that is the first part. So either all these startups, they are trying to provide you convenience. Second thing is, or they are trying to solve your problem. If you have any problem, they are trying to solve it, and hence they are becoming successful, because then you will not like to leave them because they are solving your problem. Now just think about it. Whether you think about Airbnb, whether you think of even the Book My Show or Zomato's, Swiggy's, you think of any company, what Tata Neu has done. They have brought in all their service offerings together. So what they are trying to do, two things together. One, they're trying to give you convenience. Otherwise, you had to had 10 different applications. Now they're saying you open Tata Neu and you will get everything together. Secondly, they're trying to solve various problems as well. This company, Blinkit, why 10 minutes delivery? Zepto, why 10 minutes delivery? All of us don't need 10 minutes delivery, but there are some who don't plan very well. Or toothpaste khatam ho gaya. Many of us, I'm sure, would be bringing it as part of our monthly grocery and all those things. But there are some who may not be that planned. So they are solving problem for those. So these are the only two options, only two ways any company today or tomorrow will grow exponentially. And that is why the Reliances and the Tatas and the Adanis and the Amazons and the Flipkarts and Zomato and all these, they will keep improving. Another example. Madam, how much time I have? So, sure. Another example. Google Map, all of us use. But recently they have added one feature. Earlier they were showing that where are on your route, where you can find petrol pumps. It was already there. But recently they have added one more problem solving thing into it. Can you guess? Any one of you noticed? Sorry? Superb, sir. Thank you so much. It says busy or not busy. Because you are going to office, your car mein petrol is not there and you are getting late for meeting. So you want both the things, petrol bhi dalna hai, meeting pe bhi time pe pahunchna hai. GPS told Baba 5 minutes mein petrol pump is there. You reach petrol pump, pata laga there are 20 cars ahead of you. So you get pissed off. Arey bhai, if somebody would have told me that this petrol pump is busy, I would have gone to the next one. So they heard, Google heard that customers are having this problem. So they solved it. Now, wherever they are showing a petrol pump, they are, you just zoom it. It will also give you a, sort of a dialog box which says busy or not busy. That is how problems are getting solved. These are the ways companies are proving that we care. And the companies which care, they will keep growing exponentially. That is how the world is moving. Now, touching upon what Shailesh sir also said, metaverse, and I am very close to it because I recently lost a lot of money in this virtual world. Whichever coin is dipping, whichever metaverse dipping, I am a little bit investor in everything. But I have stopped looking at it because I have given Hindi mein santvana to me that even stock market is down, whether in India or outside, everything is down. And then I search for those shares which are in the biggest dip. So I forgot the name. In US, there is one of the companies where I'm a small time shareholder. So I have lost 75% there recently, only last week. So I'm using that 75% loss to console myself. कि अरे भाई उस इतनी बड़ी company में lose हो गया तो blockchain में भी lose हो गया तो कोई बात नहीं है. But the point is, the bigger point which I want to drive is, blockchain actually is the world in which is actually the future in which the world is moving. Firstly, and the most important thing is Gen Z is getting hooked to metaverse. They were already into gaming. They were already into augmented reality in VR, and you would have seen in almost every shopping mall, you have this section where people are enjoying AR VR games. Yeah. And there are many people who have bought it at their homes, and they are having nice big TV screens, and they are enjoying it. So Gen Z is the future, and for Gen Z, AR VR is the present, metaverse is the future. They are already investing in it. Realizing this, you think of any big company in India or outside, any big company, including McDonald's, including PwC. They are already investing in metaverse. PwC has bought a land in metaverse. Many of these companies have bought land, Walmart. Samsung has opened their store. So they have a flagship store in US, the real store. They have created a replica of that store on metaverse. McDonald's, they said, if my future customer is going to live in metaverse, how I can feed him? Because bhook to lagegi when they are playing full day or when they are working from home. Today you are working from home, you are digital, but you are 2D, length and breadth. You're not 3D. metaverse will make you 3D. So you will go inside the screen. So in the metaverse world, you can also work from home, but everybody will get the feel that you are in office, obviously through your avatars. And so if you are 8 hours, you are working from home, but you are actually in metaverse, you also will get hungry. If you get hungry at home, you pick up your phone and you order from McDonald's or whatever. So they said, okay, let us open a store in metaverse itself. So when in metaverse, you're walking to office, you will get a McDonald's store there. So you can order your burger on in the inside metaverse, and it will be delivered where? Physically at your home, because in real life, though, you're sitting at home. So that is the connection they are building. Please understand that. And that is where the amazing role of IT auditor will come in. Ki Baba, how this connection is working? Because someone is ordering in the metaverse, that order is getting passed on to the order management system of McDonald's, and then the burger is getting shipped and delivered to the person where he's sitting in reality. So that is where your FMCG companies, your clients, your organizations are moving. So it is high time for us that we understand how these technology works and what are the risks which these technology bring. Because otherwise, if tomorrow, suppose you join McDonald's, you join Fidelity or join Facebook or any of these companies, and they say, can you please guide us? What are the risks which are there because we are implementing metaverse? You will say, well, we just heard someone talking about it in national conference. Uske baad humne kuch nahi kiya. So then you will lose the premium. And as I said, premium is available only for next 2 to 3 years. So it is high time for us that we look into the premium part of it. Decentralized finance, as Shailesh ji were also referring to. Very soon, our banking system will get a very strong competition. Strong competition is already there right now, but it is not strong as of now. But very soon that competition will become very strong because of what? Smart contracts. Please make a note in case you're not aware of it. You can Google it after today's conference. Smart contract, whether even if you don't want to go into the blockchain world, ladies and gentlemen, please at least learn about smart contracts, because smart contract is something which any company will adopt sooner or later. And forget about premium, it will become a commodity very soon. Smart contracts are again powered by blockchains as a technology. So your company doesn't have to move to metaverse to adopt smart contracts. Smart contracts will ease life. It is going to ease supply chain, legal and other matters. So very soon your legal department is or supply chain department is gonna start using smart contracts. So please make yourself well aware of what is this technology, what are these smart contracts, and what are the risks which come along with the smart contracts. Only then you will be able to guide your companies. Cyber security mein one thing I wanted to add, and please hear that very carefully. Cyber security is nothing new. The day internet came in, cyber risk also came in. Cyber risk comes only because of internet. If your laptop, mobile doesn't have internet, there is no cyber risk. Yeah. If you cannot connect to the external world. So for example, if there is no pen drive you are using, there is no external device you are using. If there is no internet you are using, your laptop, your mobile is standalone, just like Nokia ka 2000 rupees ka hota tha na mobile. If you are having mobile like that, there is no cyber risk. But today, all your smartphones have cyber risk. All your laptops, servers have cyber risk. So cyber risk is there for 20 plus years. So why I'm talking about today, because one change has happened recently. And what is that change is, earlier what used to happen, a hacker wrote a code. Usne code likha bada zabardast tha to hack. And he spread that code onto the internet so that koi bhi company jiske patches weak honge ya koi individual galti se us link pe click kar dega, so that machine or that server will get hacked. But what they realized, that every company is becoming smarter and their IT department is becoming smarter. So there are hardly any big company which is left, which is not properly patched. So all the efforts of writing a code, throwing it on the internet was not giving them a lot of results. So what they said, let us bring artificial intelligence into it. So now ransomware attacks are getting powered by AI. What does that mean? Simple language, it means he wrote a software, but he wrote some lines of code which relates to AI. And what AI does, it says, okay, it reaches company A and it is successful. So very good. It is, that company is now hacked. Second company has implemented all the patches. Or, for example, it is trying to go through port A. It finds that the port A is closed. So it is not saying, oh, attack failed. It is learning, okay, port A is closed. What should I do now? So that code is not coming back to the programmer. Code is learning on the go. Okay, I am attacking from this side. Oh, ye to block hai. Let me try, shayad second door khula hoga. Oh, second door bhi close hai. Okay, let me try third. Let me try fourth. So it is learning on the go. And these type of ransomware attacks are lethal because they don't have to come back to the programmer. Programmer wrote it once, added lines of code which relates to machine learning as well, and then his job is done. किसी ना किसी कंपनी ने कोई ना कोई पोर्ट तो खुला रहने दिया होगा, not by mistake, but because of their business requirements. Why business requirements? There are many companies which are allowing their vendor partners also to connect with them. Today is the world of interconnection. Why I should raise a purchase order to a vendor and then email that purchase order? No, it's a world of EDA, electronic data interchange, EDI. So the moment my stock level is down, my vendor should be able to see it. And the moment he raises an invoice, my system should be able to directly book it. That is what EDI is. And I'm sure many of you would have read about it. If not, please read this as well. Electronic data interchange. That is not future, that is already there. But it is very important for us to understand the risk which it brings, both from IT perspective as well as the process perspective. So this is the type of world in which we are living, where any risk and every risk is getting powered by AI. Yeah. So if every risk is getting powered by AI, so why you have to be away from it? Let me see. Ma'am, do I have 5 more minutes or? 5. Quickly, I will say few points from this. These are very, very practical, that some of the risks which you see because of these emerging technologies. I will not talk about all. Maybe one is data bias. Data bias, as I said, every company is now becoming data-driven company. They are trying to bring all the data together, but bias is there. For example, if you Google it after this session, you will see when was it Google or someone, there was one company which made the face recognition software. Yeah. And the type of data means photographs, which were fed into that software. What that software did, when an African person, when his photo was shown or clicked by that software, unfortunately that software said this is a chimpanzee. Yeah. And it became a big case, big issue for that company, and they had to apologize, this and that. But that is one wonderful example of bias. Artificial intelligence and machine learning is intelligent only to the extent of data which is fed. They don't have their own intelligence. There is a program which says how you will be using the data which has been provided to you. The program doesn't have its own intelligence. It learns from the past. It learns from the past. And if in the past you have shown that these are the pictures which actually represents a chimpanzee, that is a problem. And that is why you will see any company which is foraying into the field of AI and ML, initially their error rate is very high. It doesn't mean unki us company ki intention kharab hai, corrupt company hai, ethics hi nahi hai. No. It is the fundamental problem with the way AI ML works. There is always data bias in it. So that is why more data it gets, better it becomes in terms of making decisions. So it is highly data dependent, and hence in the first few weeks, months or years, depending on how quickly it is getting the data, it can make wrong decisions. and that can vary. We can always tweak, if you know the ML programming, if you learn machine learning programming, you can always tweak that which program to use to reduce the error rate from say 20% to 10% to 5% to 1% and so on. So those tweaking you can do over a period of time as you keep getting more and more data. What else? Data privacy risk. This is the last point from this slide. It is a real risk. Why? Because all these startups, they used to feel that, oh, we have so much data, let me see how I can make best possible use of it to earn more and more money. Facebook was very notorious earlier, and that is why there were a lot of cases with data privacy related cases which were filed against it. So there were many companies who were trying to see, oh, I got this data also, how I can monetize that data. And that was creating a lot of data privacy issues. You must have heard few years ago, one of the Hollywood stars, she was living in a mansion, and she was going on vacation. So she clicked a photo of herself on the airport, saying goodbye to all her fans and saying on vacay to XYZ place for 5 days. That served as an invitation to the thieves. The very same night, because everybody saw, it was on Instagram. So everybody got to know, including the thief, that, oh, madam to hai nahi ghar pe 5 din. To hame jaldi kya hai? Aram se chori karenge. And it actually happened. No? You can Google it. So the very same night, they broke into her house, and in all these European and US countries, all these mansions, they are very far from each other. So they very comfortably, they broke into her house, pura khana pina khaya, beer वगैरह पिया, जो भी उसके fridge में था, they enjoyed everything because they were sure madam is not coming back for next 5 years or 5 days. In our case, when we are going for a marriage or even for a vacation, thief at least get to know कि baba ghar is locked, but he doesn't know whether if you are coming back after 2 years watching a movie, after 2 days watching a movie, or after 5 days because you have gone to Goa. So he's always in hurry in India. But thief got full freedom in this case because he knew madam is there for 5 days. Let me enjoy money. Yeah. So that is the data, one of the example of data privacy concerns, and hence a lot of measures have to be taken by any company which is collecting a lot of customer or the user data. A lot of controls have to be implemented, and that is the very first risk which even from the compliance angle have to be taken care, because there are a lot of implications in terms of the penalties and all those things which the company has. So to summarize, ladies and gentlemen, 2 things. Yeah, if you see whatever I talked about, there are two key messages coming from it. Number one, upskilling is required, but and it is not required because it is good to have now. It is required because it is becoming important to stay relevant. I was amazed when Shailesh ji were talking so comfortably about decentralized finance, metaverse, Terra Luna. There are many who doesn't know that Terra Luna has lost by 99% unless they're unfortunate people like me who have actually lost money. So it was amazing to see that he has that zeal to continue learning, and that is what is actually required from all of us to stay relevant. Yeah, a new age expectations, and since he is also board member, he very clearly he also articulated. And me being on the other side of the board where I am representing to the audit committee, I could very easily connect with him that yes, the chairman of the audit committees and the independent directors of the audit committees, they are so aware of all these technologies, because they are not board member for one company. They are board members for 10, 15, 20 different companies, different industries. So they bring all those perspective, how one company is using technology and the risk which that company is having. If you are also using the same technology, are you taking care of the risk? Sometimes I have answers, sometimes I don't have answers. Where I don't have answers, I have to study those newer technologies, go prepared so that I stay relevant. So the new age expectations, are also contributing in making us to upskill continuously. Lastly, what does that mean? Does that mean all of you have to become, start writing Python and the R and all those coding? Not required. What you really need to do is, number one, understand the technology which your company is implementing or has implemented. Number two, what are the risks associated with that technology? One example I gave in my session about the RPA, that one of the very inherent risks which 99% of the company don't take care is preparing a disaster recovery plan. If that bot goes down, who will create the invoices or who will create the purchase orders and things like that? So that way, you don't really have to become expert in all technology, but working knowledge is absolutely essential so that you can understand what is getting implemented and what are the risks being brought by those technologies, and is the company doing enough to mitigate those risks. So, so I will take a pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Any quick question? Happy to take maybe one or two questions. Otherwise,
Yeah, you can take,
sure.
this also.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you. Afterwards, okay.
Because I can see so many questions online also.
Super. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajiv ji. Our Central Council member CA Durgesh Kabra is with us, and various chairman of various committee at ICI, including FRRB. I request him to please join us on the dais, and request to my council colleague CA Sanjay Nikam, please welcome him with the flower bouquet. Flower bouquet. And now request to Durgesh sir, if we can hear from you, please, sir.
Good afternoon to one and all. Shweta, Jaira, Pankaj, Rajiv and Sanjay. On the dais, all dignitaries, including the chairman of WIRC and the panel members of the next session, and all my dear professional brothers and sisters. See, I feel that what was the need of calling me to here? But since the chairman has said, sir, please do come for 2 minutes and do address to all the members. After a long time, there is a physical presence of members in some of the seminar or conference conducted by the WIRC. So I thought I should also not miss it. We are meeting and at least we'll come to know each other. Friends, I heard to some extent to Mr. Rajiv, and then I left with the chairman of this committee on the top. I have been called down again, but it is for sure that technology is the essence of our work today. If we do not follow the technology in our working, I'm sure 5 years down the lane, we will be nowhere. So it is must for all of us that whatever work we are doing in the assurance practice, please use the technology at the maximum level you can. The institute is also trying very hard to equip all the members with the technological tool. Hopefully, in this year, the members who are into the practice will be provided with the data analytics tools, will be provided with the audit documentation tools, will be provided with the practice management tool, and even with the digital library. And we are trying that all you get this at no cost. It doesn't mean that you don't take care of all these tools since you are getting free. Free is only for building the skill set of all of you, including me, and we perform our duties very judiciously by using all these tools which will be provided to all of you. We are taking various other initiatives at Center for Audit Quality, which is now going to be in Mumbai, of which I'm heading. I'm also chairman of Financial Reporting Review Board and of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Committee. So whoever wish to contribute for audit quality, feel free, connect with me, since it is going to be headquartered at Anveshak Cup Parade, and what is needed for improving the audit quality, may it be internal audit, may it be statutory audit, or any kind of assurance services. The quality is a sense. Nowhere quality, audit quality is defined in the world. We have come out with the audit quality maturity model. The ICAI has become first in the world to have a particular matured model. And on the basis of that matured model, the Indian Chartered Accountant firms, who are the auditors of listed entities, or the auditors of banks, who are the auditors of insurance companies, can evaluate themselves. This is a self-evaluation tool available to all of you. Will be self-evaluation tool till it is a mandatory, a recommendatory one. Once it becomes mandatory, then the review will be done, evaluation will be done by the third party. And once the evaluation is done after getting it mandatory, the level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 firms who are the audit firms, the name of all those firms will be posted on the website or hosted on the website of ICAI, and all the Indian Chartered Accountant firms will be having the level playing field available. You can judge your efficiency on the basis of various audit quality indicators which are mentioned over there. And I'm sure this will help you out to improvise your quality with respect to the audit and assurance services. There also, we had given more focus on DCMM, Digital Competency Maturity Model. Again, that model is developed by ICAI, and we are the first one to develop in the world, and is being used by the other countries and other chartered accountants organization across the world. They have taken the permission from us, and we feel proud that Indian chartered accountants and ICAI is now leading from the front. With this, thank you, friends, and thank you, WIRC. Thank you, Internal Audit Standard Boards, for giving me an opportunity to share my views with respect to this. And I wish a happy learning to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CA Durgesh Kabra sir, for addressing us. We have a very interesting topic coming up next. It is said that the purpose of artificial intelligence is to re-engineer the human mind. Let's hear more about it from our eminent speaker, who will talk about artificial intelligence in internal audit and the emerging technologies in the internal audit landscape. We have here with us Mr. Pankaj Kumar, Chief Internal Auditor and Chief Risk Officer with CEAT Limited. He leads the assurance, internal audit and risk management at CEAT, and his group companies located in India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, with offices across the globe. He is responsible for planning and delivery of internal audit mandate, enterprise risk management, and provides assurance across CEAT and his group companies. He is also an audit committee member of CEAT Kelani Holding Private Limited, Sri Lanka. He has done his master's in commerce, is a law graduate, and has diploma and certifications in management, blockchain, and risk management. Mr. Pankaj has a rich experience of over 28 years with working experience in functions like commercial, sales, marketing, accounts and finance, outsourcing internal audit and risk management as a leader. With this, I request CA Durgesh Kabra to help me in welcoming Mr. Pankaj Kumar with a memento.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Few people feeling sleepy on the back, is it so? Well, when this topic was given to me, AI and IA, I found one word common, which was A. And I thought at least audit is there on the both the sides. So we go AI, we go technology, the A is there on the both the sides. I heard today morning about value, many disruptions which my friend talked about. Coming from business, as I was getting introduced, I have worked almost 25 years in business, doing sales and marketing, commercial, then doing outsourcing for my company. So doing finance and accounts, which is the core function where audit connects to directly. Audit from the other side of the line, when I used to think, I always used to ask one thing from my team members when audit report used to come to me as an auditee. Was what is there that an auditor comes for 5 days or 10 days and gives me 10 issues, which we do not know in 365 days. This is my core competency. This is my function, this is my role. I am the sales head of a particular area or a commercial head of the country. And somebody, so that's the value an auditor has. He can find something in 10, 20 days of audit, which the business does not find in 365 days. There is something, a different lens and a scope. That's the first value which auditor adds. Second value which auditors add, now I'm crossed the line and being from business, we are fascinated about numbers. In business, it's only numbers, how much you have saved, how much you have sold, how much you have collected. Then I started quantifying the numbers from audit perspective. I told my team boss, look, and my team was, because as a traditional auditor, they were thinking that our goals are subjective. Audits, value add, audit committee, satisfaction, quality, etc., etc. I said, can we convert this into some quantify these things? And I can tell you that in 5 years, I've been able to quantify many of the audit things, and I can give the value in numbers now. I can tell you that one single observation, this has led to this much of saving for the company. This saving is one time, this saving can be concurrent. So only thing on the value part I wanted to add, which is not part of my presentation, is that we do not quantify, we do add value. And target to me and my team, which is not there in my KPA KRA, my audit committee has not told me to do that, is that can we recover the cost, what is incurred in internal audit, OPEX plus salaries plus consultancy fee, etc. And can we give more than that? And every year we achieve that. So that's value addition is there, quantification is missing, and we are very good in doing quantifying the things. Do it for yourself also. Thank you. So when I talk about internal audit artificial intelligence technology, we have been hearing since morning. Yes, it is there. We just cannot avoid technology. And then I was trying to connect few technologies to our function. So I was going from macro to micro and bit confused that in 30-35 minutes, how do I present this thing? So I said, let's go, we will travel from macro, we'll try to connect with our own function. What I see as an auditor on a day-to-day basis, what I can do, what I cannot do, can I use this technology for myself? Technologies are many. Is it going to help me? Is it going to be a disruptor for me and something like that? Now, these are few things which I found is definitely going to help us. So I will talk about technology, but how technology is going to help we as an auditor, I think, okay. Sorry, I'm in a habit of moving around and kind of thing. So trying to get a static at the mic. No issues.
You can.
Color mic is there? No, leave it. Don't let's put this. Okay. So these are some technologies which is directly going to, I will not use our disrupt, is going to help us. Now, what these technologies are all about? Let's have some brief. So augmented workforce. This is a kind of digital workforce which companies are doing. I will not read the lines. So they will have their own intelligence, which will get aligned to the business needs. And we need to learn with that intelligence, with them. So augmented reality can be a small robot also working with you, kind of thing. This workforce we are using in our plants, and fantastic to work. But going back again to artificial intelligence, and maybe we are calling them artificial because our intelligence is a normal natural intelligence. And see the building block of the artificial intelligence, just to understand that a bit in 2 minutes. When we are born as a kid and we start growing up, we had that brain, but that brain is blank. Then our mother tells us, boss, you get up, you should brush in the morning. Then that intelligence builds into that. Then we start, okay, brushing is something which we should get up and do the brushing. We should do this, we should do that. And that is how the intelligence is getting passed on from one matured brain to us as a kid. And then we start behaving in that way. These all the tools, you talk metaverse, you talk anything, this all are getting intelligence from us, we humans. We can think about a world when this intelligence itself becomes intelligent enough to think and takes call on that. That's always is a risk. I used to raise in comics, now that may be a reality also. And recently in Japan, in one of the factories, 2 robots take their own call and they stopped the plant. And everybody was shocked because they were not programmed to do that. And still they are grappling that how did they develop that extra intelligence where they can think, okay, I have worked for 10 hours, now let me stop the work. And the primary report says, still they have to make it public, but talking to my few friends in Japan, primary report says that they thought these human beings, they come at X time and exit at Y time. So they were seeing that pattern that my counterparts, they were thinking human beings as a colleague, that if they are living in 10 hours, why we are working 24 hours? And that robots picked up, they calculated, though they were not programmed to do that. Now that is a surprise. And so my behavior, I also have to work for 10 hours, boss. These guys are living, I am there for 24 hours. The faces are changing, my face is the same. So this is what is the risk. Coming and getting it connected to audit is maybe, we have to think that, are they thinking something else in some particular way and kind of thing. So augmented workforce is a reality. If you ask me, I don't see, I'm talking about a near future, that it is going to get and hit internal audit, or we need to do many things about that. But it's our new team member. Let's accept that it will be a bigger and better language modeling. Now, this is very interesting and which we are using a bit, I will say a bit because it's still a journey. And this technology is that it's a modeling process where not only 2 human beings knowing 2 different languages, machine can talk with human being and understand the language. So today what is happening, machine understands a particular language, Pythons, etc. Coding is done. So I say, okay, I want X reporting this way, then somebody goes and programs, etc., etc., etc. This particular technology is saying, I will stand in front, I will just switch on my camera and my microphone and tell my SAP, dear SAP, I want a report of aging with region-wise breakup in a pie chart. It will self-program that and give you that report. No coders, no IT guys, nothing like that. So this can understand natural human language. You can speak in Tamil, Telugu, English, French, German, etc., etc. Once this matures, we can directly give a command what we want from an SAP or Oracle or some other IT platforms. Think about it. I am just dreaming that in my lifetime as an auditor, it happens. Such an easy life sitting in my office. I can tell what I want in what way, and system is throwing that out. Rajiv was talking about data and we were talking about ocean. Yes, data is there. Every organization, and add to that the social media. We have humongous data available about anything and everything in the world. What I have right now doing, what I have also done, I have with my knowledge, experience, and data available in public platform. I have compiled that for you. Say if you can give a command and say, give me this data or make a presentation for me on AI versus IA. And it takes all the information available on all sites. And basis your, maybe you can give, I work in manufacturing industry. Basis that it gives you some price value. But the best thing about this, which I like, and I am, actually it is my fascination, that I can give a command to my machine, my software to do something, but in the way I want to see. A report in which I want to see, I want an exception report, give me this report, the machine calculates, does a coding, generates and give it back to me. This is one technology which will be ours. I think it will be a boon for internal audit if it comes. We are today dependent on IT, coders, sometimes consultants to get something done. Cyber security, everybody is talking about that, and it is among top 5 lists for in World Economic Forum for last 5 years. And as a risk officer, yes, this is something big which is happening. But I'm not worried. I hear a lot of worried voices, etc. It's like if I have to, we are building a very fast lane highways. In India, it was not there. Now we are seeing many Mumbai, Delhi and kind of thing, where speed limit will be 140 plus. It will help us to reach faster and commute between Delhi and Mumbai. So if my speed becomes faster, the chances of casualties and accidents are also higher. So if world is going to be digital, cyber will be part of life. We'll have to live with that. We have to see what all we can prevent. Like when we drive, and there are some mandates from the law, some we take precaution that, okay, we should have a seat belt, the car should have XYZ safety features, we should have driving in XYZ lanes. So we will have to take all those precautions, built up as much as we can build and prevent. But as we are saying that now it is evolving, you prevent one attack, something else will come. So it is going ongoing. Part one is that as an auditor, we can have a better assurance, we can give better assurance based on the AI tools, because like he was saying, a coder, a disruptor can program a code which can think. My system also can have an AI which can think, okay, somebody is trying to attack on this way, this door is open, let me close that. So it will be vice versa, it cannot happen one way, that somebody only will keep on attacking. So somebody who is a saver also can reprogram and keep on thinking and building up an AI that, for example, many of the organizations, we are also using that we are looking at the pattern of attacks. How many attempts are made on how many of our systems? Every day we have a system, we analyze that data. We also try to get the source of those attacks. Even Government of India Cyber Security Cell gives us alerts to all organizations. They keep on saying that these countries are dangerous countries, these zones are dangerous zones, and they are also doing those analytics and using AI. And they also alert us. So we also block many areas of many countries are blocked in our system. It's not good to name here in this forum, but we have blocked many countries now. That anything originating of this geography will be by default blocked, put it into spam. Because we also export business, we can't just delete it and then go to spam, check it, and then take it back to your system if you think that this is good and this is a genuine one. So this will be part of our life as an internal auditor. Yes, if this AI systems gets matured, it can help us to get a better, give us a better assurance to the board. Metaverse, I think it's the future. Still, I don't see any massive disruption happening in next 1 to 5 years or 6 years. It will be a disruptor, but not immediately. But again, since we are fancying, we are talking about technology and IA, I think metaverse, when it matures, and the biggest thing of metaverse, which I see, and when I talk to the experts, is that I can have many avatars. So there will be 5 Pankaj Kumar, which I can build in with the same intelligence. One will be the physical Pankaj, and rest 4 will, with all my intelligence built in, are my digital avatars. As of date, updated. So maybe that avatar can stand and give you this presentation also in 3D form. And you can ask question, and whatever intelligence I have, that avatar can give answers also. In audit, on a lighter form, I say we can have more team members. We can have 3-4 avatars present in factories, present in head office, present in audit committees, and maybe because our resources are limited, as and when it becomes. But yes, this is a future to be watched for. As of now, I don't see any impact on IA. This is something which is going to be part of our life. It has become a part of our life to a large extent. Today, when I joined internal audit and I asked my mentor that, what do you expect me to do in internal audit? I've seen it from the other side. Aapka expectation kya hai? Then he was giving all the standard things, look, assurance, we should ensure no control failures happen and blah, blah, blah. And then I learned. I said, that's fine, but are you also expecting me? So basically then what I understood, now I stand corrected after 4, 5, 6 years of experience, that it's basically a postmortem job. I walk into a system, a process, a plant, a company, any functions of the company. I say, look, you have done these things, 5 things in different way, and this has not happened. I am giving a report, which is a dated report. Actually, event has happened. Something somebody has not complied with. Some fraud payments have happened. Some wrong POs have been raised. Some plant things have not happened. But our challenge, which I understand, is that how do we predict that? What can go wrong? Because if nothing has gone wrong, then report kya banayenge? Nobody will say, well, this is, then people normally will say, this is a business thing. Don't you get into that? Yes, we have taken a great exposure and that's for business. No, nothing wrong has happened. All documents are in place. Everything is in place. So it's not an audit. Basically, people may say also it is not an auditor role also. Because we are unable to back our hunch using our experience with data. This predictive analytics is going to do that for us. So take an example of a credit risk. Banks are on the forefront, and we also, anybody who gives credit to any customer dealer is a credit risk. Now, credit risk is, we will say that, okay, what are the financial health of that customer? How good the KYC documents are, how good has been his behavior in past. But this tool, what it will do, it will look at the customer behavior on 3, 4, 5 years of horizon. If you expand that tool, this tool can pull up data from the social media. So if X company is not doing well, those news we keep on hearing out, something, some issue is going with Y company, this will take that data also into consideration. Basis this, it can predict what basis this pattern, what kind of credit risk is going to come. So it is not only a financial data, it will be many other data. And as those who are in forensic, and when we do forensic, we found that many alerts were already there in the system. We could not see that because we are looking at our internal data, and maybe at 1 or 2 years, our audit period is normally financially at 12 months. So 12 months was fine. Predictive analysis will also help us because today, because of our limitations and resource crunch or time crunch, we look at samples. Now, unfortunately, our sample is passed. But some problem with they're setting somewhere else and somebody says, boss, audit mein ye kyun nahi aaya tha? Nowadays, any fraud which happens, everybody stands up and says, internal audit mein to audit hua tha na. You had done that audit of that particular area. How you did not? The issue is the sample. These AI systems and tools is going to look at the 100% of the population. So I don't miss out at least for that period for which I am doing the audit. And when it becomes matured, I can look at 5, 10 years data also in one click of button. So credit risk is something which is, I was trying to think and correlate with some examples which I have given. Second is non-compliance, which we keep on highlighting. This has not been complied with, that has not been complied with. But predicting that risk, we can always plant a graph which can come and go to the function, go to that particular area and the person and person's boss also. Because failure does not happen at one point. It is a series that a lot of alert goes, like in one of the fraud cases, a person was not rotated for 10, 12 years. We are still trying to bring that guy back to the... So there was a process, there was an audit, but why that person instead of 3 years remained there for 10 years? If the system would have looked at the data and with some AI, it could have given those alerts, which will give now. So again, as I was saying, required rotation not mentioned. So predictive analytics with AI is going to be a big help for internal audit. We shall start using it. It is not a very hi-fi thing where you need to do many things. You need to only have some tools or using the relevant tools. And here I have one advice for the team sitting here. Don't try to make an internal audit tool. You will never get a budget for that. Business is using a lot of tools. Try to build in your requirement into those tools. And it is also cost effective for the business. So if business is using a bot, business is using ERP, business is using some RPS, you try to build in your requirement during those evaluations. So there the requirement is that as an auditor, we have to get into when the project starts and not after 2 years after the project. And that is where I think we have to be proactive. Okay, you are going to put RPA into this function for this role. What are the projects? Can you show me the blueprint? Can you build in 2-3 more things in this? You are using BI for something. Can you build in 2-3 things for me? That is easy, cost effective, and let the business have that tool, this checklist. You also keep on checking. I will come once and twice in a year. I will also check it. So that the assurance horizon becomes bigger, but this definitely is going to be our thing. And we need to use that. Now, this is a very interesting, we all are using chatbots nowadays. A lot of businesses, a lot of functions. Amazon, Flipkart also gives us those chatbots. I see that these chatbots are going to be a boon for us. Built into the right requirement, right coding. And you can do these things. I have tried 1 or 2 things. We are still building up. Suppose sitting here in front of machine, hey buddy, can you find out all the exceptions given in last 12 months for this particular function? Chatbot goes into the database, picks up all those. So instead of you downloading data, looking at everything, you are only getting exceptions. Now you do a review of the analysis, those exceptions, whether it was a business requirement, whether it was approved. Actually, chatbot can go and also check that whether it was approved or unapproved. So it can also give you unapproved exceptions, which got bypassed your authority matrix. It can also give you whether authority matrix which are built up has been changed for a particular period and reinstalled. Now, this is also something which is happening. So system is behaving in a particular way. Somebody can change for a particular period and restore it back. Nobody will ever come to know what has gone wrong. And everyone then struggles right from top management to what went wrong. System was so perfect. This is what is a risk in automation. In good old file days, you need to cut and change the files. So the cutting was always there. The whiting was always there. In this form, if somebody changes something, so in cyber, going back to cyber, my biggest risk and my biggest hunch is not ransomware, not money. My hunch is sabotage. Now this will be a next level of corporate war which can happen. So I will sabotage this company. I just go into the recipe of that company, change one particular comment, this thing, and I don't ask for anything. So nobody will even come to know. You have produced that product, gone to the market, and then you know what happens in the brand and other spaces. So sabotage is the bigger risk which I see where money is not required. It can be for many reasons. Competition can be there, revenge can be there, my unhappiness with so what is happening like Russia and Ukraine war? They are trying to sabotage each other through cyber. And daily misinformation, bots are there. So they are using all those things. So in this particular tool and AI is going to help us in doing many mundane jobs by giving voice commands, which is programmed in backend. It pulls up from the ocean of data, the data which we require. So I will ask that what all has changes in last 5 years in the trial balance expenses mode. What all has gone up, gone down? What are the high risk areas kind of thing? And this bot goes there, takes it out and gives it back to me. RPA, we have talked enough on RPA. Yes, we are all using RPA. And basically it is for the routine mundane jobs where you go, you download a trial balance, then take out a GL, then you look at all the expenses, then you program a risk, etc. I think this all should be now dedicated to RPA. We should add value in analyzing those reports instead of doing those data crunching, etc. And it is easily doable. So you think, what is your checklist? And you build bot, let it run on your IT platforms and give it you the summarized report from where you can start. Today, if we analyze our whole audit sphere, 60% times gets in getting the data. then doing something on data, and then finally actually talking to the users and trying to understand what has gone wrong or right. So that 1/3 or 2/3 work can be done by this RPS on very routine, predictive kind of thing. With predictive analysis, actually it can give you the risk also. So you can look at that particular risk, use your intelligence, which artificial does not have, and then finally go to the thing. So RPA, this is what RPA is. This is a very typical definition for those who want to understand what is RPA, what kind of monkey is this. So as I said, routine job, for example, current asset review, GRIR, some open advances, etc. This all had been now going to RPA. There's no need to spend time on that. There is no value addition there. We are talking about value. You take out the exception, fire it back, and it can be a kind of concurrent audit also. It is not that we plan an audit for a function and go there and do that. It is just so even firms who have taken assignments from different companies, they can do it sitting in their office if they have access to their ERPs and etc. Run it and keep on sending daily. This is what is looking bad, this is looking good, and kind of thing. And there are many more. So I just thought, because I wanted to, one of the key thing is log reviews. So now everybody is digital. In digital, what is the problem which is going to happen? Like with my ERP, there are 40 platforms attached to my ERP, which is customer facing, which is factory facing, which is internal team facing. Now they all talk to each other. Some talks on a real time. Some is talking on say a program is there every 12 in the night, it will run an update, for example. Risk in this is that if there is a failure, and failure happens. So while communicating from A to B, suppose you updated your price list or price master in your ERP, which has to go to your distributor model or bot tree or SFDC. And you have said that it will be real time, which is around 4-5 seconds it takes normally, and it updates the whole database. But at times, in 5 of the SKUs out of 20,000, it fails. Technically, it fails. For there may be 200 reasons. There are technical reasons for that. How do you find out those 5? The log records are in lakhs. Similarly, GRC review. If you want to do a GRC review that who has done wrong, report is this big. Even business says, boss, I want to review, but मैं क्या देखूं? सब normal दिख रहा है. उसमें एक abnormal कहीं घुसा हुआ है. There is where RPA has to be used. And we shall use it. And again, as I said, these are examples. There are many more. Now, AI in India, let's look at some data. So on skills, India is 84%. US is 100, 92% is China. And we have fairly good skill set available in India. So skill is there. Where we are using AI in India. So mostly 71 plus 66% is being used for external communication, basically customers. So most of the companies in India as of now is using AI for these 2 purposes. HR also with chatbots and giving your sales slips on voice command, etc. And so HR also is using it to a large extent. Somewhere audit will have to come. It is not even 10%, so it is not there. But somewhere we have to be around 30-40%, because if AI is there, companies are digital, companies are going to use AI. And if we don't use it, that everybody is saying that we are irrelevant now. And let's not be afraid. The data scientists which are coming and joining, and I have recruited few, and they, so anybody can become a data scientist. It's not as a CS, we cannot become a data scientist. Only thing you have to give a few months of yours during job, and you can become an excellent data. You will become excellent because you know the nuances of the business. Normally somebody else gives them the input for on which data scientist builds up and makes some report. I know what actually needs to be done. Nobody can be a better scientist, data scientist than you all. And I'm telling you, we have trained arts graduate who have never actually learned science. So it's not a big thing. It's not a big thing. Anyway, in organization, one new trend which is out of AI, which is on human part, which is coming, is diversification of educational qualification. Which means that it is not that an engineer only can work in an R&D facility. An arts graduate can go and work in manufacturing. A science graduate can come and work in finance. And this is now a very rising trend, not related to this. We are also experimenting. Actually, I am also an example. As I said, I'm not a career auditor. So as a diversification, I have brought from there to here, reverse. Normally people go from audit to business. I am reverse, I've come from business to audit. And this is adding value to many organizations across the globe. So this is also going to happen. So how AI will change IA work? This all will be made by AI. Your scoping, your risk, data availability, which we ask in opening meetings, etc. This all is, I will not say 100% being done by AI today, but many organizations are at 40-50% level. Also are at a very, very high level of AI implementation in their companies. So start thinking beyond this. Vouching was one of our most mundane job where we used to put articles, etc., go and open the file, see. Now AI, you built up the intelligence, it can go and see the date. It can actually also predict, which we are unable to predict, that if some fudging has happened. It sees the document created date also. For example, our payments are outsourced. So they use these tools. We have given a checklist, they've added 5 more checklists from them and excellent vouching and 100% population, no samples. So every month, every week, every year, we will say that 100% have passed through all these gates. Now again, the intelligence which needs to keep on coming on, that if something has changed in the business, something has changed in the format of the invoices or PU or PR which is coming, you need to go and update your AI for that. AI does not understand that. Still, it is not learning and hopefully it should not learn like Japan robots. We don't want them to learn to that level also. So that is again one more role which audit will have to play in this all AI game. This business will not understand because they have to run business, they are getting output. So we will have to keep on going back to them and tell them now this change has happened. This will be the control impact. Have we updated all our bots, all our RPAs, all our robots according to this? I think this is a role of audit going future. So I can see we will get dashboards like this on a click of button. A real-time risk status, real-time, not going and auditing, etc. These are some of the examples. 1 or 2 examples is from my organization also. So it's a real-time. Just press your button, refresh, and you get actually what is happening where. You can get it at function level. You can get it at level of particular observation. You can get it and connect it to the level of the person concerned. So you can also find out a pattern that whether observation always comes from this particular person, wherever he is posted. Then there is a pattern again. So I see IA real-time dashboarding like this. There are some examples. And I see future IA office like this. So there will be all dashboards flashing and coming. I have seen one such dashboard in one of the MNCs recently when I was traveling. And their CI auditor and his team were sitting like this on this same kind of thing. Actually, this is a real office photograph. And then pop-ups were coming. Somebody logged in at midnight. That kind of pop-up was coming. Then click that, what all transactions he has done. And then the auditors are calling back by what has happened, why somebody is logging in very unnatural time. Kind of thing. This kind of dashboards, this kind of office is going to be feature when AI actually takes over, and which it will take over. And these are going to be our team members. It is not that you, me, and this thing. So in our team, there will be 1 data scientist, there will be 1 bot, 10 bots, 20 bots. 1 robot can also be there, which can go on the plant and do the physical, etc., and give it back to you with all photographs, evidences. RPA, of course, we have talked about. And lastly, we will also be there. So with all this, we will be there as part of the audit team, internal audit team, because actually we will be commanding all these 3 and plus whatever it comes. And then the last question which comes always, can AI replace IA? I think no, it cannot, because as I said, it is artificial. Somebody has to give them the intelligence. And even if everything is taken over, I have given some list that this will be taken over by your AI. Then IA will go and audit that AI. That job will still be there. That are these robots, are these bots, are these RPAs behaving in the way in which ways they should behave. like we do our SAP ERP audit. We say SAP is foolproof. So when transaction has gone in, it will behave in a certain way, but we do FICO model, model audit and say, no, is the output the same which was expected? And still gaps come. So X was the expected output, actually Y comes. And if you test for 200 controls, 10% control gaps will come. So likewise, even if everything comes, our role will be there. Maybe it will not be going flipping through those files and books and plants, but sitting in that office which I showed you and doing audit of the AI itself. Skills will change, but intelligence will be the same. That's all from my time. Thank you. Thanks all.
I now request CA Sanjay to deliver a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Zaira. Good afternoon, everyone. It was indeed a good interaction with these faculties. We are thankful to them. First of all, I'll go to the Rajiv Gupta, sir. Friends, no duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. Rajivji, you started this session very well. You touched upon very important vital points that how technology is changing. We all know technology is ever changing and changing with very fast speed. You pointed out the very important thing that those things were premium for today may be turned into commodity tomorrow. So as an internal auditor and financial professionals, we need to be very alert and agile to point out what is moving now and at what speed it will move further. We need to accommodate ourselves in such a way that we can use those technology for the benefit of our profession and our clients. You rightly pointed out many other things like systematic reality, AI, ML, RPA, ML, AI, I repeated, metaware, blockchain. All these are buzzwords, but these are also will get absolute one in future. So we need to be right on those technologies. We learn those technologies. And you rightly pointed out one more thing, that understand the technology which is related to your industry and try to cope up with those technologies for the betterment of your practices. Friends, we heard Pankaj Kumar sir also. His emphasis was on AI in IA. Sir, you pointed out that cyber is a part of our life, and cyber crime is going to be inevitable part of the process. Instead of fighting with these things, instead of developing our own tools, we need to be proactive and develop our tools with the system of our industry. So thank you, sir, for your insights, for sharing your time and your experience with us. We are thankful to WRC and our ICI for coming up with such a beautiful conference at BKC. And we are grateful to all the delegates for their patient hearing and participation in this seminar. Thank you very much. Friends, we are thankful to our Central Council member, Durgesh Kabra sir. We invited him at the last moment. Still, he appreciated our request. He attended the session and he enlightened us with his knowledge. Thank you, sir, for your attendance. Friends, we are going to start a new session straight away. Be seated and happy learning.
Friends, now quickly we change the dais and then we'll start next session.
We are staying here just for a few minutes, guys.
Guys, please be seated. We are starting the next session quickly. I request all of you, please be seated. And may I now request my regional council colleague Ruddesh to escort our panelists. Yes. Friends, from morning we are hearing that expectation from the internal order is changing a lot. We need to create value in a different way through automation, process optimization, technology integration. So to guide on that, I welcome you all this in new session, strategies for the new age internal auditor, focusing on what really important, what we have to deliver to our stakeholder that is really important for us in the changing environment. So I welcome our panelist, moderator Deepjee Singhal sir, CA Prabhakar Mukhopadhyay sir, CA Himanshu V. Visha sir, and CA Savio Mendoko, and CA Ashish Jain sir. So I request Ruddesh to present a memento to all our panelists. One by one, please. May now I request Internal Audit Committee member CA Rakesh Kokta ji to introduce all our panelists.
Thank you, Saurabh ji. Good afternoon. Strategy for the new age internal auditor, focusing on what really matters. So we welcome our panelist, Sri Prabhakar Mukhopadhyay ji, Chief Internal Auditor and Head of Investigations, Ambuja Cement Limited. Has a rich experience of more than 26 years in various domains of assurance, finance, governance, reporting, etc. He has risen from rank to the current position of being a visionary leader in the space of internal audit. He has experience of working in various countries around the world. He has worked with reputed organizations like L&T, Philips, BOC, ITC, HP, etc. Academically, he is a chartered accountant and cost accountant with master in commerce. He is also an associate member of ACFE and associate member of the IIA. Welcome. Sri Himanshu V. Vasa, welcome to you. Himanshu is a 1991 qualified chartered accountant. He is presently president compliance at Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited. He was president with and business head bank finance from 2015 to 2020. Himanshu ji is a member of the Kotak leadership team. He has been awarded the certification of the region, recognition of excellence at the CFO 100 award function of 7 consecutive years. So, prior to begin the business head bank finance, Himanshu ji was the group head of internal audit. And Himanshu ji was a director with Risk Advisory Service and Assurance Services with KPMG in India during the period 1997 to 2005. So welcome to Shri Himanshu ji. Sir Sri Savio is a sessions internal audit and finance leader with more than 2 decades of varied experience across IT, manufacturing and logistics sector, where he has led and managed internal audit function of large listed corporations with complex global operations and has collaborated with people from diverse cultural and geographical background. He is a qualified chartered accountant, certified information system auditor, certified fraud examiner, and certified finance manager. Savio is currently with Blue Dart as Vice President Internal Audit. He has won the India Risk Management Award for 2020 on behalf of Blue Dart. So, background. Sri Ashish Jain, welcome to you. Ashish Jain is Chief Internal Auditor Officer of Nayara Energy Limited. Ashish is a chartered accountant and carries over 21 years of experience with large Indian and multinational organizations in leadership role in internal audit, risk management, governance, forensic audit, assurance, and internal controls. In his current role, he is working as a Chief Internal Audit Officer at Nayara Energy, which own and operate India's 2 largest integrated single site refinery and head the largest private retail network with more than 6,500 petrol pumps across India. In his earlier role, Ashish headed internal audit and governance role of Shell Upstream India Limited, which include operations of offshore oil and gas field in India, Gujarat Gas and Mahanagar Gas. Ashish was also the governance head of Asia Pacific region in this role. Ashish has also worked with organizations such as Mahindra and Mahindra, Godrej, Philips, India in his career. So welcome, Ashish. Our moderator, Sri Deepjee Singhal, welcome you. Deepjee Singhal is a partner of Piparia Singhal and Associates and an advisor to Sama Audit System and Software Private Limited. He is also a certified internal auditor IIA in Florida, USA. He is certified ERA trainer for enterprises risk associates accessories from Methodics Limited, New Zealand. He is in risk management mechanism, reviewing and setting up internal control structures, internal audit services, and business consultancy on design, documentations, and implementation of system and procedures. He is recently advising organization for internal control implementation to satisfy SOX requirements and clause 49 requirement for issuing in India. He is a speaker and trained regularly at professional forums of ICAI, ICWAI, IIA, ISACA, and meets of major corporates on various professional subjects like business risk management, internal control, self-assessment control, corporate governance, and like that. He is majorly professionally members in a lot of committees, member of Global Economic Relation Committee, president of Institute of Internal Audit, member of ASSOM, member of Indian Merchant Chamber Committee, member of Advisory Board of Internal Audit Service and core faculty, and like this. Thank you. Welcome and warm welcome to all of you. Thanks.
Thanks, Rakesh. Let's welcome with a big round of applause to all our panelists and moderator. Deepjee, over to you now.
Thank you. Very warm welcome to all the participants and to the distinguished speakers. All four speakers are from industry. All four are very good friends. So it will be a nice session. And I think we'll all ensure that in this rapid fire panel discussion, because we have very less time left. So in this short panel discussion, we all add value to ourselves and to all of you. So the topic, I think, which is a very interesting topic, which is strategies for the new age internal auditor, focusing on what really matters. Now, just to set the context very fast, today, since morning, the board of directors, independent directors like Shri Shailesh Haribhakti, the chairman Murtaza, Nandaji, the two speakers after that, Rajiv, Gupta and Pankaj, they focused on technology. They said auditor of tomorrow. What's going to happen tomorrow? Of course, we have to look and plan for the future. But what has already happened is that management is looking to the chief auditors, whether in-house or outsourced, in adding value. Adding value has become a very cliche words, two words, but really adding value. There is a lot of opportunity. I would not say there is a pressure, but I would put it in the context that there is a lot of opportunity to the internal auditor, to the chief auditor, whether it is outsourced firm or whether it is in industry in-house, to really add value and be part of the management team. And to do that, you have to focus on the strategy. You have to really focus on what really matters. And we are already seeing that happen. We are seeing that transition from a pure transactional internal auditor to a consultant, to a business partner, to advising on projects, cost reduction, inducting people, what really matters. So we have a wonderful panel. What I'll do is I'll directly jump onto the panelists adding value. So Savio, I think I would request my friend Savio to go first. Give his thoughts on 3 to 5 minutes, on this topic on strategies for the internal auditor, focusing on what really matters.
Thank you, Deepjee. I believe that, as you've seen the speaker Pankaj and Rajiv talk about, I guess the new age, as Rajiv was also talking about, is even 20 years back, probably the new age concept was always there, right? Even be it Excel or be it the ARP. So even today, when you're looking at the RPAs and the bots and all that, that's always going to be a new age. So it's a never ending kind of a process. But I believe focusing on what really matters is kind of, important, for us to really evaluate. Because what really matters is something, because it depends on the different maturity levels of within the organization, right? We can be from a firm, a small firm, mid-sized firm, or small internal audit, a company will vary. So I guess we are at different levels of maturity. And I think looking at each level of maturity, we as audit or as chief auditors need to understand what is important to us. Now, just to give an example, 5 years back, there was always this question of, do we have a data analytics tool in the firm? So why aren't we having a data analytics tool? Why aren't we doing data analytics? And the point was that, yes, we are doing data analytics, okay, from an IT firm, but we didn't require a tool because the IT team of our company was able to fetch data based on the algorithm that was given by us and accordingly give us the exception which we were able to manage in the, in the Excel and identify. So I think it is for each or all of us to really evaluate what is important and then accordingly go. But I guess the important part is we should keep learning, as we have seen, Pankaj and Rajiv talk about and all. I guess the process is you have to keep learning. That is very important, and keep ourselves relevant, keep an open mind, because all the new things coming in will kind of hit us at some point of time. But what is relevant and matured for that point of time is important. And finally, I guess it's also about being agile. And the pandemic has really taught us that it's very important for us to be agile, and both from the auditee as well as auditors. So I guess that is something which is important as a key thing for when we say value creation. All these key elements will become essential for us to add value.
Thanks, Savio. Prabhakar, you would like to add?
Thanks, Deepjee. Thanks, Savio, already for making this platform easier for me. Value creation, I think I will directly go into the process of internal audit. I think that will be much relevant, because since morning we are talking about technology, and Savio also covered some of the generic thing. If I take about this internal audit process itself, it starts from the planning, then it goes to the execution and reporting. If I simply take these three topics in my first speech, I will request that to create a value, I think we have to be agile, what he has mentioned. Agile means maybe right now, the time has come that we cannot wait for an annual planning and keep us just going by that annual plan throughout the year. In fact, I think with the change environment, what is happening across the globe, what is happening within the business, we have to review our plan on a periodic frequency. Maybe it can be quarterly, it can be half-yearly, or at this periodic frequency, we have to check back our plan. Then we have to do the business partnering. Maybe again, this word is very cliche, that business partnering. Business partnering does not mean that you will lose your independence, but keeping your independence, I think you should be also part to the strategy of the business without contributing as a process, as a policymaker of that organization. As an example, I'm giving an example. In our organization, I am the permanent invitee to the executive committee meeting, national executive committee meeting for each and every month it's happening. There I am a silent observer. So I am making myself available and knowledgeable about the strategy and what are the risks which is going on in and around the business, internal risk as well as external risk. And I am finally cascading it down to my team without specifying that. Suppose I found that there is a risk. That does not mean that I will give a report for that. It is basically for the knowledge of the internal auditor. Unless and until you apprise yourself about what is going on within the organization from the risk perspective, then probably we will not be cope up with this situation. And thirdly, I will mention about this, keep your ear and eyes open, which is a very common sentence. And I always strongly believe internal auditor never sleeps. So basically, we have to keep our ear and eyes open on 24/7. Like this pandemic, when the pandemic started, during that pandemic, it started suddenly 21st March, it became a lockdown across the country. So on 22nd morning, we have shifted the process of our field audit into a remote auditing approach. So that means, again, here the agility is coming. So with the agility, we thought in a different out-of-the-box way. Probably for the first time in our organization, the remote auditing started. Now, after that, we started getting the benefit of the remote auditing by introducing a lot of advanced data analytic tools. Now, this is the call for the day. The audit committee is asking nowadays that how many more remote auditing you can do and give us more productivity on your output. So I will stop for the time being here by giving these are some of the practical examples which I told, but I will just take half an hour more on a lighter side. Since morning, I found when I was going on the side, I found there are a lot of young auditors also sitting, and there sometimes I found their faces are scared by hearing that audit profession will vanish after 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. I'll give you a small story, just small story. I was when a student, I used to go to a tutor, a mathematics tutor's house. And there were some servants who used to do that kapra ladi, etc., etc. So one day that tutor purchased one vacuum cleaner, And I found that we used to do mockery with those servants. So again, we started telling them, boss, तुम्हारा job गया. So he told, अरे वो लोग जो obese है ना, वो vacuum cleaner को घिसने के लिए तो मेरे को ही चाहिए ना. So finally, don't worry. In 90s also, in 80s also, I used to attend conferences like you. When I still remember Mr. Haribhakti's father, MM Haribhakti Saab, used to give speech on the SOX implementation, risk-based planning, etc. So change is a continuous thing. Change will happen. Keep your ears and eyes open, and we will definitely sustain. They will need internal auditor to review even this AI and RPO also.
Thank you. Prabhakar ji, I think he really made his point with the vacuum cleaner, because you will have auditors with tools now instead of auditors without tools. So I think that's a given. And also I think he rekindled my memory, because the senior Haribhakti was my principal. I was an article trainee with him. So, you know, Ashish, I have one question for you on the panel that, you know, we are talking about adding value. We're talking about a lot of emphasis on focusing on what really matters. Now, as we are moving from value preservation, that is pure assurance, to value creation, will the focus of the auditor not move away from assurance and compliance to really deliver what the management wants in the short term, maybe value creation, or maybe technology will take over the assurance part and the auditor will focus on value creation? You know, your thoughts on that?
So first of all, thank you, Deepjee, for this good question. And I would like to thank WIRC for having me over here. I'll come to your question in a while, but I would just like to very quickly give the context of what really matters, because I think unless and until the context is clear of what an internal audit function, you know, is sort of, you know, what is the main role of audit function, whatever initiatives or whatever activities that an audit function does, it really doesn't resonate with the organization and the board. So, you know, I would rather call it as a toolkit for every auditor. And given that we are all talking on a gunpoint, in the interest of time, I do not have the liberty to talk of all the tools, but I would very quickly talk about some of the most important tools which an internal auditor needs to have. The first one being, you know, having a very sound understanding on the strategy expectations of the board from the organization. And just to very quickly elaborate, you know, a couple of pointers. For instance, does the board prefer cash conservation or cash burnout? Does the board want margin expansion or margin protection? What is the assumptions on growth? You know, is it by product? Is it by geography? Is it by, you know, organic mergers? So broadly, the auditor has to have a deep understanding on what the board and the major shareholders of the company expect the company to deliver over a period of 3 to 5 years. The second piece in the toolkit is then understanding the operating structure and the operating environment of the organization. So when I talk about the operating structure, what I mean is the business model, and that has many arms and legs. The first one is obviously the physical infrastructure, that is your manufacturing locations, your supply and distribution networks, and then obviously your intellectual assets, be it technology, brand, and so forth. The other piece in the operating structure is the legal entity structure or the corporate entity. So whether you have a joint venture set up or whether you're a subsidiary or a holding, because that will have a huge impact, you know, when you make the overall assessment of the organization as a corporate entity. When I talk about the operating environment, I actually talk about the external and the internal environment. Now, you know, being chartered accountants, we have a very good understanding of the corporate laws, fiscal laws. Some of us also have a deep understanding of the industrial laws. But then it becomes very important to understand the regulatory, you know, aspects of the sectors that your organization is focused at. For instance, if you are into telecom, then TRAI. If you are into oil and gas, then PNGRB. If you are into insurance, then IRDA. So these regulations have a huge impact on how the organization operates and what are the challenges that organization faces in relation to the regulatory expectations. So again, it becomes very important. Now, we're coming very quickly on the internal environment. So that I think has been already covered, but then that broadly includes your control and governance frameworks. It includes the policies, the core values and the business principles that an organization deploys, the overall culture, which is a very important soft control in the company. So that's something which obviously becomes very important. The third piece is your stakeholdership. Like, I mean, to be very candid, most of the audit functions will have a challenge to meet expectations of all the stakeholders because it's almost an impossible task to achieve. But still, it will be important to then evaluate which are the stakeholders that you will need to be aligned with and which are the ones that you have to agree to disagree. And then how you navigate your path to make sure that you are still sponsored and supported by those stakeholders. So then it becomes very important that what is your strategy to engage with these two stakeholders. The fourth leg of the toolkit here is then, how are you going to resource your department? Whether it should be in-sourced, outsourced, co-sourced, and then what technology tools and resources that will be needed. So by and large, if you have a good clarity and if you have a sound understanding on these areas, you're sort of, it gives a very strong ground then to decide how you want to then, develop your audit function in an organization. Now, coming on the argument of, value preservation versus value enhancement. Now, I do not think that, these are two separate objectives, because at the end of the day, you will only preserve value if you keep creating value over a period of time. So therefore, to some extent, I think it's a means to an end. Now, of course, I will never subscribe to the fact that an auditor can look away from value preservation, because that's the core fundamental deliverable of an audit function. So we really cannot move away. That's the core vector. But that doesn't mean that we cannot build on that agenda. And there is a huge opportunity to enhance value. Deepjee covered some of those. And it's a big pie. So whether it is cost savings, operating efficiency, tax effectiveness, improving the technology, getting more robust controls in the company. There is a huge opportunity for the audit function. And I think it all depends again upon how you are resourced, how much can be sustainable in terms of you delivering your baseline audit plan. But of course, I feel that most of the boards and the managements do expect. It is also something where it comes to the expectation setting. So that's where the future is, according to me. Yeah.
Thank you, Ashish. Himanshu, I think if Himanshu is, he's a good friend, so I can say he's the odd one out today, because I think we are all internal auditors. He was a chief auditor and now is the chief compliance officer designate. So for Kotak Mahindra Bank. So he's moved on the other side. Your take on value preservation, value creation, Ashish said something. In addition, just one more question to you. When we talk to a lot of chief auditors in the last so many years, some managements insist on putting a number to the value being generated by the in-house internal audit departments or by the external auditors. That puts a lot of pressure on the internal audit function. So your take on that, please. Hello.
Two caveats before I make my comments. And like a typical chartered accountant, I'm making my caveats. Okay, I'm assuming all of you are chartered accountants here and therefore are very knowledgeable and are used to really reading and updating yourself with the latest. And the second one is that please follow the words of wisdom which all my panelists have given, because I'm not going to talk anything technical. I'm going to give you and share with you what I believe is going to make you as great internal auditors, and everything that we are speaking about will follow. And the most important thing I believe that we as professionals need to work on is remain continue to remain, I'm not saying remain, continue to remain simple. Don't give up your simplicity, because in your simplicity lies the treasure. Couple with your simplicity, follow your conviction, and make sure that whatever you do, whatever you think is absolutely clear. Don't be confused. This can happen, that can happen, that can happen, that can happen. Okay? Everything can happen. But remain focused on your objective of what you are there to do. And have that clarity of thought. Because if you have the clarity of thought, your mind will start functioning that way, and that's how you will start operating. Yeah. Be very, very open-minded. And always remember, you are finally an internal auditor who's going to audit someone, and the person to whom you are auditing is an expert in that subject, and that is why you are going to only audit him and not run that business or run that unit. So please appreciate that the person on the opposite side is more knowledgeable than what you are. Yeah. Third thing is, whenever you are giving whatever suggestions you have to give, good, bad, ugly, okay, make sure that they are implementable and usable. One of the most important things I believe we all lack, and I'm telling you with a lot of responsibility when I use the word we lack, because I lacked it and I see a lot of my colleagues lacked it, and it's over a period of time that I have developed that skill, is the art of communication. You will tell me, boss, what are you talking? As internal auditors, you have to be, you may have done wonderful work. Lots of good work you would have got, lots of findings you would have had, but you will get exactly 7 minutes or 5 minutes to communicate that to the audit committee. And if you can get that attention where you have very powerful 5 minutes of communication, to get another 30 minutes will be a cakewalk for you. But if you miss that opportunity of 5 minutes, you are like any other normal auditor. So get into the art of, and invest in your own self, in the art of public speaking, in the art of writing reports, in the art of communication as a whole. I do remember my first engagement in this existing organization where, I had a particular observation. I was completely convinced, and with a lot of conviction, I went and sent out that observation to the auditee. You are new, you don't understand how business runs. All kinds of things I got to hear. Yeah. I very strongly said, I have full conviction in what I am saying, and I'm very confident about the comment that I have made, and what the process, the way it has been followed, is completely incorrect. And then this whole jargon about customer service came, because I'm a part of a bank, customer service, all of that happened. And I said, nothing doing, this is not customer service. You're putting the organization to risk. And finally, at the audit committee, all arguments happened. But always remember, as an internal auditor, you always have the trump card. Yeah. And then I opened my trump card. And today we are in the age of mobile phones. All mobile phones have cameras. Yeah, click a picture. And we all know picture speaks more than words. Imagine a audit report being only in the form of photographs. Think about it. That's the future for us. So to put it very simply, remain simple, remain open-minded, don't go with preconceived notions. Make sure that you've done your homework well when you're going to do your audit. And never forget, the auditee is much more intelligent in the area of audit that you're doing than what you are.
I think Himanshu well said. I think I'll just pick out one thought which he said, communication, the art of communication. So I think that's very important. Short, sweet, powerful communication to what work you have done. And I think in the morning, Shailesh Haribhakti talk about zero latency. Doing your work and communicating it to the management, getting it executed, implemented, there should be zero latency. So I think those, that is getting sounded out by all the professionals from industry, board members, everybody. Good communication, powerful communication, and zero latency. Quick execution and implementation. As we are short of time, I think I'll just combine two questions and I'll throw it to all the four panelists one by one, starting from Ashish. Very quickly, Ashish, what are the two or three, focus areas for you in the organization as far as internal audit is concerned, or what is the 2 or 3 top demands from management from internal audit in the organization?
Again, a very good question, Deepjee. So I think, generally speaking, the expectations of the management across the board would be, exactly what I would just echo what you said. So having a very elaborate and consistent audit methodology, no surprises, having more business-centric approach, and having a more pragmatic or a solution-providing approach rather than calling out on the troubles and problems of the company. So I think that's all pretty much out there. But I think the success of an audit function would be to then set such expectations from the management that they really think they can actually deliver, again, to further the agenda of value enhancement. And that, at a very matured internal audit department, you could then get into the space of providing thought partnership to the organization. So it could be in several forms and shapes. For instance, providing opinion or views on the strategy and plan of the company, or for that matter, what is the quality of decision making in the company. I talked about the organization culture. So, giving your views on how the culture is conducive or supporting meeting the organization's objectives and what can be done to further, strengthen that. So I think that's at a very broad level, one can add value. But I would, just like to touch upon a couple of points in terms of the management's expectations and what strategies internal audit function can use, because most of the, internal audit departments would face at some point in time these expectations. So the first one is about business partnering. And I have seen, many managements expecting audit to be up there to help them. And these could be in several forms and shapes, like, system implementation, automation, setting up some broad structures and so forth. Now, nothing wrong with that as such, but then, there was a discussion on independence in this panel before. So I think that's really important. You need to be very clear how you are going to remain independent by getting into that. And the second piece is that, are you going to be resourced by the management to support in doing that? Because if you are going to compromise on your resources and that impacts your baseline audit delivery, then obviously it is not something that is going to be, helping you to give your core audit delivery. So that's where I think a clear articulation is needed, what exactly internal audit needs to achieve by getting involved into such business partnering projects. The second piece is regarding assurances. Now, there is, again, huge requirements of several assurance areas in an organization. So it could be in the form of pre-audits or compliance monitoring or vendor due diligence, and, technical assessments. It's really endless. And more often than not, internal audit is always the sort of, first port of call, for any organization or management to help over there. Now here again, nothing wrong in that, because it really sometimes also helps the audit function. But you have to be very clear about, how much efforts and resources that will really be needed to do that work effectively. And with my experience, it is not, does not translate that much of benefit in your core audit activities by delivering these projects. So as long as you are able to give broad direction and you are able to make some design recommendations for these programs, that's well and good. But then the moment you deep dive and you start delivering these initiatives, then you really have to be very clear that how does that actually synergize with your core audit function. Then comes, on the expectations of risk management and how, risk solutions can be provided. Now, that's where I strongly feel that internal audit has to strongly integrate and align, because that's the piece which directly meets the objectives of audit function. And I feel that, that has the skill set and the expertise aligned as well. So every auditor has to have, again, a good understanding of what is the risk profile of the company. And that includes your business risks, technology risks, your asset integrity risks, fraud risks, IT security risks, cyber risks. So the list is endless, and that's where I think audit has to have a very clear articulation of how they will work together with the management to find smart and sustainable solutions to manage these risks. Yeah. So that's my take on the.
Sure, Ashish. I think Prabhakar ji, your take on what are the top two, quickly, what are the top two focus areas or demands from management from internal audit?
My answer will be, first of all, it depends on what stage of cancer is that in that organization. There is no specific two things, but generally I will say that as on date, one is that people, the management doesn't want anything blown out of proportion without their knowledge. So it is like a predictive analytics or something, some speaker was telling, I will say predictive internal audit report. Like, say, instead of post-facto analysis of that, I think we should keep ourselves real-time updated on what is happening in the risk areas of the organization and keep the management posted on that. And that will help the management not to face any unprecedented or sudden effect to the bottom line or the top line of the business. I think, in my opinion, that should be keep into mind. And second is, nowadays, cybersecurity, everybody has told, so I'm not telling that, fraud risk assessment. This is a debate across the globe. It is happening, whether it is responsible to the internal auditor to be the part of the investigation or not. I'm not going into that debate, but of course, internal audit has a responsibility, clear mandate that through our review process, of course, we should identify the red flags, and well in advance, we should alert it to the management before something major happened in the organization. That's my answer.
Great, Prabhakar ji. Savio, again, your take on that.
So I believe there are two parts. One is to drive the implementation, because what management currently is looking for is to actually be the facilitator within the organization to make sure that the action plans, are actually implemented. And the reason for that is also very obvious, because internal audit is actually the team which is the most competent from a point of view that it understands control, right? Because internal auditors, we are wired to, look at controls and make sure things are all in place. And second and foremost is that we have the knowledge of all the functions within the organization. So who is in a better position to actually know what are the touch points within all functions that have to come together so that it facilitates the action item and, implementation. And for example, let's say in our case, we had a case of an automation to be implemented by the engineering team. Now they were helter-skelter trying to understand revenue figures, what are the revenue gains, what is the revenue forecast. but it was just a matter of facilitation with the finance team, understanding with the marketing and commercial team, which made it possible. So I believe that the facilitation factor of driving implementation is something that is expected from the management from us. And the second thing is, which even Himanshu and Ashish covered, was primarily to do with practical and sustainable recommendations. Because as auditors, we can give wish list, saying that, okay, if an activity is manual, please make it automated. But that may not be the practical, way out in the current situation. So it needs to be kind of, pretty, if we were in that position as the auditee, would we be able to implement these action items or recommendations that we are suggesting? I think that is where we will have to come down to that level. So where Himanshu said simple, I would say, coming down to the ground zero to understand the business realities and then trying to, give recommendations associated with it. I think that is the expectation from the management.
Thank you very much, Savio. I think drive implementation and practical suggestions. Himanshu, your take. I think, Himanshu, you also have the last word before I sum it up.
Thank you. Okay, I come from an industry which is highly regulated. So from my perspective, the expectations from the management are very, very clear from internal audit. Make sure you are not non-compliant with any regulation. Any non-regulation, any non-compliance is kind of treated very, very severely. Having said that, having spent time in internal audit, finance, and now compliance, my one recommendation to all my friends here is, as internal audit, we tend to look at only processes. Yeah, we tend not to look at financial numbers because they are subjected to statutory audit, etc., etc. Please look at financial numbers. They will help you navigate you through the issues that may be there, and the issues may be hidden in those numbers that you see. So please look at numbers. And the last piece of my thought process on what you should be looking at is, we all believe that, there is always a method into the madness. Okay, and a very, very senior person in my organization told me, while you bring in a lot of method into the madness, bring madness into the method, and that will hold you in good stead. That's my take.
Great. So I think thank you very much to all the four distinguished professionals with me here on the dais. I'll just try to, I know I'll not be able to summarize all what they have said, but just few gems, what they have picked out is, I've tried to jot down few of them. One is be agile, be an agile auditor, have agile business plans, focus on what the organization needs, have a toolkit. Ashish talked about a toolkit. So understanding business requirements, understanding the environment, structure, processes, getting it resourced, getting your department resourced to deliver what is required. I think Himanshu brought out very clearly, continue to remain simple, follow your conviction, clarity of thought, be open-minded, communication, which is coming out clearly, the art of communicating in very nicely to the top management, to the stakeholders of what was found, what needs to be implemented, what needs to be improved upon for action. I think, again, I'm repeating what Shailesh Bhai said in the morning, zero latency. I think because usually when we go out to do audits, we find that, there's a lot of cycle time between you're actually carrying out the audit and communicating the results and, putting it forth to the management. So again, zero latency. The other issues which has come out is what management wants is, all the four panelists agreed that management doesn't want surprises. No surprises. Business-centric approach. You do not blow things out of proportion. Predictive dashboards. So in many organizations, what we find is auditors are called upon to look at certain key processes and provide dashboards or certain indicative figures, quarter on quarter, month on month, so that the management is well aware that, how the things are progressing in the organization, though the business processes may also be throwing that out. So that's what is coming out with Prabhakar ji talked about it. Savio talked about drive implementation, driving implementation, being a facilitator, and practical suggestions. I think that again sits down well with how you are received as an internal auditor. And of course, because Himanshu is from a very highly regulated industry, banking, naturally compliance, and not only banking, I would say that most managements across, in manufacturing and other areas today are talking about regulation because regulatory needs are increasing. So there is a lot of compliance requirements which is being demanded by the management. So thank you very much. Once again, thanks a lot to all the 4 panelists. I'm really thankful to all of you audience to be with us, and also to all the 4 panelists, and also to our organizers from WIRC who are with us. So thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Prabhakar ji. Thank you, Savio. Thank you, Himanshu. Thanks to all of you. Please.
Thank you, Deepjee. Really great discussion going on. So may I now invite my council colleague Ruddesh Bhai to propose a very well-deserved vote of thanks to all our panelists and moderator of the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure all of them are hungry, but I think, can we have a good afternoon, everyone? Okay, first of all, thank you so much, all the panelists. I think the entire panel discussion on strategies for new age internal auditor, focus on value creation was excellent. Thank you, CA Savio sir, CA Prabhakar ji, Ashish ji, Himanshu ji, for the amazing learning, not just from internal audit perspective, but the entire life learning. I think just quick few things: keep learning, keep relevant, change is continuous. We'll only be able to preserve value if we keep creating value. In simplicity lies the treasure. And the most important, improve the art of communication and public speaking, even if you're doing technical things. And the last one, bring madness into the methods. Thank you for the amazing discussion. Thank you, Deepjee, for the amazing moderation. Thank you to our chairman, Sir Murtuza Kachwala, sir, for planning out this. The chairman of the committee, Rahul Parikh, sir, and Saurabh Bhai. Thank you so much. Thank you, the entire audience. And thank you so much, this CA Ruddesh Pankhania. And we'll quickly take a lunch break for 45 minutes and back to our next technical session. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruddesh Bhai. Our next session will start sharp by 2:45. So we have 40 minutes to complete our lunch. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please settle down. Please occupy your seats back. We are about to start with our next session. Technical session 2, internal audit, doing it the right way. I request all of you to please settle down and welcoming all our audience on the virtual mode also back. I hope you all had lunch. Technical session 2 becomes very important because we've all had a very good lunch. AC is very high over here. Seats are comfortable, so I think there are huge chances. So it's going to be a very tough task for the speaker next. But yes, as a speaker, we've got someone a very, very eminent personality. I would request Rahul Parikh sir to please escort our next session speaker, Gautam Pense, CA Gautam Pense, on the dais. And as I said, we've got a wonderful speaker next, so he'll ensure that you don't get into that mode of a siesta, an afternoon siesta. But yes, the session internal audit, doing it the right way. Before I could go ahead, may I request all of you to please take a quick call on, what are the signs of things to change. If you know, there is a concept called as Agency for Specialized Monitoring, which has already launched. Now this marks, I don't know how to read it, but this marks a very important shift from what was happening earlier, a management appointed audit, say now a stakeholders appointed audit and a monitoring, and that too a real time monitoring, a live monitoring. Gone are the days when companies would give you results after end of year, and that too in September. Now, based on this ASM, you have to monthly submit your reports, and that too not only to your management but to stakeholders who could be anyone, be a BSc, be a PhD, be it anyone, XYZ. But he is that person who will be reading and understanding your operations, your financials through an eye of a monitoring agency. And that monitoring agency is only and only cash flow oriented, focused. So no more true and fair view, no more materiality, no more this or that. Absolute, whether the payment has been made for the funds that were given to, whether it is the end user perfectly the one whom you have occupied or whom you have procured from. And more importantly, no more related parties, but more importantly, connected parties now, because of thanks to section 29A of IBC. So I think everything has increased, the horizon of everything has increased. And in that moment, in that scenario, internal audit doing the right way becomes a very, very critical aspect to discuss and talk about, because this is the function that is the most key function now for a management. Because now you will be viewed by not only a statutory auditor, but more importantly by a monitoring agency or a third party or anyone who has given you funds will now keep an eye over you through their experts. So therefore, I think very, very important session. I would request Sakina Imami, CA Sakina Imami, to please introduce the today's speaker, CA Gautam Pense, and then we could start with the next session, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm privileged to introduce CA Gautam Pense, sir. He describes himself as an experimental auditor who likes to question the status quo when required. He likes to do things differently if required for effective completion of his work. He is qualified in 1998 and has a vast experience of 24 years in various areas of statutory audit, internal audit. Thank you. Statutory audit, internal audit, and industry line induction roles in finance through secondment arrangements. In his journey, he worked within and outside India in various countries. While experimenting his work profile, he found his calling in internal audit, and since then has been stuck to it. He was part of Aditya Birla Group corporate audit function, leading internal audit in multiple businesses like telecom, textile, chemical, etc. The list is endless. Since January 2020, he got transferred to Vodafone Idea Limited and Aditya Birla Group and Vodafone partnership. In his current role, he is responsible for internal audit delivery in the joint venture company and reports to the audit committee. Today, he will be enlightening us in this hot cake topic of the right risk in internal audit. Thank you, sir. May I ask moment to? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Sakina ji. May I request now the chairman Murtuza Kachwala to please join on stage as we present a memento to our speaker, C. Gautam. I'll request Rahul Bhai to please welcome Gautam Bhai with a memento as a token of appreciation. Well, it's over to you. You can please, you want to move around?
Very good afternoon to everybody who is present in person here in this hall and all those who are joining virtually from different parts of India. What I'm going to do today in next half an hour is basically share my experiments that I have done over the years to figure out a way, how do we identify right risks to audit? That's the topic that I have to discuss today. All of us are in a continuous endeavor to find out, what is it that matters most from internal audit coverage perspective, so that we remain relevant, we remain effective in this ever-changing business world. Now, apart from the internal auditing standards that talk about risk-based auditing, I think there is one other single most important factor that forces us to look at the risks that really matter. And that is nothing but our own relevance, our own existence in the organization through the work that we deliver. Apart from this, the related factor also, which has got a lot of prominence in last couple of years, is again, how do we put to use very judiciously the resources that we have at our disposal to carry out our day-to-day activity mandate. We do not have sufficiency of people. We do not have sufficiency of monetary budgets that we aspire for. So how do we ensure that whatever we have, we put it to the maximum possible impact from the work that we carry out? And these are the two other most important factors why it is absolutely necessary for all of us to focus on things that really matter from the internal audit coverage perspective. So actually that covers part A of my presentation. And I think I went really quick through it, but that's how the time goes these days. Over next couple of slides as part of part 2 of my presentation, I'll be talking a little bit about the guiding principles that I keep telling my teams to always focus upon when they are trying, or rather when they are on their journey to identify the risks that we need to audit. And in those guiding principles, the one that really stands out and one which is absolutely fundamental is knowledge of business. And I'm sure all of you would agree that without having right knowledge of business, our efforts to find right risks are not going to yield us the results that we want. Obviously, when we have in-house audit setups, it is relatively easier to train our in-house guys to understand the business the right way. But all those setups where it is absolutely or completely outsourced or largely co-sourced, we have to take those special efforts so that we actually onboard in a true sense all our partner teams members so that they understand our business context the right way, so that when they are executing the audits, they can focus on right areas. The second one is a combination of significance and the practicality. Now, when we are trying to screen through the horizons, we obviously are going to come across many risks. Now, in that whole process, how do we contextualize the risks from an overall operational landscape perspective and not restrict ourselves just to the silos of function, geographies, or the business verticals. Now, this becomes extremely important because all we are trying to do is come out with a manageable set of risks that we can address as part of our work in a year's time. Now, when the organizations are really large in terms of their geographical spread or in terms of their business verticals, obviously a balance needs to be struck between not just globally important risks. When I say globally, it need not be geographically globally, but it can be within a country, but covering the entire landscape. So we need to balance that global themes with what is relevant at the silos of functions, business units, or the geographies. That's extremely important. From a practicality perspective, it is also important when we are actually dimensioning the risks. What is the size of the risk? What is the significance or the in the overall scheme of things, where does that particular risk fits in? That is an important consideration that we have to always keep it in mind. Apart from that, we must also be cognizant of the condition of controls that we already have in the organizations, which are acting as mitigating factors in order to either reduce the impact or the likelihood of occurrence of those risk events. Now, without giving due considerations to this two factors of significance and practicality, if we carry out an exercise of identifying the risk, in my view, it will run a very high risk of getting labeled as theoretical. The last one, equally important, is leverage. Now, we as internal auditors must leverage fully all the body of work done by various assurance providers within the organization, or for that matter, all the frameworks that exist in the organization. We have to, with conscious effort, step away from trying to reinvent the wheel all the time. We are not Supermans or Batman for that matter. Now, what I mean is, if in an organization we have a robust enterprise risk management framework or a robust compliance program, a robust whistleblowing program, leverage outcomes of all those programs. It makes our life much more easier, and it makes our efforts to zero down onto the risks that much faster. Now, for example, if an organization's ERM framework talks about or largely covers all strategic risks and very important operational risks, we just pick it up. We don't have to again repeat that whole exercise. As long as we have a comfort that there is a robust process behind that arriving at that list of risks, then we are free to look at the other aspects or the below the radar operations of the business. Are there any significant risks that will matter to us from an audit perspective? Now, the most important advantage of leveraging work is our ability to showcase an integrated picture of the company's or organization's complete risk landscape and how different assurance providers are addressing that landscape. And that integrated picture of risk landscape, when we will present it to the management or to the audit committee, they will certainly appreciate it, because they need not have that kind of view earlier if nobody would have taken that conscious efforts to piece together all these different functions who are performing, in essence, a relatable kind of work. Now, the another big advantage of this is in terms of rationalizing cost of assurance. Everybody together giving a combined view is always much better than everybody running parallelly to give that combined view. Now, with this as a background, let me in next couple of slides touch about a method to this whole madness of how do we zero down on the risk that really matters. What I'm going to share is some of the experiments, as I said in the beginning, a method that I implemented a couple of years ago. It keeps changing every year, but I'm sure many of you also would have a similar kind of an approach. And there is no one single approach which will fit all the environment. So we need to figure it out what that suits us the most. Now, in this whole approach, there are importantly 4 parts. One is gather everything that is relevant for us to identify the risk, whether it is company's information, whether it is industry reports, whether it is risk surveys that are published by different organizations. Talk to all the important stakeholders to get their perspectives of risks. And that is very, very important because that's the only opportunity that we have to get top down as well as bottom up view of the risks. And after we collate all this information, just summarize it, go through it, apply different filters and try to zero down onto a list that is manageable. Now, this is a template that we generally use to get a stakeholder feedback. It has a couple of components. One about what they feel are the important risks for the company, for their own function or the area of responsibility. There is another section where we ask them to share information about where all maximum changes have happened in the organization in terms of processes, in terms of systems, new system deployments, etc., because that's very important for us. New initiatives that they are taken in last year or planning to take this year, is also another important piece of information. We may not use all of that in the 1 year, but it is important that we create our repositories year after year. Now, once we collate that feedback, we try to map all those risks that we have identified with the business processes. So this is an attempt to profile business processes in terms of the risks that they carry. Now, the important point here is also, while we are trying to do that assessment, we must be aware of the condition of the controls that exist in each of those processes based on our past audit experiences, or the management's perception of the control, because we might not have been in a position to audit certain processes in last 2 years. But it's an attempt that we get that in and then do our risk assessment in terms of the risk scores. Now, this is an end statement of the entire risk assessment journey. So what we have done is we have kind of compartmentalized the whole organization into around 100+ business processes. So it is a kind of audit universe for us. Each of them into low risk, medium risk, high risk, very high risk. And also the ownership in terms of who controls those processes. Is it the corporate setup that controls it? Is it the entirely circle that the operating units who control it? Or it's a mixed ownership, some parts in corporate and some in circles. Now, when we conclude our audit efforts for the year, we also go back to the management and audit committee. And then we tell them, I said, okay, out of the total, say 100 odd processes, we had picked up around 50 odd in the year to audit. We have completed our audits for all those 50s, and here is the outcome. Out of those 50, how many cases where the risk score has actually, deteriorated than our initial assessment before the audit? In how many it has improved? In a sense, they are not as risky as that we perceived it in the beginning. And how many are neutral in the same bucket? So that was actually a little bit on the methodology that I practice, but it is changing. Now, as a part of the last phase of, rather the last part of my presentation, what I'm going to talk about is certain specific risks that we have audited at different points in time, considering the context which was existing at that point in time. My first example is about a cyclone. This is year 2016 when Chennai was hit with 2 consecutive cyclones, one in the month of November, Okchi, and one in December, where the picture I have put Varda. So in both of them, we did a very quick kind of a operations preparedness review in the buildup of that cyclone. 3 to 4 days before the actual landfall that happened in and around Chennai and the coast of Tamil Nadu. Now, 2 of our team members were there out in the field trying to assess how well have we put in our efforts to protect the critical infrastructure. It is inevitable that when the cyclones of this magnitude hit, our network will take a beating. The only question is how much efforts can we put in to minimize that damage. Now, from that standpoint, we ran a couple of quick checks because since it was done in 3 or max 3 days, how are the redundancies being built? Now, redundancies in terms of powering our critical infrastructure, because it is obvious that the electricity lines will go off. Do we have sufficient diesel stored or arrangements done where it will get delivered immediately? How have we overhauled our DG sets which are there? Are they in proper condition? We looked at our entire battery bank setup because every network infra has 3 lines of power backup. First is electricity, then you have immediately battery bank till you start your DGs, and then your DG. So preparedness of all 2 backups. Apart from that, for all the important tower infrastructures, it is important that we have a right kind of earthing pits which are working so that the risk of lightning gets addressed. So we ran a check on the critical towers and our main mobile switching center locations on that one. Third aspect that we looked at was redundancies in terms of interconnectedness of our network with our competition. Any such natural calamities, when they happen, all operators cooperate. So our ability to switch traffic from our network to a competition network so that our customers are suffering the least in terms of the availability of mobile network. So the technical parameters that needs to be taken care of, where they've been actually taken care of in the right way, the testing has happened. All those aspects we had checked. And the last one was actually on the fire. If there are, because of untoward incident, short circuits, if the fire has to break out, are we sufficiently prepared? Are people aware of all the emergency contact numbers which need to be remembered? So are they being prominently displayed in all of them? So it was a good eye opener. It was a kind of a near real-time audit, so that if there were any gaps, we had at least some bit of time to fix them, if not entirely. The next example I'm sharing is about security audit of the entire telecom network. Again, as a fallout of a new regulation that Department of Telecom came out a couple of years ago, we had done a detailed review of the most critical nodes and the various categories of controls that we have in terms of user access, in terms of file access, in terms of logs, in terms of backups, system security, remote access. And what you see on the slide is a 1-page summary of 18 audit reports. Now this gives a 1-page risk profiling of the complete critical network nodes across types of risk from a CTO's consumption. The third example I would like to share is about cybersecurity. For us, it's very, very important. Many times we do, rather for this, cybersecurity for us is a recurring theme every year, different aspects of it. In one particular year, what we tried to do little differently, essentially to drive point more effectively to the management, to the realities of cyber risk. Many times when we do audits, we talk more technical, so, and then the senior management, especially the CFOs or managing directors, or at times audit committee members, they fail to understand the magnitude or the essence of that technical lingo that we throw around. So as they say, in any security posturing, it is as strong as the weakest link of that entire posturing is. And many a times that weakest link is people. So in one of our cybersecurity audit, we actually ran phishing campaigns. We hired service space. We registered certain domains which were close to our group lines of businesses. We created campaigns like discounts on some of our group businesses, campaigns like recruitment, campaigns on insurance. We framed the entire context of the email and we started shooting it to the target audience in multiple businesses. And as we have had our luck, we got a sizable delta of successful hits. Across the hierarchy of the organization, we were able to get their login credentials. We also got their passwords, though we wiped out the entire server storage that we had created. Completely done in-house. And when we presented the outcomes of this whole exercise, the way we got response was so different, because we were able to drive home points so effectively. The all seriousness in terms of protecting, in terms of user awareness on security, everything fallen in place. Cost assurance, as you all know in my introduction, that I work with Vodafone Idea, and this is in our circumstances that we are going through, my topmost agenda for last 2 years that I have been with Vodafone Idea. All those areas where there are wastages, there are leakages, possibilities of rationalizations, naturally has to figure as my topmost risk in my current context. So in last 2 years, we would have covered the business processes which address almost 15,000 crores of costs on the network and IT side. This is a very different, interesting example on the marketing spend. This was an inside out audit review that we had done. When we typically put our branding merchandise in the market, and it gets displayed in multiple forms and shapes. And one of them is we put up our advertising, I would say, boards on the shops, the retailers, or sometimes they are not even our retailers, but any other prominent shop which gives us maximum eyeballs in maybe a traffic, a busy traffic junction and things like that. So there is a process in which we go through, identify where we want to put, there is a cost associated, there are agencies involved. So as part of this review, what we had done was, if I'm paying 100 rupees to get one place for my advertisement, how much of that is actually going to the owner of the shop on whose premises I have put my board? We reached out to almost 1,000 plus shop owners in 5 different states, and it took us almost 3.5 to 4 months. And we figured out the layers of agencies who were actually taking away lion's share of the spend that I was doing as an organization, and what was getting at the last mile, along with the visibility that I will have at the last mile. Because if the share to the last mile is less, there is no incentive at the last mile to continue to display your board. So you may incur cost, but there is no visibility on ground. So we identified a significant portion of cost as a potential to rationalize it by more legwork. This I will skip because it's one of the routine audits that we can perform. So actually that takes me to the last slide of my presentation. Having shared with you some of the examples, some of the methods, how we go about identifying the right risk to audit. I thought this quote aptly summarizes the underlying philosophy for zeroing down on the risks that we want to capture as part of our audit coverage. Now, it's not what you look at that matters. What matters is what we see. With that, I pause. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to take. I hope I will be able to answer many of them, if not all of them. Yeah. Can you come little ahead? I can't hear you.
It's not a question actually, since you're in Vodafone Idea Limited. I heard you have a segment called Voice, VOIS. VOIS, Voice segment.
VOIS.
It's a intelligent service of Vodafone. Intelligent unit service of Vodafone.
Intelligent?
Unit service of Vodafone. VOIS.
I think I'll take this offline. If it is specific to our service offering you are talking about?
No. It's a basically intelligence unit actually.
Intelligence unit?
Yes.
In the organization?
Yes.
Okay.
So they go through this automation and everything. So I thought you can just throw light over it.
Okay. You are referring from which perspective? Is it from the information security that I talked about?
Yes, information.
Okay. So we have around 10 different types of audits that we do on information security. Mine is only one out of those 10. There are external agencies that we hire. We have one of the big fours who run our security operations center 24/7. It's a massive amount of efforts which are put in because the landscape of technology, for us it is two. One is telecom technology. And the physical locations we are present on telecom technology, just to give a sense of scale, is almost 190,000 physical distinct units, rather the locations spread over all India. Now, where we have the telecom technology. And then we have a IT stacks, which are more centralized in our data centers, who are integrated with the telecom technology. And then the finance ERP is just one. So in terms of business criticality of applications, it could be easily 300 upwards, critical ones. Now, as I said, whatever VOIS you talked about, so we have our in-house strong team with our strategic partners like IBMs, who are working 24/7 on covering all aspects of technology, your infra plus applications, plus data centers, security, everything. On top of that, we have these audit mechanisms, almost 10 of them uniquely. We have specialized external parties hired for VAPT, specialized firms who will do my application related testing, specialized guys for all proactive intelligence and threat gathering, so that we are aware what is happening and then we quickly go back and check our own posturing. So it's a very, I would say, a comprehensive kind of a setup that exists, who are continuously trying to look at where things can go wrong. And I'm sure you all will agree, in spite of all of this, there will always be gaps. I hope I've answered what you were looking forward to.
Right. Thank you. We've got some questions on virtually. If you don't mind, I'll take them questions.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Prasant has asked, no, sorry, Sanjay Joshi has asked, please explain section 138 of Companies Act when it says internal auditor can be a body corporate.
It can be a body corporate.
I think you must have read something else.
Yeah, so if it is reference to, can a company appoint anybody as anybody other than an individual?
So internal auditor could be in a form of a body
Yeah.
corporate. Yeah, they are also internal auditors.
Yeah.
All right. Rama Subramaniam is asked roadmap on upskilling auditor from traditional audit to new age auditor in terms of technology analytics. Any quick thoughts?
Yeah, so I think my personal take on this is our fundamentals don't change. Fundamentals of audit never change, which is basically to provide assurance. The ways in which we provide assurance changes with time, with the advancement of technology that is available. So I think in last 10 years, we have seen that it is absolutely must that we go beyond our traditional understanding of the role of auditor in terms of acquiring skills of technology, of analytics. So these days in many companies, internal auditors, internal audit setups or teams are no longer dominated by chartered accountants. You have multidisciplinary people of engineers and again further specializations based on the line of business that we operate in. Yeah, so it is absolutely required.
Required. AI, is it reliable? I mean, there are a lot of questions on AI because I think we touched on it. Do you think we could rely totally on this?
So AI, I think my personal take is at this point in time has larger business case of helping business find the solutions to their problem. And I'm not saying that it may not have an internal audit use cases, but I think in AI, all that matters is how does that intelligence work from an internal audit perspective and not so much of what it throws out as the outcome.
So, Krishnan ji has asked, data capture is the primary step in digital transformation. If AI and ML can help in this through OCR, then all repetitive tasks post data capture becomes part of digital transformation. And will that be possible?
It is already happened. Wonderful. It has already happened.
Right. I think most of these questions are aligned on this. So any other questions that we have, because we've got next session, next speaker also in house. If that's okay, so you may just close this session. Any more questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together. All right, friends. Asking question is an art. Most of you who are trying to stay awake, if you can ask question, I think you'll remain awake. So do that. That'll really help you focus on what's happening here. Probably give you a perspective also. So and all the questions are welcome. I think none of these speakers would mind them. Nevertheless, moving on next. We've got a wonderful speaker, someone who's been known whenever we talk about internal audit. He's one person who's always there for WIRC, for all ICI, and has been really training a lot of people. A very, a humble guy and a very approachable person. Please put your hands together and welcome CA Karthik Radia amongst us. Let me have a louder applause here. Come on, you'll wake up, everyone. Yeah, applause for all of you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll request Rahul Bhai to please welcome him with a memento. And Sakina madam, if you could please come and introduce Karthik sir for all of us.
So in this era where we travel most of our destination with the help of Google Map, we really need someone to guide us with the practical roadmap for effective audit, and who else than CA Karthik Radia. And I here stand to introduce him briefly. He is founder and managing partner of Mazar India LLP, which has 350 people, 70 professionals and presence across 7 cities. He is CA, CS, cost accountant, CISA, CPA, and if I continue with his academics, the list will go on. He has an exposure of working in various countries, likely USA, UK, Canada, France. If I continue with the list of his achievements, I will fall short of time. So I end my introduction over here and ask him to please enlighten us. Thank you.
Before that, may I request Rahul bhai, please join me as we welcome Karthik bhai and a token of a memento and a token of appreciation. Quickly, we'll fire up your presentation in the meantime.
So very good afternoon to all of you, and very nice to see that we have resumed our face-to-face meetings like this, conference, face-to-face conference where we attend in person. I think it's very nice to see after a very long break. So without wasting a lot of time, we can straight jump into the subject matter of our conversation today, which is about an effective internal audit. Now, before we get into this, friends, it's very nice to hear this word effective, right? And it has various connotations. A lot of times the context also changes the meaning of the word effective. And what I've done is I've put together some very important practical thoughts around this word effective internal audit, which of course we'll go through. But it'll be nice to hear the perspective from most of you, who are also experienced in the area of internal audit, as to what does this whole effectiveness mean. And while it's a, most widely used, or at times even, I would say even used in an extensive manner, what does it really mean? And, maybe if we can just quickly put some thoughts together, is what makes an effective internal audit function and what are the essentials. So all of this is based on very practical amount of experiences. An internal audit function that is aligned to business vision, strategy, and plan. So again, very widely used, very extensively used, that aligned internal audit function. It should be aligned to business plan, strategy, etc. But not very easy. Again, a lot of times we as a profession come from a very legacy oriented thinking, and therefore to say whether are we really aligned to the needs of the business, that is a very important point for us to consider as an important big picture element for an effective internal audit function. Alignment with organizational agility. So these days we are seeing a lot of disruptive business models. They come up and disrupt the way of doing things. And we have seen several of these business models, whether it is payment banks, which connects various merchant organizations. Particularly, we saw it in rural India, where people felt the need of banking, but they did not want to go through the process, the legacy process of going through the banking formalities, like check signing, etc., because they were never used to it. But we saw that smartphone revolution brought us the entire payment banking system, which connected so many different merchants. And that was a very agile business model. How was it agile? It was agile because a lot of merchants had to be connected overnight. over few months. Some of the banks which came in, let's say in 2016, 17, they became some of the largest payment banks. So how an internal auditor who is very experienced with his legacy risk mindset or a risk and a control mindset, how does he become aligned to the organizational agility? It's again not very easy, not at all easy. And I'm sure many of you will agree to this, that alignment with agility, the kind of agility that an organization will expect to grow, because there's a very short amount of time within which the money that has been invested needs to be capitalized and needs to be leveraged and needs to be, there has to be adequate return on investment within a short period of time. So alignment with organizational agility is again a very important component of very big picture, important big picture element with effect for an effective internal audit function. Works alongside management stakeholders, but meets the board expectations. A lot of times there's a misconception. The misconception that most of us, in fact, even those of us who are actually heading audit functions, we have a misconception about reporting. And we always mean independence, it comes by reporting. And let's say reporting to a board of directors, half of whom are actually independent board of directors. Let's say in a governed, in a listed company, half of whom would be at least non-executive independent directors. And how do we ensure that while we report to the board, we work alongside the management? Because the objective of internal audit is not different from the objective of the organization. And board is again going to meet once in 3 months, once in a quarter, although fully independent. It will provide directions. It is not going to run the company. So work along with management stakeholders. You have to work along with management stakeholders, but at the same time meet the board expectations. So if the misconception is about reporting, that we are reporting independently to the board, therefore we are going to behave very much independent, very much strict. We are not going to give any regard to what the management is saying. That's not going to work. You have to work alongside the management stakeholders and at the same time meet board expectations. The fourth one I say is the trusted arm and a trusted partner. We a lot of times again highly abused or misused or very extensively used term is trusted advisor. We say that, okay, we are trusted. Most advisors will come and say, okay, we are trusted advisors. Again, very extensively used, at times even abusively used, I would say. When you overuse something, it becomes abusively used. So, need to flip around and say that a trusted arm or a trusted partner. And that's very different. When you say that we are an arm or a partner, that means you are very much equal in achieving what the organization wants to achieve. The plan or an objective of an enterprise is not different from plan of an internal audit, because internal audit wants you to achieve your business objectives. So it's not coming in the way. So therefore, internal audit is a partner. So trusted arm and a trusted partner of a senior management that contributes in some manner. What is a contributing role? Assurance is the contributing role, and therefore validates the operation and execution of the business strategy. So while there is a business strategy, right, which has been approved by the board, which has been approved by the investors, that is being executed, whether the management is executing it well in line with the strategy is again an assurance and validation function. And therefore, if you tell management and various departmental heads and various functional heads, whether what you're doing, whether your pursuit is in track or not in track, what are the shortcomings, and you play a very constructive role, you tend to become a trusted business partner. So again, that goes to make an effective internal audit function as one of the very important big picture element. Well equipped with technology, and that leverages technology for speed, efficiency, and coverage. So technology, again, I'm sure you have gone through some of these sessions today previously, and maybe still to come. Technology, usage of technology in internal audit has become an imperative need today. You cannot live without technology, in the sense that the way the complexity, size, and scale, and the expectations of timings within which certain things have to be completed, It requires abundant use of technology, and therefore an internal audit well equipped with technology and that leverages technology is the one which is going to remain successful and is going to be effective. So why do we need technology? For speed, for efficiency, and for ensuring that we are covering more than what we were initially covering as a part of sample testing. Gone are the days I don't see people talking anymore about what's the sample size, what should be the sample size, what's an ideal sample size, statistical random sampling, and all of those things have gone because technology is there with you to enable you to do almost near to 100% coverage. And then comes significant level of depth and expertise in some of the functional areas. And again, please understand that all these areas are not necessarily subject matter expertise of an internal auditor, like cybersecurity, like sustainability, and like also the technology effectiveness. Not necessarily an internal auditor is a subject matter expert in these areas, but it is still expected that when some of these areas which are highly important are covered, like cybersecurity and sustainability, we use that kind of a subject matter expertise so that there is a sufficient level of depth and expertise in covering these areas. If there is, let's say, a shortcoming in the area of cybersecurity for the company for which you are an internal auditor or you're part of the internal audit team, the responsibility for any loss will squarely come at some point in some manner upon the internal audit team. That why is this area not been looked at properly? And why has this not been pointed out? Show us the internal audit reports where you have covered cybersecurity and show us why this particular area has not been highlighted by the internal audit. And let me tell you that many boardrooms have asked these questions in retrospect after some of the cybersecurity frauds may have happened. And it was a very big level of embarrassment to say that, okay, we have covered this area, but we were not expert in this area. So we have not looked at this area 100%. But it is expected that these areas like cybersecurity and sustainability are well covered because those are also very important elements of organizational objectives. Well versed with the business and operating models. So it should not happen that the business model awareness and the operating model awareness of the business enterprise is not very known to the internal auditor. So there has to be an adequate amount of business knowledge, including what each and every department is trying to achieve. What are the KRAs of different departments, right? What are the processes and way of working of these different departments? Because unless you know these KRAs of different departments, there is no way you're going to become a business partner and help them achieve their own KRAs. So it's only through internal audit that the business is going to get a mirror view of how the business is faring. And therefore, it is important that an internal auditor becomes at the top of his game to understand what are the different departments doing, what are their KRAs, what are the objectives, what are they trying to achieve, what are their goals, short-term, long-term goals, and contribute to the KRAs, because it is only internal auditor who has got a complete visibility of how different departments are working, has complete visibility of all the data points, because they have an access to the entire systems within the organization, all the points of data. So use that and help in contributing to the achievement of KRS by department. And therefore, that will help us to also achieve our point number 4, which is the trusted arm or a trusted partner of both the senior management and also the middle management. Because, you know, that is what is going to help you to remain friends with them and ensure that you are still going to contribute effectively to the organizational goals. So while, as I say, while the reporting is to the board and will remain to the board, but board is not going to sit there, be with you, remain with you for your day-to-day activities. And that has to be with the management. It's important that there is a good level of working relationship and working alongside management as a business partner. trusted business partner, I think that makes an effective internal audit function. So this is the important element to start with. We go on to the role of internal audit. And again, I'm sure some parts of this is already covered or is going to be covered in your sessions. But talking about effectiveness without understanding adequately the role part of an internal audit will not help us really comprehend the meaning of the word effective and an effective internal audit. Now, there is another important element also while we are talking about this set of things, what makes an effective internal audit. And, which is of course covered in some manner when I say that we want to act as a trusted arm or a trusted partner. But do you people agree that a lot of this effectiveness point also is dependent on the perception? So, when I say perception, we have heard about this, that perceptions at times make a larger impact than what the real situation is. And what a perception is made actually plays a very important role in terms of how and what can be achieved, by a function or by a person or by any particular organization. Perception plays a very important role. So how can a perception be built up for an effective internal audit? And there are softer elements to this. It is not really a hardcore element or a hard element that, okay, you bring something and it becomes effective. You bring, let's say, a particular set of things or qualities or traits and it becomes effective. There is a lot more element on perception management and a perception which at times plays a very important role in what stands effective. Because the way the perception is built up in an organization about an internal audit, whether contributing positively or whether acting with speed, agility or not, plays a very important role. And I'm sure when some of you, would be working in, some of the large organizations, although startup organizations would have become large in size, some of these organizations who are less than 4 or 5 year old organizations will very much relate to this point, because a lot of times we as legacy thinkers, we are being blamed to think with a lot of legacy that, oh, this is not possible. Oh, this kind of a control, this kind of a risk. Oh, this kind of a process is not possible. It's just not possible. And that becomes our first level view. This is not possible. It can't be achieved. But that all of that comes, from a legacy thinking. And today's organizations, a lot of today's organizations which are leading the front, they are the disruptive organizations. And that is where, agility becomes very important. And for that, again, I come back to this perception management, which becomes very, very important. So I don't know if you guys want to add something to that, happy to hear your thoughts also on how the perception also contributes to the effectiveness, if at all. Any experiences that somebody wants to share, we'll be happy to take up. Absolutely nothing. Okay, we move on. So coming to the role. So there is an existential role of an internal audit function, which we all know that a role that internal audit is presently performing. And I'm just stressing upon this so that, we all are aware about the actual role that an internal audit plays. So first is, of course, bringing in a risk mindset, a risk governance and an internal controls mindset to an organizational functioning, whether strategy, business plan, or detailed operations. A risk mindset, starting with a risk mindset, that's the key value addition of an internal audit department, because without a risk mindset, without a contribution of a risk mindset, an internal auditor does not perform his basic role. So this is an existing role, existential role, which is very well accepted. These are the 6 elements. Second is the business context. Even COSO has come back and said, both COSO 2017 and even earlier COSO 2014, 2013, there is a very important provision about business context, both in internal controls and in risk management frameworks, that a business context has to be well understood before contributing to risk and controls. And before contributing to the internal audit side, it's important that a business context is well understood. The big picture of business planning, ability to achieve business goals, business model evaluation, futuristic and proactive going concern evaluations. So a lot of times when the basic going concern of an organization has come into question mark, again, it comes upon the internal auditor. Why has this not being pointed out by an internal auditor? Because internal auditor was very much a watchdog. He was very much standing as a part of organizational functioning, as a part of the organizational overall discipline. Why was a basic going concern challenge not pointed out by an internal auditor? So again, that's a big picture that has to be looked at in terms of business planning, ability to achieve business plan, whether with the given bandwidth, a business plan that has been laid out can be achieved or not. If not, then again, internal auditor is expected to contribute by saying that, no, this is not achievable. This plan is not achievable with the management bandwidth and with the given resources. Business model evaluation also, because business model goes through a lot of change, and therefore evaluation of business model also comes into a good amount of evaluation, that how do we evaluate the business model continuously in the disruptive environment that we are living in, and the futuristic and proactive going concern evaluations. By the way, I'm happy to hear if there are some thoughts that come along this. We can debate also if there are some thoughts that any of you guys have in these areas, because all of this is evolving when we talk about effective internal audit. So happy if you want to have a discussion around that. Fourth one is technology, security, and governance. So needless to say that technology is imperative in every part of organizational functioning, every part of organizational functioning. So evaluation of the security of that, evaluation of the governance of that, and particularly the areas of cyber security I already spoke about in the previous slide. The digital trust, again, that's a very important concept. It's a internationally well-evolved concept. For example, in the US, the concept of digital trust is led by CPAs. There are certifications on digital trust that enterprises are expected to give. And it is the CPAs, let's say in US and in some other countries, where the digital trust attestation is given by an enterprise that yes, our systems are digitally trusted systems. So technology, security, and governance that encompasses cyber security and digital trust, and technology effectiveness, the technology spendings that we are doing on technology, there are returns on investment and they are as per what has been planned. And the technologies are effective to achieve the business objectives. Fifth is again very important. And internal auditor is not supposed to do forensic evaluations, but has to keep the eye of forensic always open. An eye of forensic will have to be kept open to see, are there some frauds? Are there some wrongdoings? Are there some things which are going wrong in the organization that needs to be pointed out? It is not necessarily siphoning of the resources or let's say, taking advantages of resources or just, conducting fraud with some money, but it is also a lot of elements outside of just the monetary benefits that also come as a part of forensic evaluation. So there are many such examples. Let's say I'm just giving one example. If you are a Gymkhana club, right? A lot of these clubs have also come into NGO clubs have also come into evaluation. And if you give preferences to some category of members for membership, when there's a big waiting queue, which is already lying ahead of in the membership, and you give some kind of preferences to some kind of members, there is no monetary fraud involved, but it's still a fraud. So an eye of forensic needs to be always kept open by an internal auditor. And data protection and privacy, why I've added this as a sixth element is because that is a very important element that is going to come up in India. It is already an evolved concept globally in the form of GDPR, that is Global Data Protection Regulation. India also is going to see a massive change in the data protection and privacy arena. And it's going to bring a very important change in the way most of us are functioning. The kind of phone calls that we are getting, the promotional calls, etc., that we are getting, for whether for our second-hand car purchases, which we may not want, and we get so many calls for opening bank accounts, for getting some kind of secured and unsecured loans. All of these are unwanted calls, and a lot of this is expected to change once we have, the data protection law that will come into force. So what we saw initially is what makes the big picture elements to contribute to an effective internal audit function. The second, what we saw is that what is an existing role? So I think this, most of us agree that this is an existing role of an internal auditor. Now what we come to is an evolving role of internal auditors as assurance and governance champions. So starting with sustainability, and this concept needs, I would say, it needs explanation, but it needs no further justification that it should be a part of the scope of internal audit, because it is a existential threat to many of the businesses. If the things are not sustainable, then of course the human life on this planet Earth has come to question. So if the organizations are expected to contribute to sustainability in various terminologies like net zero and various concepts, how is internal audit also playing a role in the entire concept of sustainability and ESG is a very important element for us to look at. Again, while I'll keep saying, one after the other points, but if there are thoughts, I would really welcome, because I'm sure there are many learned people also who are sitting here. I think ESG is a topic that requires a lot of deliberation and thinking and discussion. So if there are thoughts, please, very happy, Satish bhai, if you want to. Any thoughts that any of you guys have on this? Because it is a very important element. It's, I can keep saying, and I'm sure you'll keep listening till the end of this session, but I think some thoughts or deliberation will be important on ESG, sustainability.
Yeah, from my personal view on ESG, right? I don't think it is very, conceptually it is broader than environment, health, safety, which was prevalent till now. The way we used to audit EHS, a similar assurance on the ESG framework, whenever organizations are ready, implemented, walk that path, is something that obviously as one of the areas is going to come and feature in the list of areas of focus for us to look at, definitely. So yes, giving assurance on that is going to come.
Also, I think from an investor standpoint, most of the investors today, even large funds, they have become very conscious to say that, okay, the investments that we will make have to be ESG compliant investments, at least compliant investments. So environment, that's where the S part, the sustainability part comes, is social, and there is governance, and there are goals which are laid out. And there is a common thinking, particularly what we've seen is that this whole pandemic of 1.5 to 2 years has given a lot of time to businesses and to even different communities and stakeholders, including investors, that they have come back and formulated some very good views on how and what kind of a direction of growth that the businesses now need to take. So the path clearly that is coming out is a sustainable growth path and not any kind of a growth path. And people therefore believe that this whole pandemic has actually given us an enough opportunity to delve into this, think about this and dwell into this, and then come back and give a proper response to the requirement that we have on the directional sustainable growth.
I wish to share my idea of ESG. See, from the internal audit perspective, I think over a period of time, we have got various framework as a source for designing the audit universe, getting into the specific areas for audit. I think from the perspective of evolution of various aspects, even entities, management systems are also evolving. So over a period of time, we have seen internal control framework. We have also seen the sustainability aspect. We have also seen the enterprise risk management. There are various improvements which are happening for the listed entities. So ESG is one of the latest framework that has come into foray. Probably it can be a very good source of audit universe for us. So as an internal auditor, where we should focus ourselves, probably it can be one of the good things. So it's a good learning area for us. As you rightly said, we have to be contemporary for our learning and understanding, and be agile as well as, with the modern era. So I consider it to be the latest framework which can act as a source for audit universe and also a guide for our learning.
Absolutely, point well taken. Absolutely well taken. Yes, if you can give mic to her.
So I believe this ESG framework which is coming, it should not be seen as just another framework or just another compliance, but it should be taken care as our responsibility as individuals towards our next generation, and not just be taken as it should not be having only a assurance or a framework which we have to comply with, but also to as a responsibility towards environment. So the perspective of internal auditor should also change and just not look it as just one another tick mark. That has to be changed.
Absolutely. So, since this area is completely new, there is a lot of value addition that is possible by an internal auditor. And I think it is therefore very, very encouraging for an internal auditor to also contribute to this new area of ESG, because that is ultimately going to lead to the investment decisions, is going to lead to a lot of other decisions that are going to be taken around this particular area. Second is board governance. So it is again an important element. Now, what the complication that we may have is that who is going to do a board evaluation? Particularly, board is the ultimate body, a governing body in a company. And the concept is that the board evaluation also should happen periodically. So many listed companies now have got a mandatory requirement of board evaluation as a part of board governance. And there is also a role for internal audit to play here. But technical issue is that if we go back to our reporting area, that an internal audit reports to the board. So whether internal audit can do the board evaluation directly, or there should be an external agency which should do a board evaluation. That is an important point to, of course, consider and think through. But very much, there is a lot of role that an internal audit can bring in terms of board governance and board evaluation. So it's not that an internal auditor is going to start with preparing the board evaluation sheets and start going to give the scores, etc. But there is a whole process framework around how a board evaluation should be done. So what are the elements of board evaluation? How the scoring has to be done? What kind of considerations have to go in? And how the reporting overall has to be done, and documentation that has to be done. So again, that's an important area where an internal audit can contribute in terms of process building, in terms of building this as a discipline, may not be directly as operating this particular area, because obviously there is possibility of a natural conflict. Quality assessment of internal audit and risk management functions. This is not mandatory at the moment, but there is again a very well evolved concept, though not again very well evolved in India, with some internal audit functions, or I would say enlightened or matured internal audit functions. It's an evolved concept, but in India also with some of the companies, but I would say at least for listed companies, some of this should be mandatory, although it's not mandatory at the moment. But quality assessment of internal audit should be formally done once in 2 or 3 years, maximum 3 years. And one of the global disciplines that we have in the internal audit, in the form of Institute of Internal Auditors, there is a requirement of a formal quality assessment there. And there, if you have to use, if the annual report uses the term that the standards of internal audit are complied with by a company, then it is mandatory to do a quality assessment once in every 3 years. So that kind of a concept is also a very important concept here. It can be done through a peer review by another experienced internal auditor, quality assessor, or it can be done by a completely different organization, which can come and which is having an expertise in this area and can do a quality assessment. It's a very detailed, thorough assessment, not just a standard compliance, but also focuses on the quality part. It focuses on the effectiveness part of an internal audit, and it also focuses on the execution methods that whether some of the execution methods that are used, are they the effective methods to conduct internal audit, or are there some good recommendations that can come out? So that's a quality assessment. Fourth is a change management and preparedness for various projects. Again, a lot of times the way we pick up projects, particularly what we have seen in India, that most of the projects, they just come, whether it is implementation of GST, whether it is implementation of IFRS, whether it is so many different implementations. A lot of these implementations, they are done with virtually no time left. They just have to be done in a certain time frame. The kind of planning and preparedness is not very typically there the way it stands in some of the other countries, or I would say particularly Western countries, where even, let's say, an ERP upgradation of an S4 HANA, which most companies are going through or have gone through, they would basically plan for a quarter, which quarter of 2023 or 2024, sitting from now, those plans will be made up for 23 and 24. So that kind of a advanced planning is not what we live with, because this is a very different part of the world. We kind of believe in making things happen. We pick up and make things happen. So as a result of that, it's important if the internal auditor also takes a part in the change management, so that there are no adversaries that come into play. There are no unknowns that come into play, surprises that come into play, and therefore involving internal auditor for a change management, for a change like a GST, which has gone through, of course, but a changes that would happen also in the future in few of the areas. It is important that change management and preparedness for some of the newer projects, newer plans, is where internal auditor plays a role. Management structure, efficiency and effectiveness. So again, a lot of times we don't look at structure of the organization, whether that structure is fit for purpose, management structure, whether it is fit for purpose or not. That is not something that we look at. Management effectiveness, management efficiency. I don't think we look at a lot of these areas. Technology enablement, to what level of technology enablement is happening in the company. Some of these areas can be very much important part of the evolving role of the internal audit function. Fitness for purpose evaluation for right technology and its architecture. Again, this is very important. A lot of times we just take up technology projects and we go about implementing. If we find that a particular technology project is useful, by doing a small proof of concept, we quickly take a decision, okay, this has to be rolled out enterprise wide. Typically some of the process automation or digitization initiatives, we would have experienced during COVID, particularly, that a lot of businesses would have implemented so many of these decisions overnight. So whether these technologies that are selected, because they are so fast, quick decisions that get made, it is important to evaluate the fitness for purpose. How is this technology going to remain fit for purpose in the long run? Because most of the technology projects will have at least 3 to 5 years implications. So for even 3 to 5 years, whether these are fit for use technologies, I think that's an important part of the role, evolving role for internal auditor. Similarly, fit for purpose evaluation for key business strategies. We would also recommend here that there is a well spelled out KRA for internal audit team. Very meticulously spelled out KRA. Like most of the functions will have KRAs very spelled down. Even an internal audit function needs to have a KRA, which is spelled down very clearly, very well approved by the board and by the senior management. It's again one of the good practices that both the board and senior management approves what is needed of an internal audit in the form of a KRA document. Systematically spelled out KRA document. And once we have this KRA document, it has to go down and cascade down to every member of internal audit, and every member of the internal audit team is contributing to achievement of that KRA. So that is again very important. Do we have some time or? So just getting into some of the very basic areas of planning. Again, we don't want to spend, because these are the things which have already been covered. I would say these are some of the legacy areas which we are anyways doing, most of this. So it is important. Just point number 7, I would like to highlight here in terms of the planning element, that it is very important to take a firm view. Whether are we going to go with a co-sourced or an outsourced internal audit function completely? when you take a course of a co-sourced, basically the company along with the internal auditor, they are jointly working for an internal audit function. It's not completely outsourced, meaning the responsibility lies with someone within the company and there's a co-sourcing of expertise happening with an external firm. But it is very important to have this kind of a thinking clearly again spelled down and formed up, because many a times management believe, oh, we have already appointed so-and-so firm for doing internal audit, so this is not our area, it's not our problem, it's for them to. But is it a co-sourced or it's a completely outsourced? And that kind of an awareness is not there with the management or with even the boards, who appoint us as internal audit. So co-sourced versus outsourced, very important element to be made aware and to be very much formed up at an enterprise level. And again, point number 8 in the execution areas, I would like to just highlight the softer element. I think a part of this entire 3-4 days workshop is to basically make you guys aware about all the hard skills which are needed, but the soft skills that are needed for an internal audit, they basically overweigh some of the hard skills. And therefore the softer element in terms of, how is the art of making a presentation, particularly to the board, because, the board and the audit committee members, they've got a very limited time frame within which all the work that has been done in a quarter needs to be explained. So some of these softer elements have to be really mastered if at all a function has to be an effective internal audit function. Art of engagement, constantly discussing. And we see some of these even young internal auditors, they go out and make relationships with the process owners and the management stakeholders. I think those kind of relationships are encouraged so that there is a continuous engagement and so that there is a relationship, and internal audit overall can contribute effectively by way of making some of these engagements and some of these relationships. And of course, the art of presentation. So that's all. I think the rest of the things can be taken up subsequently by.
All right. I think very informative in sense. We've got a lot of questions around ESG. So you do want to talk something more on ESG, the risk that it possesses now, internal audit. So there are a lot of questions that we've got on virtual mode. So I'm just taking one of them. They're talking about ESG as a risk. So do you want to say some, what is really happening down there on ground?
No, so although I'm not you can say a full-fledged expert on the area of ESG, but because, there are compelling reasons to adopt ESG on a rather immediate basis. And because of some of the external requirements and regulation and mandates. So we also have SEBI, who has now mandated for the listed companies around ESG. Yes. We also have some of the international regulators who have made some of these components very, very mandatory. As I said, this whole pandemic break of about, it's not a complete break, but at least has given people a good thinking break about a year and a half or so. And therefore, some of these things have got really advanced in terms of its implementation. And ESG is one such area, like digitalization, that has taken a center stage, particularly during COVID pandemic. So, therefore, there is an external compulsion. One is of compliance. Second is the investors imperative to comply with ESG. Some of these, regulator and investors, these two are the important external stakeholders which tell you to do things in certain way. There's very little that an organization can do about it. And internal auditor can be very nicely leveraged, as I think somebody said, that it can help us to even develop the audit universe. Internal audit can actually as a validating function, because these are initial years of ESG. Internal audit should be leveraged to see the compliance with ESG. So, again, ESG revolves around to a lot of extent on measurement. So this entire net zero concept also is revolving around measurement, and who other than accountants and auditors are better when it comes to the real hardcore measurements, right? So even when we had this concept of national income and GDP, where national income was measured through a certain method, I think accountants played a very important role here also. When it comes to ESG, when it comes to the measurement of some of these important KRAs like a net zero and similar other important elements within ESG, I think internal auditors can play a very important role in terms of compliance and in terms of the direction, in terms of what plans are being made and whether we are following those plans or not.
Right, and very aptly mentioned, SEBI, first ever social standards in India will soon be gone. And I'm proud to say that ICI is the body which is working with SEBI to roll out its first social standards. So I think that would be a great, opportunity for each one of us, especially internal auditors, as rightly mentioned by Karthik Bhai, that, to, like, for example, I remember a European invested home finance company which talks about ESG mein, every home lending that it does, it has to go and ensure whether LED panels are there, whether they have this water recycling plant in that unit, and various small checklists that have been prescribed to make sure that we are ESG compliant. So the lending model has also become ESG compliant. So I think that's going to be a good opportunity for each one of us. Of course, manpower intensive again, but very crucial and a critical opportunity that may come very soon. There's some mention about carbon emission tool. Are you aware? I don't know. There's someone who mentioned about. So if anyone is aware about it, there's a tool on carbon emission. There's largely, Karthik, if you are aware or anyone who's aware, I mean, one question that carbon credits is becoming a very big opportunity. Do we know how does that happen? Any idea? Do we see internal auditors or chartered accountants playing a role for organizations who are net negative? How can and what can we do to create carbon credits so that we could sell them off? I think just saw a very good white paper recently by one of the some Oxford people. So do you see anything? I mean, any idea around that?
It's the same similar part of carbon emission is still. Carbon emission still is, I would say, it's part of this whole sustainability framework itself. Carbon is the main thing within this whole sustainability. In terms of measurement tools, etc. Yes, there are good level of measurement tools, and again, the kind of businesses that you are in also play a very important role in helping us do these measurements. I think we had some kind of environmental laws already. It's not that India was never on the sustainability track at all. We have already some very stringent laws around environment and pollution, which is there. But I think you can also.
I think, yeah, the specific point that you mentioned about carbon credits. I think there are enough consultants who are available in India also. I think all fours, they have a dedicated line of practice who advise or the consult all the leading corporates. How do they leverage their net neutral, or not net neutral, but negative carbon footprints? So it's already there.
No, it's like when you do a measurement of input credit, output credit, like in a GST.
Just imagine, no, I mean, we are cultivating companies now, which will, grow trees, which will grow this, that, make sure we are carbon positive, and we start selling credits to, companies who have negative. I mean, that will be a very sustainable and very profitable business. So, I mean, one thing really, we are, as a chartered accountant, we should start looking at is how to encourage these kind of, companies which can sell their carbon credits.
So there are exchanges also.
Exchanges, yes,
exchanges
absolutely.
which happen. ESG also, sustainability exchanges, where you can sell some of these credits, buy credits, and also ESG exchanges. There are also a couple of exchanges in India which have come up.
Wonderful. All right, any questions? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes, madam. Namna? Madam.
So I have a question with respect to the effectiveness on the internal audit. Generally in companies, we see that, the generally outsourced, the internal audit activity is outsourced. So wherever it is fully outsourced, do we still see that, the internal auditor, the partner who is handling the assignment, is the chief audit executive of the company, or the company should have its own CAE to whom the internal auditor reports to?
It's a very important question. It's not a very straightforward answer there. Typically it is seen that a co-sourced, and this is a globally well accepted norm, that a co-sourced internal audit function is an ideal internal audit function. But again, that depends. But this is a general thinking that is there, that you have at least some core basic team within the company, at least the senior people in the team, like a CAE, so that you can catch hold of one person if there's anything that goes wrong. Somebody who is internal, somebody who is bound by the organizational conduct and employment. So we have somebody within, and there is a core team, and then you basically, for whatever amount of work, extensive work that you want to utilize an external firm and bring in that independence, because once you also need an independence, you completely, if you're relying on somebody internal, the board may not get a complete assurance, though these guys are the employees of the company. Ultimately, they are employed by the company. So a good combination would be a co-source. Determination of that is important, and awareness around that is important. What we presently see is that many companies, they don't have enough awareness about this particular area, right? So, a lot of times when the frauds and irregularities happen, we try to see who is the internal auditor, right?
That's where my whole question came up.
So who is the internal auditor? And then you say, oh, he is outsourced. But then if he's outsourced, is he holding that responsibility enough? Because his mandate will say, if it's outsourced, that my liability will be to the maximum of my 1 year's fees, very typically. So a kind of determination is very important in this area. And therefore, a right fit, whether it should be co-sourced or outsourced or fully in-house, I think that can be a choice, and that can be a call that can be taken. But it needs to be thought through. At a board level, it needs to be thought through that what are the pros and cons and which is the approach we want to take.
But it's not mandated by any of the standards.
No.
I think in case of completely outsourced setup, I think that's what you were asking. Generally, I have seen there is always a custodian for that relationship who sits within the organization. Now there could be multiple scenarios. That custodian may have a complete responsibility. Though he may not have hands and legs on the roles of the company, then this outsourced firm becomes hands and legs. And as Karthik was saying, co-source, that's one word. But when we outsource, the accountability does not shift. It will still be inside, within the management, whether it is CFO or that individual. I think they can't raise their hand saying,
Yes.
we don't know where and what went wrong, so.
Yeah, that answered my question. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. So you were awake. That's it. Great. Thank you for this question. On anyone else? Any questions? I'm sure there's a lot of IA to come next. We've got a wonderful panel discussion. Satish sir is here. We're going to have an amazing question answer round, and all of this will come in. Anything that comes to your mind, we can quickly have a chat over it. And of course, we are meeting next over tea. So I think both of them would be available outside also. Any questions next? All right, so we call it up. Thank you for a wonderful session. Please put your hands together for both the speakers. Thank you very much for this wonderful, very roadmap to effective, as we say under quotes, effective internal audit. Very difficult to have this, but yes, to justify this becomes a more and more challenging task. So I think we at WIRC all are committed to ensure that whatever that is required for any of us to make sure that anything that we do is effective. I think we can provide you as many resources as possible, especially the tech part. So thank you, Gautam sir, and thank you, Karthik bhai, for delivering this wonderful session. We break for tea. Friends on virtual mode, please have tea yourself also. And we'll catch up soon on the next session. We've got Satish Shinoy as a moderator, and we've got a wonderful panel, wonderful speakers next. We already have them over here. We welcome all of them. But yes, we join after tea in just 10 minutes. So 4:30 we meet you back. Please, and tea is served just outside here. And come back soon. Thank you.
Yes.
We just went to that place.
Now we are at Birla Century.
Thank you.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, is a statutory body established by an Act of Parliament for regulating the CA profession in India. The ICAI is the second largest professional body of the chartered accountants in the world. With a strong tradition of service to the Indian economy, in public interest, having over 350,000 chartered accountant members, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, Honorable President, ICAI, and CA Aniket Talati, Honorable Vice President, are at the helm of the institution. The ICAI functions through 5 regions, which are WIRC, EIRC, NIRC, SIRC, and CIRC. Western India Regional Council, WIRC, of ICAI is the largest region, having jurisdiction over Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa states and the Union Territories of Daman, Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, with 35 branches spread over the region. WIRC caters to the membership of over 1,16,000 chartered accountants and around 2,50,000 CA students. WIRC of ICAI has always been the forefront in organizing conferences, seminars, workshops, webinars, which are important tools for the propagation of relevant information and dissemination of knowledge. WIRC also makes representations on the practice of various laws through central committees or directly through the respective offices of state governments of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, and the Union Territories. It also organizes various programs for the benefit of the public at large. These ideal platforms for the chartered accountants to participate and gain the benefits from the doings of the profession in industry, technology, financial services, and matters related to professional development and contemporary relevance, which is considered as the need of the hour. The members in the industry are our greatest brand ambassadors and make us proud. It is always a constant endeavor to keep constant connect with them and create platform for constant networking at all times. Students' education courses and classes are also organized regularly for the benefit of CA students. All our activities for students are executed and supported by Vikasa, Western India CA Students Association. In order to attract the new entrants into the CA course, WIRC and Vikasa organizes regularly career counseling programs in high schools and colleges throughout the Western region. This year, 2022-23, WIRC is under the leadership of CA Murtaza Kachwala, Chairman, CA Yashwant Kasar, Vice Chairman, CA Shweta Jain, Secretary, CA Piyush Chandak, Treasurer, CA Ketan Sayya, Vikasa Chairman. Ably supported by the regional council members, namely CA Abhijit Kelkar,
Good evening, all of you. We are awaiting a wonderful session, the success stories. I think this is the session where there'll be a huge learning. Yahi wo session hai where we get the practical experiences of all the learned speakers. Theory हम सुनते रहते हैं, पढ़ते रहते हैं, पता नहीं उसमें से क्या implement होता है, what we are able to work actually. But when we hear such example, that we remember for lifetime. Internal audit, I do not know much, but yes, whatever internal audit I have been doing, one principle which I was taught during my training period is that whenever you do internal audit, you think that you are a owner of a business. Thinking that you are a owner of business, you go and have that approach and search for all the areas. Look at all the areas where you can do improvement, be it, asset, be it liability, reduction in expenditure, increase in revenue. So from cost saving to, analyzing of your receivable, payable, everything. I mean, you have to think 360 degree that let it be a small item anywhere in that office premises, factory premises. अगर वो लगता है कि ठीक से नहीं रखा हुआ है, that also should, have a place in my internal audit report. Somewhere we were doing, some multiplex audit and we saw that, the food items are not kept properly. The maximum revenue comes from the food item. Washroom were not proper. We had given the photographs of washroom that this is the way, in one of the retail jewelry showroom where we visited for the internal audit, we had given the pictures of washroom. We said that a customer who is coming here and sitting for 2 hours in selecting the jewelry, and if he has to or she has to visit that washroom, and if it is of such type, how will your customer come, and how will a customer what impression he will carry when he goes back to the, whether he will come next time. So, having that approach that I am the owner of the business and then going and then, using whatever tools we talk, whatever technology we talk, but I feel that wo dimag mein hona chahiye approach internal audit karne ka. Then everything you will able to use, whether it is, some technological tool or some methodology or some other thing. And a session like this will open up our mind, will tell us that, what were their finding, all these dignitaries finding while doing this internal audit. And that is going to be the real helpful. And I think the committee thoughtfully kept this as last panel discussion so that the entire day's discussion, whatever we had, and we can correlate with these genuine real-time stories which these people have experienced. With this opening remark, I'll request IIA committee member Dhaval and Mustaqim to please come on the dais to introduce all the worthy speakers, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Who doesn't want to learn from the best? Who doesn't want to deliver the best? Who doesn't want to be the best? Every one of us, right? However, our today's dynamic panel, especially our most enthusiastic moderator, Shri Satish Sinoy sir, who is having an added perspective to be better than the best. That is to say that let us look forward to learn from the experience and understand what works and what does not, what converts into success story. I shall now take the privilege to introduce our moderator and two of the panel speakers, and then I would pass it on to CA Dhaval Bhanushali. For today's session, moderator is an ardent cricket enthusiast who looks forward to opportunities to link internal audit and with cricket whenever he gets the opportunity. He writes lots of blogs which correlate internal audit with the cricket. He carries over 40 years of experience in internal audit and risk management and forensic audit. His experience is enough to describe the expertise he carries for the subject. We have four panelists for this today's session. One of them is Sri C.A. Yatesh Rastogi, who is having an 18+ years of experience in the internal audit and fraud investigations. He is currently Chief Internal Audit and Risk Assurance at Raymond Limited. One of the panelists is C.A. Sagar Dani, who is a qualified chartered accountant and having an 18+ years of experience in internal audit and risk governance. Prior to joining Rebel, Sagar sir was working with General Mills as head internal audit, global quality and risk. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to request CA Dhaval Bhanusali to introduce our other two panel members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustaqim. I would take the privilege to introduce CA Rajiv Neva, sir. He's a group CFO of RK Swami Hansa Group. He is into this field since past 3 decades, and he has built a broad career with leading Indian business houses such as the Tatas, Birlas, and K. Raheja corporations. He's a qualified CA and CS and holds many certifications from B schools. Furthermore, in the recent past, he has successfully led his company through an IPO with an equity subscription by globally reputed funds and investors. Other panelist is CA Surat Mukherjee, sir. He is a qualified CA, CMA, CISA, CFE, and CRICP, currently heading the internal audit and investigations at ACC Limited. Prior to ACC, he has been associated with Dalmia Bharat Group, Sony India, and Philips India. Over the past years, he has led leadership positions in various MNCs and Indian organizations. And he has been a regular contributor at ICI, IIA, and ICMA. Thank you so much for being over here, sir. Over to Ketan, sir.
Thank you, Dhaval and Mustaqim. Before I pass on the battle to Satish sir, let me acknowledge the love and affection of WIRC by way of presenting them memento. I'll request Regional Council Member Pinky also to join me. So I'll request Satish sir first to. So I'll just, the Yatesh sir, thereafter I'll request, then Sagar sir. I'm sure we are going to have a wonderful session from being moderated by Satish sir. I have heard Satish sir many times. There are some speeches which I have heard where he is very, very simple and I have understood 100% of whatever he said. There are some speech which I have heard of him. I have not understood a single word. He has used so much jargon and then I had to continuously open up the dictionary and see what sir is saying. So with that, I'll request Satish sir to, start the conversations.
Good evening. So Ketan, I assure you I'll be somewhere in between those two standards that you have set up for me. So well, good evening and a very, very warm welcome to this session. I'm indeed privileged to be here in front of a very, very distinguished panel members. In fact, I'm humbled to be really the moderator for this session. I wish I was a panelist. But nevertheless, I need to listen to what Murtuza tells me. And here I am as the moderator. I'm happy to see so many faces. I don't know whether our 1 hour started at 4:30 or whether it starts now, but this watch here tells me that I have 1 hour to go. I promise you, we will not take more than 60 minutes or 59 minutes, 21 seconds as I'm speaking. So don't worry about looking at your watch for either. The IPL match starts at 7:30, so there's no score update also to give. I want to watch the IPL match, so I'll be definitely pushing off from here in 59 minutes. So this is an assurance that just stay back, sit back, relax. These chairs are also as comfortable as the first class cabin class. So just sit back and relax. We are here to have fun. This is not a series or not a session where we need to be, absolutely stoic and wonder what's happening. I completely agree. I was sitting here since morning and I was waiting to come up here and speak. Now that I've got the chance to speak, I think Surat is worried whether I'll speak for the full 1 hour. He knows me well enough, but I'm not going to do that. Okay. So I think we are in the cusp of a very, very interesting period of our life as internal auditors. I know I'm sitting next to a CFO. He's already nudging me, but I would say that today, the way the internal audit has been positioned here until now, and the things that have happened in the past 2 years because of COVID, and the way internal audit has, lived up to the work, whether it is by remote working, whether it is the actual work that we did, taking inventory. I was also had the privilege of looking at some entries for some award function of another institute. And I was very happy to see that every aspect of our work, somebody in the profession found a way to do it. And I think that's the resilience which internal auditors are continually showing up and should show it in much greater measure as we move forward, which is why I'm saying that we have got a huge opportunity. It's not a risk, it's a huge opportunity for us to do multiple things simultaneously using technology. I mean, there will be many jargons that are thrown up to us. Like today, if I had to just make a list of the jargons that I heard, it is some things which we understand and some things that we don't understand. But nevertheless, I think we've been resilient enough to stand up to these times and make sure that we do our best. I can tell you this from my experience of auditing. The management requires us to be useful, and to be useful to anybody means you need to add value. You need to do the right things, the right way. And this session, in fact, is all about talking about doing it the right way. We must do the right things in the right way, in the right measure. And that's very important. You could do the right things, but you have to do it in a very calculated measure. You have to do what the management wants, but you need to balance it with what you understand as what you need to do. And I think balance as a concept, forget about internal auditing, but even in life, balance is something that we require we need to keep in anything that we do. And meeting expectations. The biggest worry and the biggest issue that I always have in life, whether it is meeting expectation of family or meeting expectation of the income tax authorities or meeting the expectation of my employers or friends or colleagues, is always trying to be in a position to understand what the expectation is and matching up, putting in that much kind of effort, the right kind of effort in the right measure to match up with this expectation. So here we are today, this evening. We've got some excellent speakers. I just had an opportunity to interact with them about 2 weeks ago because I was out on a small vacation to south part of India and just got back day before yesterday. But I had the occasion we had interacted. Yatesh, Rajiv, Surat, Sagar, all of us had interacted so beautifully, and I'm really very happy to be the moderator. So let me start. Having given some kind of a background, we need to basically discuss two things today. One is about best practices and the other is success stories. Now, if you ask me as a professional, I think sharing is a very important aspect of our life. Again, whether it's auditing or personal, the more we share, the more we have. At least if not individually, collectively we have more. And therefore, sharing good practices is something we can always do. If I work in a pharma company, it's not necessary I need to share good practices only with the pharma company. I've heard of Indigo as an airline sharing, understanding how a Formula One car racetrack changes the tire in 7 seconds, And they said that if we turn around our flights by using the same principles that a F1 car manufacturer, the car race guys, they turn around the car so fast, then we get an extra flight per aircraft per day, which is more top line, more bottom line. So it's not necessary we need to benchmark and need to understand from our own practice, from our own industry. We can get examples of benchmark from just about anywhere. So here we are, and I thought I'll first part of the conversation, I want to revolve it around these success stories. So Surat, let me start with you because you're sitting very near to me. And before you say anything else, I thought, let me start with you. What has been your success story in your organization where you work now or before?
Yeah, thanks, Satish, and good evening to everybody. For me, I have had the privilege of setting up 2 internal audit departments from scratch. So it's like companies who doesn't have an internal audit department, and then you start with this question that what audit, who will do it, what they will do it, to a mature model. So for me, the biggest you can say learning or the best practice, whatever you say, is to scale up. How do you actually sell your functional proposition to the leaders who are already working in a free environment, who are working with maybe a statutory auditor and an outsourced entity coming and doing a bits and pieces. I would not say bits and pieces job, but then they have a scope which is not engraved into the business, but that is carved out, and they are doing certain items as per the need basis. Now, once you have an in-house team, that team would have integration at a more higher level. So we will be having lunch, dinner, outings, coffee, moving up and down the different business places, their factories and all. So at the end of the day, you start seeing reflections of what you recommend in your day-to-day life. So it's not like a consultant that you can come, you can recommend, and then you can happily give a fat report and run away. There would be occasions where you have to recommend, and then there could be a challenge that somebody challenges you to implement the same also in the business. So you have to be game. So my guidance to the team always have been that put yourself in the shoes of the business and try and see what you are recommending. If you are then put into a functional role, would you be able to implement that? And what you are actually expecting from them as an audit function, as an audit department. If somebody comes and audits you per se, how do you, have you laid down your process? What is it that, how you do your scoping, to how you do your sampling, to how you do your execution of audit, all end-to-end documentation. Would everything, if it is audited, would it stand the test of time? Would you be also caught short of that? You don't have an operating procedure, you don't have a proper plan, you are doing a freewheeling around it. So take the burden of you also being audited by somebody. So if you are asked, so that's why in my previous organization, I started an ISO certification around internal audit, which actually makes us follow a certain process and a certain protocol. Without, when you are going and preaching to the entire organization about process, about productivity, about keeping right documentation, following a process and a protocol, how you're doing it yourself. So for me, the biggest learning is to start up that particular function and then scale it up to make sure that your activity is well accepted. People should look up to your function, people should look up to your activity, that somebody should walk up to your place and say, hey, when are you getting me audited? You know, I need this audit to be done. There would be functions which will come and say that, well, we are going to sell our product to say Pepsi, or we are going to sell our product to Britannia. Now we want our entire EHS system to be audited. So will you come and audit this for me? Because that's an audit which they are going to run as an independent vertical. So would you just do a check and let us know? So this is where, when you are actually not a fault finder, but you have actually created a partnership wherein you don't need to be biased, neither you need to be tilted towards somebody else, but you are independent and you are showing the right mirror to the business.
Very well put, Surat. I think the scalability part is something that is very, very true. What we need to do, and especially when we work for large groups, the scalability part is something which is important, which we can also do through automation, as we learned. Implementation, auditors' role in implementation is the other big thing which is there. I particularly liked, Surat, the way you talked about the ISO certification, and that's important. And I've seen a couple of companies which have really got into company audit departments which have got ISO certified, and I'm happy to see that you're one of them. It's a beautiful thing to do because it helps your own processes, our own processes, to become better. So Yatesh, let me now turn around to you. I mean, Raymond's is one of my favorite companies. I always wear Raymond's trousers, just as a way of information. It's not that I'll come scouting from discounts from you, but Raymond's is always, I always get a good feel when I go to Raymond's Thana factory. I used to stay in Thane those days. But what has been your success stories? I mean, if you can just enlighten all of us, we're very keen to hear from you.
Good evening and thank you for the question. Before we start, you can always reach me out for discounts. That's not a problem. And I'm feeling a complete man today. I'm wearing Raymond.
Absolutely.
So I've advertised about my company and I'm sure a lot of you are also wearing Raymond.
So this generosity is not only extended to the moderator.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything else. He will complete the sentence.
Yeah, sure. So taking the lead from where you started, Satish sir, I want to elaborate on two words: is balance and expectation. So both are interrelated. When you say expectation, you have to clearly understand the management expectation in terms of where there are two types of management these days we see. Very practically, I would like to say that there are certain management who look at controls and very stress upon controls, and there are certain management who would emphasize, although they would also expect the control mechanisms to be tested, but they emphasize more on value addition in terms of cost savings or cost reduction opportunities that are identified by the internal auditors. And coming to the balance, so we always try to meet the expectation as internal auditors, expectation of the management, but it is also very important to balance independence of the profession. And independence is the name of the game for us as far as internal auditors are concerned. I think independence is of very prime importance. Now coming back to the question on the success stories, I think what we have, although we might all be practicing this, but we have made it very evident to our management in terms of flexible audit response management. There are two parts to it. One is keeping ourselves agile in terms of not making the audit plan very rigid and making it flexible to adjust for the newer emerging risks. And the second part is raising the red flags on an ASAP basis. As soon as you find it, raise the red flags instead of waiting the entire report to come out, so that management can be swift enough. We are swift and management can be swift enough to take the actions on the red flags that you have raised. Coming to the making a flexible audit plan. So for example, you have to have a constant open communication channel with the management so that you are aware of the newer emerging risks and also the newer businesses that the entire organization is entering into. And accordingly, the audit program needs to be changed. One of the classic examples being, in the recent session also, I heard a lot on cybersecurity, which was not a very critical area, I think 2-3 years back. But recently, with the onset of pandemic, we all were working from home, and the VPN access, which was given to a select few, was available to all the employees in the organization. And suddenly a threat of a cybersecurity threat and the data protection threat cropped up all of a sudden. And the cybersecurity became the talk of the town. All of a sudden, the cybersecurity was part of everybody's internal audit calendar. So this is what I'm talking about, making the audit plan flexible to the newer emerging risk. One of the examples I want to cite here is there was a scheme that was launched by the government of India, Pradhan Mantri Rozgar Protsahan Yojana plan scheme, which provided certain benefits to the employer who generate newer employment. And it was valid for a period of 3 years. So it was very important to actually target this. The moment you know that there is benefit to the organization, we immediately targeted this area. And because we are a conglomerate with multiple entities, we immediately run this program across all the entities within the organization and tested whether we are availing the benefit to the extent possible and save money for the company. So these are two things, two examples I want to cite. There are many. So one is, so just to summarize my discussion here is, one is to have a flexible model to ensure that you can tackle or attack all the emerging risks. And the second one is raising red flags. No point in hiding your observations. It's important to discuss the moment you find the observation. The more you discuss, the more finer your observation is, or more finer your recommendation is. No point in hiding, and think yourself. So I also heard in the previous session a term called watchdog. So we are not watchdogs. We are business partners and business enablers. I think that is what we should be, and that is how we should be perceived. The perception is different, but that is what we should act. And eventually people will see us as enablers and business partners instead of perceiving. So perceiving is one part, and action will speak louder than perception. So that is from my side here.
Perfect, perfect. I think Yatish, the complete man has a complete auditor. That's what I would say. So wonderful perspectives. Independence is a state of mind. It's very important from a professional internal auditing to be completely independent of transactions. Emphasis on controls, sometimes on value addition, depending on that. That's where I said that the expectation gap, that the expectations need to be understood very well. In the morning session also, I had heard a lot of talk about not necessarily having a rigid audit plan, but to keep it flexible. And I like the way, Yatish, you've been doing this and incorporating newer and emerging risks into your audit plan to make sure that while you have a direction, it's not necessarily cast in stone, and you can divert resources to the areas where the risks are emerging. And I think that's a very beautiful thing. The other thing I really liked about it was, about what you said, was communication with stakeholders. I think as auditors, one of the very important ways in which we strike success and get a seat on the table, which Surat was talking, and I'm trying to link what Yatish has said with what Surat was saying, is that we must get a seat on the table. And that's the very important catch line, that every day in the morning, when we come to work, all that we must think of is, how do I get a seat on the table? I have a CFO here who's sitting next to me. His seat is on the table. But how do we get the seat on the table? That is something, if we ponder for a second, for a minute before we start our work, what is it that I will do today that will make the auditees come to me? How will I communicate with them? How will I not just communication, I mean is communicating audit observations, but how do I maintain that kind of a connect with the auditees such that they come to me, as he said, whether they get a new business with Britannia or they get it with Colgate, how is it that they will come to me? What is it that is there in me that will make them come to me? When I say me, I'm talking about the internal audit department. So very beautiful points that you raised. So CFO, sir, on to you before I come down to Sagar. What do you think from a recipient angle of audit and auditors' work? How do you see the usefulness of internal audit? You can be as frank as you want. I know you are very less numbered here, but we'll take it in good stride.
So thank you, Satish. See, if I start with the word CFO, Everybody understands it's Chief Financial Officer. But let's give a twist to this acronym. It's CFNO, right? C, in my mind, stands for 2 words. The first word is compliance. Wow. And the second one is collaboration. The F word, it's a good word here, sorry. The F word is basically functional competence. Okay, and functional domain knowledge, not only about finance, but also about other functions. And the word O, CFO, stands for not only optimization, because you will need to optimize the resources, but O also stands for objectivity. Now, if I was to go back to the letter C, which is the first word that comes to my mind is compliance, who's going to be my internal stakeholder to help me drive this is going to be the internal auditor. No one else but the internal auditor. So sharing some examples here. I've been in the business for about a little over 30 years, but initial years when I used to see the internal auditors, I would say 2 things. The finance function and the internal audit function were always at loggerheads. They would not see eye to eye. And they say, why has he come? Why is he bothering me? It was a negative approach altogether. Okay. And just sorry, digressing a bit, if I come back to this point, I think if I'm not mistaken, Shakespeare said, what's in a name, right? Right? A rose is a rose by whatever name you call. It doesn't lose its smell. But I do feel there is something in the name. Yes. The word internal audit, sorry, no offense meant, if we could call it assurances or some other words, it would make it completely change the vibration of the whole function. Because internal audit is, in my view, a limiting word. Okay, that's a view. Now, coming back. So what we did was, I believe internal audit as a function can add a lot of value. I'm not sure whether a seat on the table or not, but I think they can add bring a lot of value on the table. Okay. Now, what sometimes holds them back? I think we also need to look at what holds them back. There are 3 things at times which holds them back. And I'm going to come back to your question, sorry. The first thing that holds them back is the personality involved. The second thing which holds them back sometimes is the buy-in from the leadership. And the third thing that probably holds them back is what some of my panelists already said, is a business partnering attitude. So now going back to the C, it's compliance. How do you get the internal auditor to be your internal stakeholder and not your internal conflict manager? Okay. So all along, I've believed in the principle of transparency. And in this room, we have 2 internal auditors. I'm not sure whether I should name them or not, who have been involved with me in the past, and they will probably endorse what I'm saying. We've always believed that formal or informal engagements that we have had in finance, we have never done without the internal auditor. So we have always considered them to be a part of us. We've never considered them not to be part of us. We have never waited for a report to come in before an action is taken. If a red flag is there, probably I would be the first person to know. And we would take an action, and that assure that confidence, that belief that, we are working for a common cause and not 2 separate intentions where you are trying to put me down or I'm trying to put me down. And personally, I feel, which has actually helped us, and I can demonstrate it, has actually helped us to improve the processes in an organization. And having led through 1.5 IPO and many capital raises, I can tell you something, the kind of grind that we have gone through from external agencies, law firms, and so on and so forth. It's a collective effort between the audit teams and the finance teams that have actually helped us. So in short, complete support for the internal audit function. I think they can bring a lot of effort, but very often, as I said, personalities, buy-in from the leadership, and business partnering mindset is something which they need to do to make themselves more valuable.
This is exactly, I think, Rajiv, you really put the things in perspective. This is why I'm saying that internal audit is on the cusp of doing something very big. The expectations from internal auditing when I started my career and what it is today are two different worlds. Let me tell you this. They're just two different worlds. All of us know this. It's nothing new or rocket science I'm talking about. But they are two different worlds. The expectation has become so big, so large, and partly we are to be blamed because we have done good work. Now we must sit back and think how we are in a position to present this. In the morning also I was hearing that we must be good presenters. We should be able to be in a position to say something in 1 minute and take 10 minutes also. Because many times in board meetings, they say that, in 10 minutes you need to say something. And depending on what you say in that 10 minutes, you do get, Himanshu was saying, that you do get that half an hour more. But that first 7 minutes is the crucial part of it. And I think we must upskill ourselves on this particular aspect. I very beautifully agree that what's in the name, Shakespeare may have said what he said. But yes, I'll give you two examples. They say that if Brexit, when Brexit had come, just because there was exit of Britain exit, it became Britain exited. If the name was something else, probably there would have been a different answer. Sometimes when I keep thinking, if Lehman Brothers, the group which went down, if they were Lehman sisters, what would have happened? Would the group have gone down? So this, I of course use this pitch when I do some programs for the Women's Day, and it's a good pitch. It's something to do with cricket as well. No? So when you talk about pitch, so this is what I'm saying. So I completely agree with you. What's in the name, and even naming these departments. Like we say internal audit department. When I was in L&T, it was called service instead of a department. And I don't know. I mean, internally also I started feeling good, and I completely corroborate with what you said. Wonderful, good new perspective for us. The CFO definition, it was also absolutely brilliant. And what holds us back? The personality aspect, the buy-in aspect, and of course the business partnering. A lot of seminars have been held on how much of business partnering we need to do, how much we need to balance between our assurance function and blah, blah, blah. All those things need to be taken into account, no doubt about it. But we must remember that we must be high value adders. And this coming from a person like Rajiv, who's such an experienced person, been through so many things. It was of real music for my ear, and I'm happy you're sitting so close to me. I heard not only what you spoke, but I heard your heart speaking as well. So that was, I think, absolutely brilliant. Nothing to do about who is the last person answering the question. And you don't get the opportunity to say, oh, the three earlier speakers said what I had to speak. But so Sagar, what's your views? What's your success stories? You moved from one end of the spectrum of companies to Rebel Foods now. And so what's been your success factors?
Yeah, so Satish, like a good cricketer, do not let us know where he is going to bowl. Because initially I thought first question is going to come to me, and I was like uptight, and now I'm last. But points apart, what I'm going to say is something which is complementary to what Rajiv just said. I mean, often we have said that our audit plan should be risk-based, etc. But I think our audit plan should be what is management wanting to do with the organization. There are two kinds of strategic documents we generally get. There are 10 commandments, or there are some leadership expectation. There are 5-10 values with which any organization generally are run. Just to give an example, for Rebel, there is a commandment which says that customer experience, die for an customer experience. I mean, do whatever you to give a best customer experience to them. How will I marry my audit engagements to that strategic plan is something which I tried, and in my earlier organization, I have done that. So whatever those commandments are, grow from core or whatever. So I could actually engage my those 5 or 10 engagements, audit engagements, marry it with those strategic commandments. And also organizations have short-term or long-range plans, LRPs or something like that. we have to somehow marry our audit engagements to that as well. I'll give an example. One of my erstwhile organization, they had a long range plan. They wandered around innovating new products, etc. Eventually, in a long range plan, they decided that we will grow from core. So whatever our core products, we'll grow from that. And when we were auditing Japan entity, we realized that probably they were innovating and doing something new, which is not exactly as per LRP. So we reached out, we asked, and then eventually it was realized that that entire LRP was on the paper only. And then later on, after we highlighted it, it became sort of a governance on that LRP. And then, so you have to marry your audit plan to the strategy and the mission and vision of the company. That is something which I would say. Second is again the personality which Rajiv spoke about. In one of my audit meeting, when we were presenting, I realized that one of the business head was absolutely disinterested. Now, this is not something very new, but he was absolutely disinterested. Very next day, I engaged with him. I sort of asked him what is bothering him. And these were his words. I generally don't mince words, but these were his words that auditors lakir ke fakir hote. And eventually when we, and I asked him, why are you saying so? And when we did that YY analysis, etc., we realized that what we were lacking is the practicality in our audit observations, etc. So we started building consulting approach after that. So so now also our biggest focus is we give audit report and audit findings, etc. But after that, we have our 70% focus on how to solve the issues. And then what we do with that is we consult people. And then consulting becomes to such a level in my earlier organization, even here also, it has gone to such a level that people, and then your independence comes to little danger. But I have been able to successfully manage and become that trusted partner that people call me in a meeting and say that we are thinking of sort of going this way. What do you think? Not from a risk angle, just tell your views kind of thing. So that consulting approach and marrying your audit plan to the strategy and the direction where company wants to go, I could do that to some extent. That's what I believe is something I would call a success story.
Very true, very true. Two more specific examples, Sagar, what you said. It's like a policeman, whether he stands at the signal or he stands 100 meters below a tree, and catches people who make the errors. So I think the important thing for auditors is that we must understand, we must do both. We must do a mix of both. I mean, we need to be at times at the signal. We can't be there at all the signals, but we need to spend some time at the signal. We need to spend some time looking at it dispassionately as well. So that's the point, that we must be in a position to understand this, and you brought it out very beautifully. I also like the way that you said that our audit plans must also be in sync with the long-term plans, the vision, the mission, because we can't be doing something at a tangent. We had to be in a very collaborative way. And the other thing that I particularly learned today, what you said, was that your company is talking about the best customer experience. Why should auditors now not start thinking is what is the best customer experience I can give to my auditees? And if we start thinking like that, I'm sure we'll become, what I said about earning a seat on the table. So we've got beautiful views from all the 4 panelists, and I was just doing the easy part of just writing down a few things, what they said, and putting it in a little different English. That's the beauty of being a moderator. I just would request if there are any questions from the participants who are live here and who are wide awake. Don't talk in your sleep, but I'll come to you, sir. Just give me a second. And also, more importantly, to the participants who are offline, what you call it, offline, if they're online, please put in your questions. I don't know how I'll get to see it, but I'm sure Murtuza and his team has found some way that I can see the questions. Yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it here? Yeah, okay. That means I have to become 30 years younger, or I have to improve my eyesight, or I have to change my specs. But that anyway, that's the feedback, Murtuza. Thank you very much. So the questions can keep coming. the questions can keep coming in. We'll love to have questions. I have enough of questions. I can finish here in a time in which I'll reach home to watch the IPL match. Don't worry. So you please do have any questions. I think there was a hand up there. Yeah, I know. That he will help. Font has increased, but I can't see. But anyway, yeah, there's a question there. जल्दी जाओ यार, नहीं तो इधर वॉच भी टिक 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 कर रहा है.
Hello. Yeah, this types of question might be there with many of the internal auditors.
Yes.
Okay. Normally, when the course of the audit, we have any query is there, say critical query is there, critical observation is there. We first discuss with the downline person, then we discuss with the manager over there, then we discuss with the CFO or the CEO or the business head over there, and then at the say we take the replies also. Then afterwards we also review it at all different locations what is happening over there, and then we present it to the top management directors. By that time, the time must have gone nearly 1 month or down the line, something like that. So if a critical point is there, normally in our organization, what I do is that we straight away raise a flash report something and don't wait till the month end or something like that. So anything else which can be put up, like any other organizations or any other views, which because to cut down the time, because if the critical observation is there, we cannot wait.
Yeah.
Till
So the point that you're making is if how to expedite this whole process.
Expedite
I think,
this.
Yatish, you talked about red flags and things like that. So
I think what you're already doing is a good practice of issuing a flash report. A lot of time what happens is if you are confident about the observations or whatever findings that you have, I think it is important to flag it to the senior management. If it is critical enough, let me alert you that it should have significant value at risk. Only then you flash it to the senior management, stating that we are awaiting replies, but it is no harm to flash it to the management. And then over a course of period of time, you can also mention that this is what we are doing further on this particular finding that we have got, extrapolating it to various other units or various other entities or plants or depots or warehouses. But it is important to and not to make your reports stale. So there is other side of the management. So he spoke about internal audit. I would like to speak about the other part.
Yes.
What happens is a lot of time I have seen people or seen colleagues who would try to dodge the queries and would take time to respond to you just to make the point stale. Not that there are people like there are very rare people like this, but you'll find them in each unit, in each entity, organizations. Important to flash. If the value at risk is high and significant, important to flash the report to the senior management with clear action plans of what you're going to do in the next week or the next 15 days or fortnight or a month.
true. And the most important thing here is to curb that. I mean, it's not to curb the enthusiasm, but to make sure that the point is that you're very sure about the point. Because it look very foolish on our part if tomorrow there is an explanation given or there is some evidence given which is contrary to your point. Because once you spread something negative, it's very difficult to collect it back. So we need to be very cautious about it, and I think we have to find our own way. I don't know whether there'll be a right answer. So Rajiv, as a CFO, how would you want to answer this question? They make mics very complicated. That on-off switch is very complicated. One SOP should be there on this.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Firstly, I'm a great fan of conversations. I'm not a great fan of reports. And I think let's just spend a minute on this. Very often, the immediate tendency is to shoot a mail, to shoot a report. I encourage the team, both internal and external, when you want to resolve something, there is an option called having a conversation. Okay. And it's an organizational behavior. The first thing is, मैंने तो mail भेज दिया, मैंने तो अपना point note कर लिया. It's not a legal battle. Don't approach it with that perspective. I had put it up on the flash report. I disagree. I vehemently disagree. I'm sorry. I may be upsetting a few people, but I vehemently disagree. My belief is
if you want to, why are you highlighting the point? A, to put someone down, or B, to resolve? If the objective is to resolve, have a conversation. Conversations take time. Conversations, you need to make an effort. But trust me, when you start having these conversations, within a couple of months, you will realize that issues get resolved. And whether it is with the statutory auditors, whether it's with the internal auditors, whether it is with any law firms who are coming, we always say, speak, have conversation. So my word is fewer mails, fewer reports, conversations, and yes, if it still remains unresolved, of course, put it up.
Perfect, perfect. I think this is a very beautiful balanced view, but what works, works. So you need to, we, each one of us need to find out from our own organizations, our own place of work, how this really happens. The other aspect of our discussion, the topic which we have today is about good practices, and good practices are important from every aspect of our work, because for everything there is a way I do it, there is a better way, and probably there is not so better way to do things. So Surat, I'll come to you again, and I'll go to Sagar second, otherwise he'll kill me in the evening, and I want to watch the match today. What can you just elaborate something to us about some good practices that you've done, either on audit reporting or the flash report or any other aspect?
Yeah, I think one thing which we did after a lot of research and a lot of effort is to do benchmarking across businesses. When you are having a large distributed business with lot many units, all disbursed, a lot of physical business, physical sites, what really becomes challenging is that when you bring a problem, how is it looking at each nook and corner of the city or the world? And this is something which the board wants to know. This is something which the C-suite employees, they also want to know, that am I bad in one particular place? Is that particular unit bad, or that particular place bad? So then how do you actually create a one-pager document? So you need not benchmark everything, but whatever you are talking as something which is key, can you create a one-pager document around that particular function, that particular process, that particular activity, to see how we are faring? And that not only gives a great view to the business, but it also gives a great view to the auditor to understand where we need to put our effort, maybe a bit disproportionately, and where we need to put it a little less. And also how to cross-pollinate learnings. So it's not that as an auditor, we need to do everything. When we identify one unit doing something in a great way, you just send people there or bring somebody here, sometimes a bit on a temporary transfer to make sure that the processes are done. So that becomes a great, and you will sometimes, I got astonished to see that, forget about long distance, dichotomies. There are, even within a unit, when there are multiple lines operating, you have people, eating, sleeping, drinking together, but they are not solving each other's problem. One may be shy to ask, one may be shy to say. So we are very surprised to see that what is being shown as a problem in one particular line in a factory is not so in another line. And they are doing their own quick fixes to make sure that the end result is what the management wants. So somebody has digitized something, somebody has automated a macro program, other is doing it manually, somebody is writing checklists, somebody is doing that through a scanning mechanism, but everybody is surviving. So how can you actually cross-pollinate that learning inside the organization? And it was a really, you can say, a very rewarding experience, a very satisfied experience for me.
The satisfaction that you get when you do cross-pollination like this is extremely great. Sagar.
Thank you. To the point which was raised, so we have a practice of early warning signs. Generally, it's not a one-pager, but early warning sign during the audit engagement. And I remember during a fixed asset audit, we realized that there is some kind of fraud going on in the laptop arena. And as soon as I came to know, and like Rajesh said, I immediately, first I had to understand who all were involved. So whom I need to approach. Once I realized that probably this is the level where I have to go, I knocked the door and I immediately said that this is what it is. It's a verbal early warning. Later on, I gave the formal also, but and then we tackled it, but it did not wait for another month to finish it. So that's the point. One thing which probably people get audit fatigued, and to the point of best practice, is that auditors asking same question to the people, right? So what I try to do is that, and I will take a leaf about ISO from Surat sir, but typically we create a robust documentation of a business contextual knowledge within our own department. So that people know business as much, not as much as the processor, but as much as they can from a risk angle. So we don't ask question again and again. A robust documentation is there. People, whenever they start audit, they go through it. Very relevant questions are asked. And I call it a light touch audit approach. We do not take a lot of time of people. So that is something which I've been trying and sort of successful, and we have reduced that time over the period. That I would like to share.
Beautiful. See, this audit fatigue is another very important aspect to improve our effectiveness and efficiency. It's true. If we ask the same questions to the same person, he says, "Hey, bhai, what is this?" And the other aspect that I also felt that you very nicely brought out is about the business acumen. You need to understand the business very well, and this has come out in the discussion right through the day. And I'm sure each one of us are aware of this about the the audit. Asking the same questions again and again just doesn't help at all. So Yatish, you would like to say a few words about this, and then we'll probably move to the audience questions.
Sure. So taking the lead from where the previous speaker has stopped, is that reduce the time on the field. So what we have done is, you would have all heard the name of continuous control monitoring. So what we have done is, there are certain controls which would be otherwise part of the audit has been made part of the continuous control monitoring, whereby the exceptions as through a BI report which has a scheduler, the exceptions are automatically sent to the person who is supposed to respond. The process owner has defined it, goes to him as an exception, and then the person highlights whether it's a false positive or it's a real query and responds to it accordingly. And it reduces certain part of the audit which would be on the field and also it reduces the time on the field, and also it becomes a preventive control rather than a detective control. It works on a real-time basis. And I think one more good practice that we have established is also, our speaker spoke about implementation status. So implementation status, of course, is very important because, as we say, you make the sales, but till the time you receive the cash, it is not a real sales. So similarly, it's in the audit field as well. Till the time the actions are implemented, it's not a real audit. So what we also do is, at the end of the year, we create value charters in two terms. What are the process improvements that we have recommended have been implemented, reducing the administrative efforts, and in terms of whatever the cost reduction strategies have been recommended and have been implemented by the management. What are the cost reductions that have actually happened, and it has got a good acceptance at the management level as well as the board level.
Beautiful, very beautifully explained. Ketan Bhai has come and whispered in my ear that I can continue till this clock becomes 0000. So, and then the audience questions will be taken up. So we've got 10 minutes more. That's the way I bought the time, but not more than 10 minutes because I have to watch the match. That's also a good idea. मैच ही देखेंगे कि और भी कुछ इंतजाम हो जाएगा? ओके, अच्छा, ठीक, ऑफिशियली बोलना पड़ता है भैया, अनऑफिशियली तो करते हैं. Okay, one more very important question that I have, and this is for all the panelists, and it's like a rapid fire question. Do you think internal audit, and Surat, I'll start with you. You're somehow I'm a lefty, so I start with the left. Do you think internal audit does play any role in the strategy of companies? If there is an acquisition of a new plant or a new company, do you think internal audit is getting consulted?
No, not in my experience. We came in certain stages, but not in the initial stages, because these that there is something which is going on, that that there is some sort of acquisition, new business line will be opened up, but that is really limited to a very, very small coterie of people. And internal audit comes into play. I have typically come into play once the acquisition has happened, has been part of the team which goes on site, takes over certain activities, make sure that the integration really happens well, training of the people, identification of the inventory, entire process end to end, we are part of it. But whether to acquire that business or this business, yes, there are independent people appointed who are obviously of that stature, because otherwise what happens is that there is too much of a dilution of that information which can happen. And I'm sure who are doing it, have the right skill sets to do it. It's not that we can't do it, but we are not really, in my experience, not consulted.
Let's ask our CFO. At what stage do you think, as a key management personnel, at what stage do you think it's the right time to involve internal audit?
Okay, so I'm a great believer of a strategic management tool, which is called Balanced Scorecard. Okay, and 17 years I spent with the Tatas. Like I can talk about Balanced Scorecard in my sleep. Okay. I'm not going to be boring you with Balanced Scorecard, but I'm going to take one specific learning from Balanced Scorecard and answer your question in next 2 minutes. There is something called ADLI. Sounds like Italy, it's not Italy. It's ADLI. Okay. It's an acronym. Everything you do in life is ADLI. Now, what is this ADLI? It's very simple. And then after explaining this, I'll come back to answer your question. A is approach. Every strategy has 4 aspects. The first one is A, approach. The second one is you deploy the strategy, right? Then L, when you deploy the strategy, you realize this has gone right, this has gone wrong. So there's a learning, so ADL. And based on the learning, you integrate the learning back into the approach. So that is I, integrate. So approach, deployment, learning, and integration, right? Now, where does internal audit come in? Internal audit comes in L. So everyone doesn't have to be there at all the time. Everyone doesn't have to be omnipresent. And if everyone tries to be omnipresent, it is going to be a crowd. They will not have discussions. So A is left to a few people. D is left to a few people. When it comes to L, so approach happens, deployment happens. When it comes to learning, there I feel the internal auditors have a role to play if they exhibit business partnering mindset. And that learning can be integrated back into the approach and the cycle continues.
Explain. Very good. Very, very beautiful. Yatish, any thoughts on this?
So I agree what Surat sir said is not necessarily as part of the decision-making team, but of course, as the implementation partner. So for example, a company might have a digitization strategy where they want to upgrade their SAP or they want to upgrade their various systems or they put in new patches. So internal audit then plays a critical role in terms of validating whether the system would give the desired results. One. Second is also ensuring the validation of controls that are supposed to be built in from the learning, as Rajiv pointed out. So implementation, of course, we can be part of, but I, in my personal career and otherwise, have not seen auditors being part of the strategy decision making.
Very nice. Now, one last question, which I really want to ask. See, in internal audit, we may be auditing a pharma company, we may be auditing an highly engineering company, we could be auditing R&D activities. So there are a lot of technical skill sets which are required. And in my experience, as I've been seeing and leading audit initiatives in a few large groups, one of the problems I've always seen is that we don't get that technical skill sets, like a very good engineer in the team, 24/7. And even if he is there 24/7 with us in internal audit, we don't know what to do with that resource. We can't keep that resource properly filled in, engaged in the work. So how does one manage this aspect in our work? How do we get people with different skill sets I know there is a concept of guest auditors, but what's been your experience? I mean, do you feel what I'm feeling?
Of course, what you're pointing out is absolutely right. And we have been discussing on this topic with our group CFOs and earlier bosses as well, supervisors. But what we have realized is replicating a consulting firm within the organization is not very cost effective. And you rightly pointed out that even if we have a technical person within the team, it's not always that we have a year-round plant audit or year-round manufacturing operations review where we need a technical person. So eventually we have to fall back on the consulting firm and deploy the technical people. So it's very difficult to replicate a consulting firm within the organization.
And I think considering the audience, maybe it's politically correct to say that co-sourcing is the way forward.
Absolutely.
So at least we can end day one on a very positive political note as well. Yeah. So Surat, any specific views on this?
I think no two opinion, because I have had different team members, like say an engineer on role from my operating team doing a concurrent audit of a civil project when the plant is getting built up, say on a period of 2 years. So there I can actually feed him with a day-to-day task. But anything specific which you need, and today there are many, every single day is throwing up a new competence, a new area of exploration. So there you have no other option but to actually get the best talent out of the market through a consulting route. And that person, because that person needs to be concurrent with his knowledge, his or her knowledge, her equity, because if I absorb him, I'll not be able to give him a continuous learning process which is required in that particular domain. It's now not like our normal O2C, P2P or a R2R kind of an audit, right? If you're picking up a data scientist, or you're picking up a IT GC or a network control guy, now he needs to continuously learn because his technology is evolving almost daily. What he learns today, what he practices today is going to be obsolete in 6 months' time. So for me to absorb somebody, then I need to spend so disproportionately to keep training him on that agenda that it is better that you understand what you need and you selectively go to the market and get the guy in. And then if you have a 24/7/365 role for that individual, then you again put a SOC like SOC center kind of a thing where the person will be doing it.
Yeah. So Sagar, I have one slightly different question for you, because if I ask you this question, you will give the same answer. So I'll ask you a different question. For you, from the way the work that you're doing now, I know you've joined the company very recently, but customer experience, and you also alluded about customer experience. How do you think auditors will be in a position to audit customer experience area? Because that's vital to your business. And correlated to this is, audit of culture, what we used to, in very many forums we have heard about audit of culture. So let's leave culture aside. But how do you think you will be able to, or what is just a few thoughts on your auditing of customer experience?
That's an interesting question. So, Rebel Foods is selling its product through Swiggy, Zomato, etc. Right. So one of the analytics play an important role here. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to extract the ratings and the comments from the customers coming to our way, and trying to see what as a company, we have taken action against that in terms of a customer experience. It could be the food quality, it could be delivery aspect, etc. So all 3 or 4 aspects of that. What is our action plan? Some could be short term and some could be long term, but we are devising plan for that as well.
Perfect, perfect. I think that's the way forward, because there are huge number of emerging opportunities which are coming in. Some areas where in the morning we were hearing, we are very comfortable to do things which we are already aware of, and we must start doing things which are also out of the comfort zone. It's exactly 000. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. I'll request Chairman of our committee, Rahul Bhai, to take up few questions, 1 or 2 questions which have come online.
So, nice, same list, eh? But we try to kind of, okay. So we try to find out the most difficult ones actually, but so sir, most of the questions were already covered in your deliberations, but 1 or 2 things stood out. So I will just repeat that one of the delegates had asked that, how important is root cause analysis, while as a process, IA process. And then they had that particular feeling, his view was that somehow that root cause is not given that much focus as a part of internal audit process. We do find out the issues, but then we somehow as internal auditors do not go to the root cause, or whether that is a part of the mandate.
Yeah. So I think, that's a key element of the whole process. If we don't do that, then we'll be only treating symptoms, and the symptoms will keep on coming. And most of the boards are very, very upset with all the stakeholders. See, when you are moving and you are presenting the organization to the board, in that forum, you are not a problem thrower. You're not throwing the problems to the board. The board wants you to find the problem, align with the management, fix it, and come with a unified view. So once you have to do that, if you say I have fixed this problem, and then 6 months down the line or a year down the line, you bring the same issue again, board has a very elephantic memory. So they really remember what you spoke, what you said, what tom you did about your great activity, right? And they will come back and say, oh, this is something which we have heard. This was something which was there. So what have you done? Then you are on the docks. So what kind of a policy, principle, SOP, IT control you have put to make sure that it has been eradicated, right? And new problem is coming. Now in that process, if you don't do root causing, if you really don't understand whether it is people, process, technology, what piece is actually moving, then you are not actually fixing the problem. You are just trying to find some error here and there, rectifying the problem, passing some entries, or doing a write-off, write-back, whatever it is. That's not the real objective or audit. So whosoever raised this question needs to actually get into that mindset that yes, root causing is important, and whatever time it takes, it is worth its value in gold.
Great, thank you.
So a small best practice we have done on this front is the auditees. We have created an e-learning module on how to do root cause, 3-4 modules around YY analysis, etc., and how to write a good action plan, short-term, manual, long-term, strategic, automated, etc. And we have done that, and we have seen that improvement happen over a period of time. So we have to help them because we both want to resolve the issue.
Absolutely, great. The second point was related to the remark regarding Lakir ke Fakir point. So that was something which the one of the delegate felt that how it's sometimes difficult to escape that tag, especially where the management or the audit team or the person responsible is not very interested in, it's difficult to engage with them when he thinks ke ye to sab, so he raises an issue, but that issue is disregarded. Then he again raises, so then he puts in controls or tries to suggest controls, but those controls are seen as restrictive to the business practice. So how do you balance out? How do you avoid that tag of lucky? So he has asked for the senior guidance for that.
So I would take this question. So very important is to be objective in your approach. And and not to be penny wise pound foolish, you have to clearly know the value at risk. You need to clearly know the root cause, clearly recommend, and the recommendations should be practical enough and not bureaucratic. The moment you make bureaucratic recommendations, you will get that tag. So I think it's important to be objective in the approach, clear identification of root cause, clear recommendation, not bureaucratic, practical enough, which can be implemented, would save you from the tag. And but eventually there are people who would still give you that tag, can't help it, but you should be true to yourself in terms of what I am saying. I would, if I was in his place or her place, I would do it myself. So आपको खुद एक बार check करना, internalize करना बहुत important है. To any issue, you have to internalize yourself and check for yourself whether it is really a valid comment that you are making.
So since Rajiv gave the, ADLI, I will call him CARN. Let him have the last word. The CFO always has the last word.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We'll come to you. 1 month.
Okay. So for me, before that, I must say, Satish, the way you summarize, the way you this thing, I think he needs a big round of applause. Yeah. Okay. So see, I mentioned about communication. The second thing is about the language. What do you say? Very often, we say something, we think we are making a request, we think we are asking, but actually we have already passed the judgment. And trust me, many of us are parents. I'm also father of a 27-year. If you really look at it, when you speak to your kid, okay, you just tell him, don't do this. And even if you say this, why are you doing this? But it is still with a negative, this thing. Your choice of words is very, very important in how you communicate. Sometimes we need to reflect on what has been the choice of words. So that is one thing I would definitely say. If your choice of words is not right, and then you say, listen, wo to meri baat sun hi nahi raha hai, wo nahi sunega.
Perfect, perfect. One last question. Yeah, please.
What I just want to add one thing to what Rajiv said. We have not come for replies. We have come for the perspective that you have on this particular finding. So getting perspective is very important. And then you can eventually understand the perspective and then ask for a reply. But understanding the perspective is of paramount importance.
We'll just take one last question, Rahul, with your permission.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, first of all, Rajivji, very nice description of the balanced scorecard related acronyms, approach, deploy, learning and integration. And sir, the question which you asked about whether at strategy level, do we see a role of internal auditor? Sir, I have a small, I would say diverse, view on this. And the view is, I would say that the skill set, competence, and the scale of organization to which you are serving, that plays very important role, because my personal experience is that we have been involved at the approach level also, wherein feasibility study has been done. Yes, of course, it is not part of the internal audit, but then in internal audit, there is a piece of special audits. So we have done that. So I would say that if this right skill set and competence is there, and the scale of organization is, say, mid-size or I would say small size, yes, I think internal auditor, you will find plenty of internal auditor helping the promoter and top management to contribute at that level as well, sir.
Very good. I think that's a good perspective. So I really enjoyed this session, moderating it. I was also keeping an eye on the door there. Luckily, nobody has used that door to go out. So I'm happy about it. I think it's thanks to the very beautiful views of Sagar, Surat, Rajiv, and Yatish, who have really, brought in all their years of experience into this session. I really enjoyed it, and looking forward to remaining in touch all the time, and continue to share experiences. The more we share, the more we have as a community, as a collective. Thanks to Murtaza and his team for a wonderful first take of the 2 days conference. I will be here tomorrow also to sit there and listen to what new things are happening in the profession. Wonderful evening to all of you. Enjoy the match, enjoy life. That's the way forward.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please be seated for some time. Satish sir has been, always supporting to the WIRC, and I think a wonderful inning from him today also. And though he said that I could have been panelist, but I think sir, आप अगर moderator ही रहोगे तो हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा है. Kind of the questions, kind of, see, these all speakers were a treasure. और ट्रेजर हंट करना है या हमें मोती निकालना है पानी में से तो गोताखोर चाहिए. तो सर से अच्छे गोताखोर कौन मिल सकता है? So I think, right from beginning, from Suresh sir telling that, we step into the shoes of person implementing those things. Then, moving forward about flexi audit plan, Yatesh said. Also, we've heard all of them like, talking about this new concept of CFO, the definition of CFO, definition of ADLI, dying for customer opinion. I think, this 1 hour was too short, and we could have heard them whole day. The kind of knowledge they have, kind of, concepts which we learn, I think it was worth. And thanks to all of them for sparing their time. Before I request my colleague to propose a vote of thanks, we have our past chairman, Lalit Bajaj sir here. Sir, we welcome you. The year before we had COVID, and all of you would agree that even in our business, when this lockdown happened in March 2020, we all of us thinking that how the activities are going to go on, like, be it business activity or be it organization activity like a regional council. And ऐसे ही सर से बात होते रहती है, तो मैंने सर को बोला कि सर कैसा रहा साल? तो सर का कहना था कि लाइफ में चैलेंज नहीं होगी तो कैसे अच्छा लगेगा. And he really took that challenge. We had an eventful year. We had a great year under the leadership of CA Lalit Bajaj during the pandemic. So many online programs and so many activities which we would have not thought otherwise. So we had, a very, very dynamic leader at that point of time. Sir, we recognize your presence. I'll request our chairman, CA Murtuza Kachwala, to offer a bouquet to Lalit Bajaj, sir. I'll request Chairman CA Murtuza Kachwala to, sum up today's entire day's proceedings. Sir, your views, please.
So like Satish mentioned, I just saw no one is near the door trying to rush out. So let's me just see, when we conceptualize the program, the first one, we said how are organizations changing? And maybe someone is moving from a Tally to SAP, someone is implementing a workflow, someone is implementing an RPA to do automation of bank reconciliation, and people have stopped punching the purchase invoices, now they're automating. So I think that is what we expected from Rajiv to cover. And I think he brought about a lot of those technical aspects which organizations are routing. But then the second one, we thought, the moment we know that organization processes are changing every day, and they are adopting RPA and X and Y and Z in their processes, are we technically equipped to look at the process again in the new way that is being followed? Are we looking at that change? Do we need to look at that? Do we need to understand that process, a new one? And then are we capable to audit that? So that was the second speaker which we are looking at. And then when we went into the panel, so we wanted to cover a peek into the future. And I think there were two questions also, if you allow me a minute. So someone said, in pandemic or now, what are the new ways of doing stock verification? So initially what people did is they could not go there. The auditor could not go to the shop floor. So they told the shop floor guy to take a video recording. And then they were looking at the boxes and reading, sitting here. And they did the stock verification. Some people then started using drones to take photographs, and drones have started now also taking the scanning of the images from the boxes and they calculating the inventory. And recently in one of the seminar, I heard one of the panelists speaking that there is something called as a Google Glass. The moment you wear the glass and you go and stand near the box, then automatically everything gets downloaded, like what is the content, what is the inventory code, and how many units in that box is. So I think a lot of changes are happening. Okay. So whatever I heard or whatever I've seen, I'm telling, but things are changing. So in inventory verification. And there was one more question, which I kept the easy ones for me, the difficult ones Rahul asked the panelists. So one easy one was, again, like, as an auditor, what technology do we adopt or what do we do? It is very simple. See, in a procure to pay process, what can go wrong? Is the organization buying at a high rate as compared to the market rate? Then what do you need? Simple is an item code or a service code and the rate comparison for multiple vendors if there are more than one vendors. So you need a vendor code, you need the rate, and then you need the item code. That's it. So what do you want? And then how do you write a query? Whether it is Excel, whether it is a macro, whether it is a SQL or a Python, or maybe you using an IDEA or ACL type of software. I don't know what. Similarly, like purchase requisition to purchase order to GRN, whether the GRN quantity is exceeding PO quantity, and you can go on and on, whether payment was made in the on a holiday or whether material was issued after office hours. So there are so many things which you can keep on writing. I think we will have to write those. And if you write a query and if you want the query to be run on a regular basis, maybe you can even implement a bot to pull out those reports, put it into a folder and then say run, and it will keep on running on a continuous basis. And you will move from one-time query to a continuous control monitoring. So I think that will have to change. There is a lot which we can keep on talking. But I think like when we talked about that session, again, the panel discussion strategies for new age internal auditor, focusing on what really matters. I think we talked about changing plans, newer things, newer technology, looking at cyber risks. So much we did during the day. Then we went on to, like, again, I think with the two speakers there, right risks to audit. And then we talked about effective internal audit, a practical roadmap. And then again, in this panel, needless to say, I think a lot of stuff came up from a quick report to ADLI to XYZ. I think so much more is happening and which we could learn. So I would only request everyone to see, like, looking at the theme, what was our intent? Could we deliver that? Have we missed something? And if yes, please write to us at wrc@ici.in today evening, so that tomorrow we can request the other speaker panelists to cover whatever is left out. So I think that is the idea. And tomorrow again, you come with, when you look at the theme, let us know what is your expectation. We'll tell them to cover that during the course of the day. So I think, thank you very much, Ketan bhai. Just to summarize, thank you. And
take care. Before I hand over to my colleague, Pinky, Regional Council member, for a very well-deserved vote of thanks. I think one thing I missed, हमने discuss किया कि नाम में क्या रखा है, जैसे internal audit service या internal auditor, and we did talk about consulting also. So at this juncture, it reminded me, day before yesterday, we visited one organization where the, for example, sales guys cabin के बाहर लिखा हुआ था gold miners. The main boss where we went, his cabin के बाहर लिखा हुआ था commander in chief. We visited one more cabin, there it was written as big boss. So I said, ये किसका? बोला मेरे wife का cabin है. So sometimes the nomenclature changes the approach, the mindset with which we work, and the positiveness. See, the entire audit function, internal audit function specifically, requires that positive mindset. We did say that it's not only flashing the issues, we need to give them solutions. Then only there will be a complete audit. And I think with today's session, we all are, at least, I don't know about whether we are complete man and with Raymond or not, but we are all complete internal auditor. That I can vouch. With this great session which we had, with this, I'll request CA Pinky Kedia to propose a very well-deserved vote of thanks for today's panel discussion.
Thank you, Ketan bhai. I feel extremely honored to give a hearty, formal vote of thanks, especially after this wonderful panel discussion at the end of day one of our internal audit national conference. Thanks to all our panelists, Yatesh ji, Rajiv ji, Saurav ji, and Sagar ji, for sharing the best practice adopted by internal audit. Thanks to Satish ji to moderate the session and keep the session so lively. I can see you the takeaway from that कि conversation जो है उसमें language का कितना importance है. जैसे मैं मारवाड़ी हूँ तो मारवाड़ी में बोलते हैं, हम लोगों के घर में बोलते थे खा लो, जीम लो और ठूस लो. हम बोल रहे हैं सेम ही चीज बट तीनों में कितना डिफरेंस हो जाता है. जीम लो और खा लो और ठूस लो. तो दिस इज द थिंग. सो तो जो भी हमारी रिपोर्ट बनती है इंटरनल ऑडिट रिपोर्ट, लैंग्वेज एंड कन्वर्सेशन इज टेकिंग ए वेरी वाइटल रोल. So thank you to Chairman Murtuza ji to plan this entire national conference on the ever emerging topic, and thanks to Rahul bhai also कि उन्होंने भी बहुत बहुत मेहनत करी है इसमें and it goes very well. Thanks to all the colleagues in my council on the dais and off the dais, as well as our past council member present here. And thanks to our everyone for attending the physically as well as virtually. There are so many persons attended virtually also. And thanks to we await to meet you for days 2 tomorrow with a lot more discussion and knowledge sharing and networking. Thank you all.